Everyone called it suicide. Detective Ellie Reeves knew the Ridge was hiding something. This is The Ridge Keeps Secrets, a gripping mystery thriller about a string of impossible deaths, a missing child, and a predator who has turned an isolated mountainside into the perfect place to bury the truth. The wind never stops at Midnight Ridge. It whispers through the pines, rattles dead branches, and carries loose stones over the edge into the darkness below. The locals say the ridge has always kept its secrets. People disappear there, questions go unanswered, and sooner or later, everyone stops asking. Detective Ellie Reeves never believed the stories, until the morning she stood at the foot of the cliff and looked at 16-year-old Minnie Benton. The sheriff ruled it a suicide before the scene was even processed. Ellie wasn't convinced. A witness insists Minnie wasn't alone on the ridge. Thorn bushes cling to strands of her dark hair as though she fought to escape. Every clue points to terror, not despair. Then Ellie finds the note. Addressed to Minnie's baby daughter, Iris, it should explain everything. Instead, it raises impossible questions. The handwriting shakes across the page. Every sentence is filled with love for the child she would never willingly leave behind. Before Ellie can understand what really happened, Iris disappears. As the investigation deepens, another horrifying pattern emerges. 2 other young mothers died on the same ridge. Both were ruled suicides. Both left behind babies. Now another mother has vanished, and Ellie realizes she is no longer investigating isolated tragedies. She is hunting someone who has been hiding in plain sight for years. With storms washing away every trace of evidence and time slipping through her fingers, Ellie must uncover the truth before another family is destroyed. Because Midnight Ridge has been keeping secrets for a long time, and someone will kill to make sure they stay buried. Prologue. Mystic Sanctuary House. 16-year-old Minnie Benton hated her daddy. She should hate the baby growing inside her too, because it was made in shame instead of love. But she couldn't help herself. Even unborn, she loved the little girl more than she'd ever thought she could love anyone. Another contraction ripped through her body, and she bit her tongue, fighting a scream. Miss Hazel, who was an angel with a bouffant hairdo, pale green eyes, and a slight tremor in her arthritic hands, had taken her in along with other girls in her same predicament, and they'd become a family. Miss Hazel had no ill words to say, just a soft voice, a tender smile, and a heart as big as Texas. "Are you sure you don't want me to call someone in your family?" Hazel asked as she blotted the sweat from Minnie's forehead with a cool cloth. Minnie's sister's face flashed in her mind, and she wondered if Beth Ann would help her. If they could be close again like they had been when they were little. If Beth Ann could forgive her for some of the things Minnie had done. But Beth Ann might still be tight with their daddy, and Minnie didn't want any part of him. "No, don't call anyone," she screeched through the pain. Her stomach clenched, and she felt something wet flow down her legs. Heat flooded her cheeks. Had she just peed herself? "Your water just broke, so it won't be long," Ms. Hazel said. Minnie's chest tightened in panic, and she suddenly couldn't breathe. What did she know about being a mother? She was just a stupid teenager. She'd made so many mistakes already. "You've got this, sweetie," Miss Hazel assured her. "Just breathe in and out like we practiced." Tears rolled down Minnie's face as an even sharper contraction seized her. She felt like someone was stabbing her from the inside out. Another one hit a second later, then another, and Minnie lost the will to be strong and did scream this time. Somewhere in the room, a clock chimed the midnight hour, and Minnie thought she was going to die as the pains came one on top of the other. Her vision blurred, and her head swam. Fear choked her as the minutes blurred. Then Miss Hazel was telling her to take a deep breath and push. Sweat trickled down her face. She tasted salt from her tears as she cried out in agony, but seconds later, a tiny sound, a newborn's cry, bled through her fear, and Miss Hazel helped ease the baby out of her throbbing body. For a moment she went numb with shock, but Miss Hazel wiped the baby clean and wrapped her in a blanket. Miss Hazel angled the wailing infant so Minnie could see her and Minnie broke into a sob. The tiny, shriveled, pink-faced, squalling girl was so small and looked so fragile that fear clawed at Minnie. "You want to hold her?" Miss Hazel murmured. Minnie backhanded the tears on her cheeks. "What if I break her?" she whispered. A soft smile lit Miss Hazel's eyes. The kind woman ran Sanctuary House, her own non-profit, to help teenagers in need, and had been a godsend to Minnie by welcoming her into her home like family. "Oh, honey, you won't. You're her mama." Minnie swallowed another sob, and she suddenly wanted her own mother. But she hadn't told her about her pregnancy. She hadn't wanted to see the disappointment on her face. But her daddy had figured it out. The ugly things he'd said to her when he'd learned about her pregnancy taunted her. The vile names had stung her to her core. Nausea had washed over her that night, and she ran to the bathroom, dropped to the floor, and puked in the toilet. Footsteps echoed, and then her father yanked her hair back so she didn't throw up on it. For a moment she thought he was being kind, but instead he growled, "Keep your mouth shut and don't tell anybody what happened. Not even your mother or sister." Minnie coughed, grabbed some tissue paper and mopped at her mouth. "Do you understand me?" he snapped. Her scalp stung as he twisted her hair harder, but she nodded. She understood all right. The baby's cry dragged her back to reality as she reached for her newborn. Miss Hazel gently eased Minnie's daughter into her arms. The moment Minnie looked into her daughter's eyes such a deep blue they almost looked purple, love for her newborn overcame her. "Iris, that's my favorite flower and my Grammy's name. She was such a sweet lady. She used to make cookies with me every time she came to visit." She stroked the strands of her daughter's damp hair as she studied her delicate features. A tiny pug nose, dimpled cheeks, pink little lips. If only her Grammy were still alive to see Iris. She lifted Iris and kissed her forehead. "Somehow, baby girl, we'll make a life for ourselves. And I'll always protect you." Two of the girls who'd been staying here when Minnie first arrived had chosen adoption for their infants. Minnie wasn't opposed to it, but she couldn't give up her baby girl. Iris was her life now. She'd never leave her or let anyone hurt her. One day, one midnight ridge, 1 year later. "I warned you not to talk." He checked the time as the girls squirmed and fought. Midnight glowed in the crystal hands on the face of his watch, a sliver of the moon flickering in the mist, rising above the mountain like minute fireflies. Midnight, the time marking the transition as one day bled into another. A time when the devil was thought to be near. A time when humans were most vulnerable, when temptation, danger, and unnatural forces crossed the thin veil between life and death. The time when she would die. She dug the heels of her cheap tennis shoes into the soil as he dragged her toward the ledge. The skirt of her waitress uniform bunched around her middle, revealing a pair of plain white panties. Dirt and rocks skittered down the embankment, filling the air with a cloud of dust. Flies swarmed, dead leaves covered the ground, crunching as she fought. Sweat dripped down his back. "Please don't kill me," she pleaded. "I can't leave my daughter." He doused her body with wild turkey, held her head back and poured it down her throat. She clamped her lips together and shook her head, but he pried them open with his gloved fingers, and half of the bottle flowed into her mouth. She choked and sputtered, spewing some of the brown whiskey as she struggled to spit it out. He showed no mercy. She deserved to be punished. Laughing, he held her jaw so tight he thought he heard a bone crack as he forced her mouth open again, poured more liquor down her throat, then closed her mouth. Her panicked eyes pleaded with him as she choked and had to swallow. Warm brown liquid oozed from her lips and dribbled down her chin as crows circled above. He clenched her long black ponytail, wound it around his fingers like a rope, and tightened his hold. She winced in pain and wailed, but her limbs hung like a rag doll. She tried to spit some of the liquor out again and screamed and kicked at him. "Let me go, you monster!" He leaned closer to her ear and taunted her. "You used to love this stuff, baby." Another turn of the bottle, and she sputtered but lost the battle. His dark eyes pinned her with the truth. "You should have listened, you stupid bitch." Rage mingled with adrenaline as he dragged her toward the edge of the ridge. She clawed at his legs on the ground, digging in her heels, but he gripped her shoulders and hurled her over the edge. Her scream boomeranged in the air as her body bounced against the rocks, arms twisting and bleeding as she hit the sharp edges, her sneakers slipping off and sailing downward, her hair swirling like rattlesnakes as she plunged to her death below. 2. Midnight Ridge. A potential suicide at Midnight Ridge, possibly the third in the past year. SARS Ranger Cord McLean considered calling Detective Ellie Reeves to go with him, but he decided to check out the situation first. If in fact it was a suicide, there'd be no need to wake her in the middle of the night to come out here. The temperature was dropping, making it colder than usual this time of year, and a gust of wind brought the rancid scent of a dead animal. His hands and clothes still felt clammy from the day in the woods, hunting down a couple lost on the Appalachian Trail. Thankfully, he'd found them safe and alive, although dehydrated and embarrassed about losing their way. Vultures circled the sky, diving toward the ground in search of prey. Hopefully, they hadn't gotten to the girl's body yet. A coyote howled somewhere in the midst of the thick forest, the moon barely visible through the mist as he shined his flashlight along the path leading to Midnight Ridge. It was the tallest peak in the area and fraught with snakes and wildlife, but it offered a majestic view of the rocky stream and springs below. People flocked here to climb the ridge and photograph the mountains and valley, especially in the spring when wildflowers dotted the land. A cold freeze had now turned everything brown and brittle. Although beauty surrounded it, locals had dubbed it Suicide Ridge because a number of people had taken their lives by jumping to their deaths in this very spot. Locals in the area touted the reason for that was that the higher you were on the ridges, the closer you were to heaven. Some held prayer rituals here and brought offerings to God while they begged for forgiveness of their sins. Others claimed they could talk to their deceased loved ones at the top of the ridge, and a few had been known to sacrifice animals, especially birds, to prove their love for the Lord. With the Day of the Dead approaching, vigils and ceremonies to honor lost loved ones were already planned. Judging from the call the ranger station received a little after midnight on a walkie-talkie, the caller had witnessed a young woman throw herself off the ridge. The sound of the stream gurgling indicated he was close. He broke through the clearing and spotted a lean-to built of sticks and an old tarp. A small fire lit the darkness where an old man with a scruffy beard in a tattered jacket sat hunched over it. Recluses, mentally ill, drug addicts, some homeless people, and occasionally criminals lived in the woods. Cord understood the various reasons. As a teen, he'd been homeless and taken shelter in the woods himself. He approached the man slowly. "Ranger Cord McLean," he said. "Are you the one who called about a possible suicide?" The old man stood, wiped his hands on his faded, tattered jeans, and offered his hand. "Roman," he mumbled with a wry laugh as Cord shook his hand. "Guess my ma thought I'd be somebody." His hand trembled as he swiped it over his beard. "She got that wrong, huh?" Cord understood how the man felt. He'd let people down before, too. Of course, they'd let him down as well. Maybe something similar had happened to Roman. "You told the park ranger you saw a girl jump?" Cord asked. "Sure did," he said in a gravelly voice. "She's over yonder." Roman started to walk over, but Cord noticed his limp and stopped him. "Wait here, sir. You didn't touch her or anything, did you?" "No, sir," Roman said. Cord nodded. "Good." Roman's eyes looked glassy, and his hands trembled, indicating he was either ill or needed food and a fix. Maybe all three. Cord pulled a protein bar from his pack and offered it to him. "Let me check it out, then we'll talk some more." Cord strode across the rocky terrain until he reached the edge of the stream, then stared at the mangled body of a young girl as she lay sprawled on the rocky ground. Muddy branch water trickled over the edges of the stones, and weeds bent in the wind, heavy and swaying as they reached through the soil below, struggling for life. The past month had been dreary and rainy, and the foliage was brown as if it needed sun. He wondered if it ever shined here. Panning his flashlight around, he scanned the area surrounding her shattered body, hating the fact that insects had already found her as if they smelled death or dinner. A black tennis shoe had fallen into the bushes, he guessed on her descent. A beaded bracelet lay on the dirt, broken, beads scattered in the crevices between the rocks. 4 of the beads bore letters, an R, S, and 2 I's. He guessed the girl was around 16 or 17 years old, far too young to die. Blood had pooled around her face and skull, spattering the surrounding rocks and streaming into the water. Her long, tangled black hair looked sticky with blood, arms and legs bruised and mangled, feet at odd angles indicating they were broken, her face obviously crushed from smashing into the jagged rocks face down. He dreaded seeing her face. The impact from the fall would have disfigured her. Turning her over would be Ellie and the ME's job. "Reminds me of my Teresa," Roman murmured behind him. Cord glanced over his shoulder. "Your daughter?" The old man nodded and wiped at his eyes. "Ain't seen her in years. Ran off with some hoodlum." Sympathy for the man swelled inside Cord. "You said you saw her jump?" Roman nodded. "Yeah, except I thought I heard a scuffle, that somebody was up there with her on the ridge." Cord narrowed his eyes. He hadn't seen any other cars in the parking lot when he'd arrived. If the girl had driven here, where was her vehicle? Unless someone else had brought her to the ridge. He glanced at the old man again. His eyes looked tired and weary, his Coke bottle glasses crooked. Save for the moon, it was dark, and the ridge was over 500 feet tall. Could he have heard something that high up? With a night breeze, it was possible voices could have drifted toward him. "What time was that?" Cord asked. "About an hour ago, I reckon." If there had been another person with her, this might not have been a suicide. Ellie would want to investigate. "Let me make a call," Cord said as he pulled his phone and pressed Ellie's number. She answered on the 3rd ring, her voice soft with sleep. "Cord, are you all right?" "Yeah, but I got a call about a possible suicide at Midnight Ridge. I'm here now, looking at a girl's body." He hesitated and glanced up at the top of the ridge as a stiff wind blew through. Crow feathers dotted the area around the body, one beneath her face. It looked suspicious. Witness said he thought he heard someone on the ridge with the girl. "I hate to bother you, but you might want to see for yourself." Her breathing quickened, and he pictured her swinging her legs over the side of the bed. "I'm on my way." 3. Ellie wound around the curvy mountain road toward Midnight Ridge, her shoulders knotted with dread at the fact that a body had been found tonight. If Cord thought the situation was suspicious, he must have a reason. She had to take a look. A new case was just what she needed to distract her from thinking about the conversation she should have with her parents. For weeks, she'd labored over revealing that she and Cord were personally involved. Her father might be fine with Cord, but her mother would have something critical to say. As much as Vera was determined for her to marry, her idea of a man for Ellie would be a businessman dressed in a suit with a sizable portfolio to support her so she could stop working and have babies. A businessman in a suit was so not her type. And children? Well, she wouldn't say no to it somewhere down the line, but she wasn't ready to tie the knot or settle down. Not yet, anyway. Maybe she and Cord would keep their relationship a secret from them a little while longer. Decision made, she focused on maneuvering the switchbacks. She'd hiked to Midnight Ridge before, but not at night, and not for a possible murder investigation. Some locals around the area who came to the ridge because of the folklore claimed that the higher you climbed in the mountains, the closer you were to heaven. They had been dubbed the Believers. They insisted this was a sacred place and came here to pray and talk to their loved ones. They'd also created an area to leave flowers and gifts to honor them. If someone else had been up there with the dead girl, they might be looking at an accident, assisted suicide, or murder. She'd see what Cord found before calling the ME, Dr. Laney Whitefeather, but she would request an autopsy and protect the body until a recovery team arrived. She had the ERT's number on speed dial. The time of day and the fog were her enemies now. It would be easier to see and collect evidence once daylight arrived. She spotted the turnoff for the lower area of the ridge and spun onto it, then drove the gravelled narrow road until she reached the parking spot the tourists and locals used. Once you parked, you still had to climb to the peak of the ridge. She'd wondered what the suicide victims had been thinking when they made that trek. Why that hike hadn't deterred them. Why logic hadn't broken into their tumultuous thoughts and convinced them to turn around. If they'd called one of their loved ones to say goodbye. The grey mist nearly blurred the sharp peaks of the ridges, adding an eerie chill to the stormy night. She grabbed her flashlight and stepped from the vehicle, securing her ponytail as she crossed the lot, then followed the trail to the base of the ridge where she saw Cord by the creek. An older man was slumped on a rock in his coat, hunched over a small fire he'd crafted in the rim of an old tire. She had a feeling the fire was due to the falling temperatures, but also to ward off wild creatures who preyed at night. She assumed this was the witness. She'd talk to him later. First, she wanted to assess the scene. Cord must have heard her footsteps as she approached and turned to face her. "Sorry to wake you, Elle." "No problem." She gestured to the old man. "Fill me in." Cord cleared his throat. That man, Roman, called this in. Said he saw a girl jump from the ridge. A deep frown pulled at the corners of his mouth as he pointed to the body. "Looks like she landed face first." "Which makes it appear a suicide." "Don't know yet. I haven't gone out to look at her or check for a suicide note like they found on the other two girls this year. Didn't want to disturb anything." Ellie folded her arms across her chest. "Good work." Cord's frown deepened. Not sure how reliable the witness is, but he was lucid. Said he thought he heard a scuffle up there, like there was someone else with the girl. Ellie sighed. "And you believed him?" Cord shrugged. "Could have been confused, but he thinks he heard an argument. Or hell, he could be senile or have an addiction problem, which made things worse as far as him being reliable. At his age, she also wondered if his hearing and eyesight were impaired." Cord hooked his thumbs in the hoops of his belt loops and raised his thick, dark brows. "I know how you like to explore all possibilities." Damn it, he was right, and she trusted his gut. "Okay, let's take a look." She pulled her phone and followed Cord, grateful she'd worn her good hiking boots with the no-slip soles. For a long moment she studied the scene. The way the girl's face looked crushed. Scratches marked her hands and arms, fingernails broken, blood pooling under her battered face. Limbs at odd angles, indicating broken bones. What struck her as even odder were the black feathers strewn across the ground. One lay at the edge of the girl's face, her hand almost touching it. "Do you think those crow feathers were already there?" Ellie asked. "I wondered the same thing. Crows are popular in the area, and people have been known to sacrifice birds here." "Because they're omens of death?" Ellie murmured. Cord shrugged. "Yeah, and some people think they're guides to the afterlife." Ellie began snapping photographs. "So it's possible the killer left them?" "Raises questions," Cord replied. Ellie captured several pictures of the scene, then picked her way across the slick, damp rocks. Her stomach clenched at the gruesomeness of the blood spatter that sprayed the stones. Ellie glanced up at the top of the ridge, her breath catching at the distance to the ground. "She looks young," Ellie whispered as she looked back at the girl. "Yeah," Cord agreed. "One reason I figured you'd be interested. Those other two suicides this past year were teenagers too." Ellie understood where his mind was going. 3 suicides in 1 year, all young girls. It did sound suspicious. And if the witness thought someone else might have been up there. She stooped to get close-ups of the spatter, then eased toward the body. "We'll look for a possible connection to the other suicides." She scanned the girl's body, taking more photographs. Bruises, broken bones, blood. Then she knelt to do a quick visual exam, bracing herself for the horror of the girl's crushed face. "You don't have to look, Elle," Cord murmured. "Wait till the ME gets here." The cold air made it difficult to breathe and could affect decomp time. "You're right." A gust of wind brought the scent of death, and she swallowed hard. "I'm going to call Dr. Whitefeather and request an ERT." She didn't intend for this girl to lie out here in the elements the rest of the night. 4. Cord nodded. "I'm going to the top of the ridge to look around." Wait a sec and I'll go with you. I need to take Roman's statement. Ellie picked her way across the rocks toward Roman's tent, but when she reached the fire pit, she didn't see him. "Cord," she called. "Where's Roman?" Cord's brows furrowed as he scanned the creek and woods, then strode to her. What the hell? He searched inside the small stick hut and cursed. His bag with his belongings is gone too. Why would he call us about the girl and then disappear? Ellie's mind raced. Unless he didn't just witness the girl's fall. Cord worked his mouth from side to side and trailed his flashlight across the ground where Roman had pitched his makeshift tent. He didn't like Ellie's train of thought. If Roman had pushed the girl, Cord had missed the signs. But he saw no blood or a weapon. Although some criminals stuck around to insert themselves into an investigation or watch the police, it had never occurred to him that Roman might be one of those. He seemed a little off, but at his age and with a limp, he couldn't possibly climb that ridge. He could have driven her up there, then driven down here after he pushed her. Cord shook his head. I didn't see a vehicle anywhere when I arrived. Besides, he was a frail man, Elle. If the girl fought him, it's more likely he would have fallen over. True, but if she was unconscious, the same. He didn't appear strong or steady enough on his feet to have carried her. Then why run off? I don't know. He was homeless, so he might be hiding out for some reason, either from the law or his family. Maybe he didn't want to get involved or talk to the police. That's possible, although he did call it in. Still, I need to talk to him. I'll look around and see if I can find him before I head to the top of the ridge. I'll call the local law, then wait here for the ME and ERT. There's not much law in Mystic, Cord said. A tiny sheriff's office in town, minus a sheriff, and one cell, which I heard is designated as the town drunks. A deputy is in charge now. Got it. It could be a shit show, Ellie said. Glad you called me. He grunted. I'll let you know if I find Roman or anything at the top of the ridge. Damn it. He shouldn't have dismissed Roman so quickly, and he should have considered that Roman might disappear. Instead, Cord had felt sorry for the old man. Could he have been blinded by memories of what it was like being homeless and living in the wilderness? He zipped his jacket, then set off into the woods, calling the man's name. He couldn't have gotten too far, not with his bum leg, but there were miles and miles of untamed land. He spent the next half hour combing the area, but footprints ended in some bushes near the river. If Roman had a boat, he could be long gone by now. Damn it. Cord thought the old man was a good Samaritan, but could he have been involved in the girl's death? 5. Ellie phoned the local sheriff's office and received a voicemail. Obviously, no one was on duty manning the phones this time of night. Maybe Mystic had such low crime rates, or more likely a low budget, that it didn't have resources to keep the office staffed and relied on 911. After listening to the voicemail options and learning the deputy's name, Jerry Rouse, she left a message relaying that a body had been found at Midnight Ridge and that she was at the scene, waiting on the medical examiner and ERT to arrive. While she waited for his return call, or for him to show up, she didn't know how things worked around here. She studied the scene with a detective's eye. The broken pink and white beaded bracelet bore letters and almost looked childlike. She shifted the letters around in her mind and came up with Siri or Iris. Was that the girl's name? Body face down, consistent with a jump. Broken bones, obvious. Blood loss severe and not surprising with the height of the jump. And she definitely smelled of whiskey and a lot of it. The multitude of black crow feathers beneath the girl disturbed her. As she studied the feathers, she realized some of them were laid out in a pattern like a bird's wing. The sound of an engine in the distance cut into the night, and she walked over to the parking lot. A local Mystic deputy's car was parking, the driver cutting its lights as he got out. In the silhouette of the full moon, she saw a gangly man in a deputy's uniform and a thick grey coat stalking toward her, a scowl on his rugged face and unshaven jaw, like some kind of mountain man facing a standoff with a wild creature, not a fellow investigator. He also looked pissed. "What the hell is a detective from Crooked Creek doing in my neck of the woods?" the man barked. Ellie bit back an agitated response. She knew it was the middle of the night and they were all tired, But wasn't he at all concerned that another death had happened on his mountain? 6. Somewhere on the AT, he gathered more crow feathers on the trail and stayed in the thick of the woods, his boat parked safely in the thicket of overgrown trees and brush downriver from Midnight Ridge. A murder of crows flitted through the trees, and he gripped his rifle, antsy and wanting to see how many he could take out. Pow, pow, pow. Yet he knew that Ranger had found Minnie's body, and the police were already present, combing the woods in search of him. All because of the old homeless man, a problem that had to be rectified. That old buzzard might be able to identify him. He tucked the rifle in his hunting backpack, where he also carried his ammunition and scabbards, along with his bag to store feathers in. As he hiked through the forests, he collected them, his childhood memories taunting him. The woods had been his for the taking. Now the thrill of the kill lingered, running hot through his blood. The moment he'd let Minnie live the first time had been a mistake. Stupid girl couldn't keep her mouth shut. At least she hadn't gone to the police. He'd been relieved when she'd run away from home and figured the problem was solved, that she'd never survive on the streets. But she had somehow. When he'd seen her a couple of weeks ago in the distance, he'd realized it was just a matter of time before she turned on him. He'd known then she had to die. 7. Midnight Ridge. Cord's initial search for Roman proved futile. Knowing he needed to search the site where the young girl went over the ridge, he called his SAR partner Milo, who was on call, and asked him to organize a team to search the woods for Roman. Then he headed back to his truck. Dr. Whitefeather and the ERT were just arriving, and he directed them to Ellie and the body. Lieutenant Williams assigned an investigator named Luke to go with him up to the ridge. "If you find something, let me know and we'll join you," Williams said. Cord introduced himself to Luke. "We'll drive up to the summit in my truck, then hike over to the jump site." Luke grabbed his kit, portable lights and flashlight from the ERT van, along with a backpack containing other necessities, and climbed in the passenger side. The air felt chilly and dank, as if another storm was brewing, so they needed to hurry. He pressed the gas, then chugged from the parking lot onto the gravelled road. Darkness still bathed the mountains, and without streetlights, he kept his speed in check. Wet switchbacks were dangerous. "Man, this is high," Luke muttered, his face paling as he glanced down the side of the curvy road at the drop-off. "Don't look down," Cord said with a wry smile. He was accustomed to the roads but still careful. When they reached the top, Cord parked and the two of them grabbed their gear. Then Cord led the way to the ridge that overhung the stream. He wished to hell it wasn't so damn dark, but they'd see what they found tonight and could come back in daylight if needed. They both fell silent, the sound of thunder in the distance mingling with the coarse sound of their boots stepping over the rocky path. They fell into an easy pattern, Cord shining his flashlight uphill, then to the right, while Luke searched left. "There are footprints here," Luke pointed out. "Large, maybe a man's." That might be helpful, although they had no idea how many people had hiked here in the last 24 hours. Cord noted brush that had been crushed. Another black tennis shoe lay in the weeds, and he spotted drag marks. "Look at this," Cord said as he snapped photographs. "I'm pretty sure this shoe was the girl's. Found another one in the brush near the body." After surveying and photographing the area, including the large footprints, Luke pulled an evidence bag from his pack and placed the shoe inside. Then they continued. A few feet farther, and something shiny glinted in the dark against a patch of moss. He stooped and realized it was a silver hoop earring. Did it belong to the dead girl? Another few feet, and Luke called, "Over here, McLean." Cord crossed to him and shined his light on the tree branch where Luke was pointing. "Strands of black hair," Cord mumbled. "What color is the girl's hair?" Luke asked. Cord gritted his teeth. "Black. Looks like she may have tripped and her hair got caught," Luke said. "The branch is broken too. Maybe she grabbed it to steady herself." "That's possible. Or she could have been running or fighting to escape an attacker," Cord said, imagining the brutal scene. As with the shoe and earring, they photographed it, then Luke added it to another evidence bag. They followed the feet impressions to the rocky ledge. Bloody toe prints dotted one of the rocks, as if she'd hesitated or been struggling not to fall. A few feet over, An empty bottle of liquor lay in the weeds by a small boulder. Cord had smelled liquor on the girl. Had she brought it with her for liquid courage before jumping? Or was she so inebriated she stumbled and fell? The hair on the nape of his neck stood on end at the other possibility. Had she been murdered? 8. Ellie filled the disgruntled Deputy Rouse in on Cord's findings and grimaced as he shrugged off concerns that this death was anything but another suicide on Midnight Ridge. I don't know why you're trying to make a big deal, but do you know how many jumpers we've had around here this year? The deputy groused. It's almost comical, as if one suicide got so much attention that now everyone wants to be on some suicide wall and get their name in the press. If you look, you'll find the first 2 girls' initials etched on the rocks behind the stream. Teens are even taking pictures in front of them. Ellie grimaced. She'd have the ERT examine and photograph them. For the record, I don't see anything comical about a young girl's death, Ellie said, striving for patience. The fact that there's been more than one in this location in 1 year should raise your suspicions and make you want to put an end to it. I can't control these crazy chicks who decide to take their own lives, he mumbled. The law here is a one-man show. We don't have enough money or resources to post a guard here to stand watch day and night. Maybe not, but it's our job to investigate each death that happens under our jurisdiction. Perhaps you simply want to write it off, but I want to know exactly what happened and this girl's personal story. Ellie pinned him with a challenging look. Have you even checked to see if there was any connection between the other girls? They were suicides. What other connection could there possibly be? Ellie had to take a deep breath or slap him. The breath it was. Not only was he rude, but he was inept. You don't know unless you investigate, she said tersely. He shot her a venomous look and ran his hands through his tangled hair. So you're one of those, huh? One of those what? Ellie said, her temper boiling. Local law enforcement didn't always welcome the help of outsiders, but she detested arrogance and lack of empathy for a lost life. Bleeding hearts, he muttered. She fisted her hands on her hips. Listen to me, Deputy. This teenager's family deserves to know what happened to her, and I intend to find out. Since you're a one-man show, as you pointed out, stay in your lane and handle the town. I'm taking over. Anger oozed from his pores, and he spoke through gritted teeth. What the hell? You can't come here and ride roughshod over me? Ellie forced a sardonic smile. Yes, I can. I belong to a task force instigated by the governor to investigate crimes and suspicious deaths along the AT. I'll be calling in my partner, Special Agent Derek Fox, so unless you want to be charged with obstruction, stay out of our way. He gaped at her, but she left him fuming as she went to meet the ME and ER. She quickly explained about the witness and his statement. SAR is looking for him. Copy, Lieutenant Williams said. While the ERT set up their equipment, complete with portable floodlights to illuminate the scene, Ellie explained about the witness. You think he was involved? Lieutenant Williams asked. Ellie shrugged. He appeared homeless, was probably 70s, frail and walked with a limp, so it's doubtful he had the strength to push the girl, especially if she fought. But I'd still like to question him. Maybe he saw something else about the person he thought was with the girl. We'll search the perimeter for evidence. When Dr. Whitefeather finishes, we'll collect forensics from the body. Please examine the rocks over there, Ellie said as she pointed to the boulder the deputy mentioned. The local deputy said there are initials of the names of the other 2 suicide victims etched on the rock, that teens are coming here and taking photographs in front of it. His eyebrows rose in interest. You think we're looking at a suicide pact? Ellie shrugged. It's possible. It's also possible that this girl's killer may have lured her to the ridge to make us think it was a suicide. I want to determine if there's a connection between her and the other suicides. Williams nodded. We'll photograph the rock and brush for fingerprints, although no telling who's touched the rock or the initials. True. Just do the best you can. She gestured toward the crow feathers. Definitely catalogue detailed shots of the feathers before collecting them. I don't know exactly what they mean, but I think they're significant to the crime and could be a killer's calling card. Lieutenant Williams and his team began working, and Ellie turned to the ME. Although it was the middle of the night, Lainey looked fresh, her reddish-brown hair held back by a clip, but instead of her black slacks and blouse, she wore jeans, a long t-shirt, jacket, and boots. If the girl jumped from that ridge, she probably died on impact from internal injuries, Laney said. But we'll definitely perform an autopsy. Let's go check her out. With her medical bag in hand, Laney followed Ellie, and they carefully made their way across the rocks. She reeks of alcohol, Ellie said. Sure does, Laney murmured as she neared the girl. I'll be sure to run a detailed tox screen. They grew quiet as Laney scanned the rocks, then knelt beside the girl. They both lapsed into a pensive, momentary silence in respect for the life lost, and Laney pulled on gloves. She was meticulous and often recognized signs of foul play by letting the body tell the story. Poor baby, Laney said in a raw whisper as she gently raked tangled black strands of hair from the girl's bruised face. Blood streaked her hair, forehead and cheeks, and still swirled in the water. I wonder what would drive her to kill herself in such a brutal way, Laney commented. Ellie always wondered that about suicides, especially shootings. Most women chose pills, or a method not as gory and bloody as a gun or high jump. Maybe the publicity about the other suicides gave her the idea. Laney carefully examined the girl's arms, fingers and legs, while the deputy stood by and watched, still sullen. One arm is broken, her left hand also, and both legs. Laney used a handheld magnifying glass to examine her hands and fingers more closely. Nails are broken as well, but I'll see if there's particulates beneath them that could indicate she wasn't alone, that she might have been pushed. Ellie simply nodded. Now, let's see what she looks like, Laney said, as she gently rolled the body to her side. Ellie gasped at the pretty young girl's disfigured face. Laney leaned closer to examine in more detail. A broken nose and jaw are obvious, her mouth is bloody, and 3 of her teeth have been knocked out. She probably has crushed ribs and possibly her pelvis. We'll know the extent of her injuries after the autopsy. A wave of nausea washed over Ellie, and she turned her head away for a second. Blue eyes, a heart-shaped face. She was attractive, Laney murmured. Just a teenager. Tears burned the backs of Ellie's eyelids. She'd seen a lot of bodies on the job and should be used to it, but seeing death so close up always got to her. This poor young girl had her entire life ahead of her. Why would she throw it away like this? Or if she was murdered, who would want to kill her? 9. Cord punched Ellie's number. She answered on the first ring. Hey, how's it going? He heaved a breath. Definitely questionable, Elle. A tense second passed. What did you find? Boot prints, likely a man's. Dozens of people may have hiked that path yesterday and even the day before. There's more. An empty bottle of liquor on the rocks not far from where she would have jumped. Ellie muttered a low sound beneath her breath. Maybe she was drinking to summon the courage to go through with her plan. That's possible. Strands of her hair were also caught in tree branches on the path, and 2 different footprints indicate she may have been struggling or trying to escape someone. ERT is taking a plaster cast of them. I also found toe imprints / scuff marks from her sneakers, along with a shoe matching the one in the bushes down there. If she planned to take her own life, she may have changed her mind. Or, Ellie hesitated a second as if she was following his logic. Or she was pushed. It's possible. We need to know more about her and her mindset. The wind tossed his shaggy hair across his forehead and he ran his fingers through it. We need ERT assistance up here, and to cordon off this area and return in the daylight to search the path and woods. If someone was here and got away, hopefully we'll find evidence to prove it. Absolutely. Bring Benji with you when you return. He's been invaluable on other cases. Cord was grateful to have a SAR dog. She went quiet for a minute as Dr. Whitefeather called her name. What is it? He asked. Ellie sighed. Laney found a suicide note in the pocket of her jeans. A tense beat passed. What does it say? Hang on, let me take a look. Cord murmured okay, then directed Luke to continue searching for forensics. If a second person had been with the girl, they needed to know who, and exactly what happened. This job and his own past had definitely made him suspicious of everyone. Every fall or death that looked accidental could be a crime in disguise. It was taking its toll on Ellie too, although she'd never admit it. "Listen to this, Cord. I'm so sorry for leaving you, Iris. I never deserved you in the first place. I love you, but you'll be better off without me." Ellie's voice cracked. "Love, Mommy." Cord clenched his jaw. "She has a child." Ellie's breathing rattled out, erratic with emotions. "Yeah, but where is the child now? And is she safe?" Fear hit Cord square in the chest. He'd seen too many horrors in his life, parents who hurt their children, abused them, abandoned them, left them to die. He hoped to hell the little girl Iris was all right and still alive. 10. Panic seized Ellie. She'd heard of mothers killing themselves and even their children, or taking their children with them to the grave. Dear God, she hoped that wasn't the case here. "Cord, this just changed everything. Contact the rescue and recovery team to look for the little girl nearby or in the woods. If we're dealing with a missing or injured child, the stakes just got a lot higher." "Copy that. I'll get right on it and call for backup. I'll ask the ME to fast-track the ID process so we can find her family." As they hung up, Ellie studied the stream a few feet away from where the girl had met her death. It was narrow and shallow, but the water was frigid and ran for miles until it fed into the river. If the witness's statement about time of death was on point, a couple of hours had already passed. Who knew how old this child was, and if she could survive if left on her own? And if Iris was in the woods? Ellie struggled to halt the terrifying thoughts. Although wolves didn't frequent the trail, there were other dangerous animals, coyotes, an occasional black bear, even wild hogs. She shuddered at the images that assaulted her, then took a deep breath. She didn't yet know who the girl was or the age of her child. Hopefully, if the teen had planned to take her own life, she'd left her child in the safety of someone she trusted or loved, a family member, the baby's father, someone she knew would take care of Iris. Ellie's stomach churned. Unless by her comment, she meant the child would be better off in heaven. Stop catastrophizing, Ellie. Although, considering the number of brutal murders and serial killer cases she'd worked, that was impossible. She rushed to talk to Lainey. An ID might lead to a picture of the girl to present on the media. She sure as hell couldn't show her shattered face as it was now. "Will do," Lainey agreed. "I'll send her DNA and prints to the lab ASAP. Hopefully we'll have an ID by morning." Unless her DNA or prints weren't in the system, which was possible at the girl's young age if she'd had no run-ins with the law. A drizzly rain continued as they worked, but by noon, the girl's body had been transported to the morgue. The sun was fighting through the grey clouds as she and Cord left the teams to continue processing and searching the area. Still, as they reached her house and she and Cord showered and crawled into bed, nightmares of finding an abandoned or dead little girl tortured Ellie's sleep. 11. Day 2. Mystic. He'd watched the news this morning, wondering if they'd found the girl, but no story about her yet. There would be, though. He just had to keep waiting and watching. Until then, he had to go through the day like it was normal, just as he had before. After his first teenage kill, he'd sweated bullets the entire day afterward and had to leave work early. He'd nearly pissed his pants when the story finally aired. A suicide, just as he'd planned. The local police hadn't detected anything suspicious. With the girl's history, the former sheriff had written it off as another tragedy of a troubled teen dying too young. Substance abuse, the perfect foil. His second killing had been easier. He'd managed to cover his nerves and stay at work all day. The news had hit mid-morning, and his co-worker had been having coffee. She'd gasped and teared up. He'd barely resisted the urge to smile and gloat. Instead, he'd patted her hand and offered her sympathy. He could be charming like that. He really could. He'd learned early on. Laughter bubbled in his throat, but he managed to hold it down and checked his phone again. Still, no word. Anticipation built in his chest. There would be soon, though. He scrolled through his photographs, smiling as he glanced at the photo he'd taken as he'd watched Dana Jo Glasser in the park with her little girl recently. His attempt to kill her had failed. She was the one who'd gotten away. Damn it! That still bugged the shit out of him. He had to keep his eyes on her. So far, she didn't remember anything about what happened between them. The attack, being left in the woods for dead. That infuriated him too. He wanted her to remember his touch, his power over her, the fear she'd felt when she realized she was going to die. How she'd survived was beyond him. Luck had been on his side in that when she'd regained consciousness, she'd repressed the memory. Hadn't even recognized him when he'd passed her on the way to her car the other day. Of course, she was so messed up she barely came out of her house, stayed locked inside like a hermit, holding on to her mama's coattails. Hopefully she might not ever remember. If he found out she had, he'd take her again. And this time, she'd end up in the ground instead of going home to her daughter. 12. Crooked Creek Police Department. Ellie called a quick meeting with her boss, Captain Hale, Deputies Chandra Eastwood and Heath Landrum, and Sheriff Bryce Waters to fill them in. Cord was called about a possible suicide at Midnight Ridge. A witness, an older man named Roman who appeared homeless, radioed it into SAR. She placed a photo of the man's makeshift house onto the whiteboard. Unfortunately, I didn't get a picture of him. While Cord and I were analyzing the scene where the girl died, he disappeared. "You said he was homeless," Captain Hale said. "Did you get his last name?" Ellie winced. "I'm afraid not." She should have asked him for his full name and taken his statement before evaluating the scene, but she'd wanted to see the girl and hadn't considered that he might leave. A big mistake, one she wouldn't make again. Cord looked for him but couldn't find him. He reported it to the ranger station and asked them to call if one of them found him. Deputy Eastwood cleared her throat. Her gold turban looked stunning today with her gold earrings. Ellie admired her individuality and style, and they'd become friends through work. "Do you suspect him of hurting the teenager?" Chandra asked. Ellie considered it again. "Cord and I discussed that, but the man walked with a limp and looked frail. It's doubtful, even if she was unconscious, that he would have had the strength to carry or drag her body to the top of the ridge and push her off. And if she was conscious and fighting him, the odds are even less." She attached photos of the rocky area and the stream where the girl had landed, then a photo of her sneaker in the bushes, and the close-up of the blood spatter on the rocks onto the board. Chandra's face paled, and Deputy Landrum scrubbed a hand over his chin. Bryce growled an obscenity. "Man, she's busted up good." Ellie nodded. "Her face is completely crushed, unrecognizable." Ellie's stomach clenched. Such a shame for a young girl to die like that. Dr. Whitefeather estimated her age to be around 15 to 17. She's conducting the autopsy today. Ellie struggled to erase the gruesome images from her mind and focus. She also found a suicide note in the pocket of the girl's clothing. Ellie added a picture of it to the board and read it, watching the expressions in her team's eyes turn from stoic to alarmed. "She has a child?" Chandra said as the truth dawned. "Apparently so. A daughter named Iris, although we don't know her age or whereabouts yet. Hopefully the mother left her with someone to keep her safe, but search teams are looking for her in the woods now." "What if she abandoned her or hurt her?" Bryce cut in, his tone full of disgust. Ellie's heart raced. "The note indicates she loved Iris." "You said it's a possible suicide. That note confirms it was," Deputy Landrum said. Ellie held up a finger as if pressing pause. "It does, but the witness claimed he heard voices as if someone was up at the top of the ridge with her." "You think he's reliable?" Bryce asked. Ellie shrugged. "If it happened during the night, it would have been dark." "He could have heard an animal or the wind," Deputy Landrum added. Ellie tilted her head to the side. "That's possible, but Cord searched the top of the ridge and found things that raise suspicion. First, an empty bottle of booze, which she could have used as liquid courage. Her body did reek of alcohol. But there were also signs of a possible struggle. She added a photo of the scuffed toe marks on the edge of the ridge. Could have been her hesitating, or if she was inebriated, she staggered and was losing her balance, or she could have dug her toes in to keep from falling if someone pushed her. Next, she added the picture of the man's boot prints, then the hair strands caught in the brush on the path to the ridge. This could also suggest a struggle. Bryce frowned. Or if she was drunk when she was walking on the trail, she lost her balance and fell into the bushes. All possible, although there was no car at the scene, so if someone else drove her to the ridge, which would fit with the witness's account of hearing another person with her, he left before Cord answered the call. Puzzled looks met her statement as the team considered that fact. "You didn't mention her cell phone," Deputy Eastwood said. "So far we haven't recovered one, but it could be in the woods somewhere." Ellie's phone buzzed on her hip and she checked the number. "It's Dr. Whitefeather." The room grew silent as she connected. "Detective Reeves, putting you on speaker, Laney." "Copy that," Laney replied. "I haven't had time to complete the autopsy, but I do have an ID on the dead girl." "So quickly?" "Her prints were in the system on a DUI charge." That fit with the alcohol at the scene, and maybe Ellie would get an address from it. "Go on." Computer keys clicked in the background. "Her name is Minnie Benton. She's 17 years old and from Chattanooga." Ellie rolled the name over in her head. Now she had a name, she could get a photo to add to the murder board. "Thanks, Laney. Let me know what else you find." "There's something else," Laney said. There were deep bruises on the back of her shoulders. The image of Minnie's body flashed behind Ellie's eyes. The fact that she was lying face down was consistent with the jumper. Then she got bruised in the fall going down? "I don't think so. These are different. They're handprints. You can clearly see the impressions of fingers in her skin, and the imprints are deep, forceful, and very recent." Ellie's chest tightened. Handprints, indicating she might have fought with someone, or it's possible she got them if she was pushed. "Right. Thanks for the ID," Ellie said. "We'll locate her family, then circulate this on the news." Hopefully, that would lead them to the little girl, Iris. 13. Ellie hung up, grateful for at least an ID. "Deputy Landrum, get a photo of Minnie Benton for our murder board." "On it." The name brought the victim to life in Ellie's mind as if she could see the young mother hugging and rocking Iris. Although she still had no idea of Iris's age, she took a deep breath. The bruises are suspicious and definitely suggest someone may have been at the ridge with her. If she could have gotten the bruises earlier in the day, then that drove her to drink, Sheriff Waters suggested. "And there was the note?" Chandra added. Ellie's thoughts raced. All true, but it creates enough questions for us to take a deeper dive into the situation. She turned to the deputies. "Deputy Landrum, search missing persons reports for Minnie Benton and a child named Iris Benton. We have to find her family before news reaches the public." The sheriff's phone rang, and he checked the number, then stepped from the room to answer it. He popped his head into the room a minute later. "Reports of an accident outside of town. A man and child. Could be the kidnapper on the run." Ellie's pulse hammered. He had a point. "Was the child a little girl?" The sheriff nodded. "Don't know yet. I'll follow up." Ellie's stomach clenched. "Keep us posted." She pressed her hand over her chest to stem the panic. Until they knew the details, she had to follow protocol, and everyone had to handle their assignments. "I'll look into Minnie and search for a birth certificate for Iris," Ellie said. She opened her laptop and searched for information on Minnie. First, she checked the DMV databases. The address listed on her driver's license was for a house in Chattanooga. Next, Ellie searched records for her birth certificate to find her next of kin. It took a few minutes, but she didn't find one for a Minnie Benton, although there was a Minerva Benton, born on the date listed on the driver's license. She could have used Minnie as her nickname. Minerva's birth parents were listed as Bertha and Claude Benton. She ran a search looking for an address for them and found it. Once she did, she dug into the family a little and learned Minnie was not an only child. She had an older sister named Beth Ann, so she also copied her address. "Minnie's parents live on Lookout Mountain," Ellie said. "I'm going to pay them a visit and make the death notification. Perhaps they have Iris." At least she hoped they did. Chandra gave her a sympathetic smile. "Want company?" "Thanks, but you can help here. I'll call Cord and ask him to meet me." It would be nice to have a man along to talk to the father while she handled the mother. "Landrum, did you find anything on the missing persons reports?" "No report for a child named Iris, although without knowing her age, it could take a while," Landrum said. The other possibility made Ellie's stomach twist into a knot. All the more reason to call Cord and talk to the Bentons. She grabbed her phone and left the room, then held her breath as she pressed his number. 14. Lookout Mountain. Ellie wound up the curvy road to the Bentons' home, as amazed as she always was every time she drove to Lookout Mountain, which sat on a ridge on the border of Georgia, Alabama, and Tennessee near Chattanooga. The popular tourist spot was known for its natural beauty and historical significance due to the Battle of Lookout Mountain during the Civil War. Tourists enjoyed attractions like the Incline Railway, which offered stunning views of the waterfalls and was the world's steepest railway. Ruby Falls, with its underground cave, and Rock City were also favorites. When Ellie was little, she wondered why her parents were excited about driving to Rock City to see a bunch of houses built of rocks. Now she laughed at how literally she'd taken the name. But as a kid, she'd been in awe of the massive rock formations, the gardens, the 7 states panorama, and the fairy tale creatures along the path. The sun battled for visibility in the mist as she veered onto the road toward the address for the house. The air felt chilly, the fog adding to the grim atmosphere of Midnight Ridge. Her stomach roiled at the thought of delivering the sad news to Minnie's parents. No parent should lose a child. Although if Minnie lived at home, why hadn't they reported her missing? Did they have Iris? Her phone buzzed and Ellie connected. "Sheriff, what happened with the accident?" "It's not Iris. Kid was a 4-year-old boy, but he's fine." "That's good," Ellie said, then explained she was headed to the Bentons. "After the parents, I'll talk to Minnie's sister, Beth Ann." "Keep me posted." "Will do." Ellie hung up, then threaded her way through a narrow drive lined with red maples, bursting with color from the late fall that seemed to be passing into an early winter. The house was a massive wooden and stone structure halfway up the mountain, and the floor-to-ceiling windows offered majestic views. Obviously, the Bentons had money and enjoyed making their home a showcase. Cord pulled in behind her as she parked, and they got out and silently walked up the brick path to the striking front porch with its hanging ferns that swayed in the gusty winds. Fall flowers were wilting in the unusually cool temperatures, and in spite of the opulence of the house, it was void of any seasonal or Halloween decorations, adding an almost dismal feel. Judging from Cord's rigid posture, he dreaded this as much as she did. But she rang the doorbell, aware notifications and interviews with the family came with the job. They exchanged understanding looks as they waited, and finally a woman with a short bob, wearing black dress pants and a white collared shirt, opened the door with a tentative smile that quickly disappeared when she saw Ellie's badge. "Mrs. Benton?" Ellie asked. Her face paled, and she gave a little nod. "I'm Detective Ellie Reeves, and this is SAR Ranger Cord McLean. May we come in?" The woman's breath quickened. "What is this about?" "I think it's best we speak inside," Ellie said softly. "Is your husband home?" Another nod, and she led them to a cozy den with camel-colored leather furniture and a stone fireplace. A quick visual sweep revealed no family photo in the room of Minnie or a grandchild. Odd. "He's in his study," she said. "Have a seat and I'll get him." Ellie and Cord sank into the 2 wing chairs flanking the fireplace. Ellie clenched her sweaty hands, then wiped them on her jeans when Mr. Benton entered the doorway. 6 feet tall with a military haircut, his dark eyes looked as austere as his stiff body language. No introductions, just a blunt, terse voice. "What's going on?" "I'm Detective Ellie Reeves, and this is my associate, Ranger McLean," Ellie said. "We're here about your daughter." Mrs. Benton dropped onto the sofa, her hand shaking as she dragged a pillow into her lap and dug her nails into it. "Which one?" Mr. Benton asked, still standing and staring down at Ellie and Cord, his jaw clenched. "Although if it's legal trouble, I'm fairly certain it's Minnie, our youngest. She's always the problem kid." Ellie swallowed at his condescending tone. "What do you mean?" "Trouble at school, then with boys," he said. Then she ran away. Ellie sucked in a breath while Cord sat back studying the couple. "Do you know where she went?" "No," he said. "Haven't heard from her in a while." "How long is a while? A couple of weeks? Months?" Ellie asked. A muscle ticked in Benton's jaw. "Since she ran away a couple of years ago. She knew where we lived and could have come back if she wanted." Ellie raised a brow. She doubted that Minnie would have wanted to, not with his attitude. She glanced at Mrs. Benton, then to the photo of a young woman on the mantel. Not Minnie. Must be the other daughter. How about you, Ma'am? Did you stay in touch with Minnie? The woman shot a nervous glance at her husband, then shook her head no. She never reached out. She fidgeted with her hands. I tried to call a few times, but she never answered or returned my calls. Ellie absorbed that information, deciding there was more to the story than the couple wanted to reveal. Mr. Benton crossed his arms. Now get to it, detective. Is Minnie in trouble? Ellie gave Mrs. Benton a sympathetic look, then addressed them both. I'm sorry to have to inform you, but your daughter's body was found at Midnight Ridge. Minnie's mother gasped. Then she began trembling. Ellie hurried to the woman. I'm so sorry, Mum. Can I get you some water? Mrs. Benton shook her head, then fanned her face. But Ellie gestured to Cord, and he rushed to the kitchen and returned a minute later with a glass of water and a wet napkin. Mrs. Benton accepted it and pressed the wet towel to her forehead, then sipped the water, the glass shaking violently. Mr. Benton finally sat, looked down for a minute at his polished Italian loafers, then lifted his head, his expression unreadable. What happened? Ellie kept an eye on the mother, wondering if she needed to phone a medic, then replied to the father. That's what we're trying to figure out, Ellie said gently. At first it appeared to be a suicide, but we're covering all the bases, so I'm investigating. Is there anything you'd like to tell me? The couple traded a wary look, and the mother wiped her tears trickling down her ashen cheeks. No, Minnie's father said quickly. Ellie schooled her reaction. He was hiding something. Mrs. Benton cleared her throat, her voice raspy. Did she leave a note? Ellie turned to her, her voice soft. There was a note saying she was sorry, Ellie said, hedging her words. She also mentioned a daughter. The woman pressed her hand over her mouth. A little girl? Yes, she called her Iris, Ellie replied. Did you know she had a little girl? Is she here? Sorrow filled her eyes. No, I can't believe Minnie had a child. Her face crumpled. Iris was my mother's name. Minnie always loved her Grammy. Sympathy for the woman filled Ellie. That's sweet. I'm sure the name was special. Mrs. Benton wiped her tears, but Ellie studied Minnie's father. Mr. Benton? No, as I said, we haven't spoken since she left home. Every cell in Ellie's body vibrated with tension as the what-ifs ran through her mind. Minnie might have been pregnant when she ran away, which would make the child close to a year or even a year and a half old. With indifferent or judgmental parents, the pregnancy might have been the reason she left home. Benton shrugged, his tone disapproving. It's possible. She went off the deep end the last few months she was here. And you don't know where she's been all this time? No, he snapped. What about your other daughter? Would Minnie have turned to her? Ellie asked. Mrs. Benton wiped at her eyes. Beth Ann hasn't mentioned being in contact with Minnie. And you've stayed in contact with Beth Ann? Ellie asked, struggling to understand the family dynamics. Mr. Benton shrugged. Occasionally we have a quick conversation. She has her own life now. Once she attended college, she never moved home. Then we sold the house in Chattanooga and moved up here. I think Beth Ann lives in Chattanooga, though. A weight of sadness tinged Mrs. Benton's expression, then her forehead crinkled in thought. What can you tell us about Iris? Ellie softened her tone. We're looking for her. I was hoping you two could help. Mrs. Benton started to speak, but her husband cut her off. I told you. We didn't even know Minnie had a child, so obviously we can't assist you. Cord leaned forward, hands on his knees. Do you know anyone Minnie would have turned to for help, or left Iris with? No. Mr. Benton rose abruptly. Now you should go. Cord stood as well, then squared his shoulders, staring down at Minnie's father. Don't you want to know where your granddaughter is, sir? A muscle ticked in the man's jaw. That little bastard is not my granddaughter. Benton's wife gasped. Claude, that's an awful thing to say. It's true, he barked. Mrs. Benton winced, and Ellie gave her a sympathetic look, then pressed her card into the woman's shaky hand. I understand this is painful, Mrs. Benton. Please call me if you need anything. I'll do whatever I can for you. We won't be calling. Mr. Benton said through gritted teeth. Mrs. Benton clenched the card in her hand, then lurched up and ran down the hall, a sob wrenching from her. Mr. Benton slung his hand toward the front door. "Now see yourselves out." Ellie pushed up from her seat, so furious at the cold-hearted man she wanted to punch him. "We'll have the ME notify you when Minnie's body is released so you can make arrangements." "Don't bother." Mr. Benton turned and strode toward his study, ignoring his wife's sobs echoing through the hollow house. A house that had first looked so welcoming and beautiful, but had proven not to be at all. 15. Cord cursed as they walked outside. He'd barely resisted slugging that SOB in his wimp-ass nose. "That man is despicable. I have a feeling Minnie ran away because of him," Ellie said in disgust. "So do I. With his attitude, he may have known about the pregnancy and threw her out because of it." Ellie worried her bottom lip with her teeth. True, which means he lied. And if he lied about that, what else did he lie about? Cord raised his brows. "You think he may have had something to do with her death?" "I don't know, but I intend to find out." Ellie pressed the key fob to unlock the Jeep. "Too bad he cut you off so abruptly," Cord said. "Maybe Minnie left Iris with her sister." "I hope so. I'll pay her a visit." Ellie's chest tightened as worry for the child built. "If Iris isn't with the sister, I'll have my deputies search churches, fire stations and hospitals where Minnie could have dropped the child for safety purposes." Cord's expression turned grim. "We have to consider another possibility, Elle." Ellie swallowed hard. Considering all the facts, the scene, and questions about the case, in her mind Ellie had already ruled out suicide. That if Minnie didn't take her own life, whoever killed Minnie took her child. If so, that meant they were not only dealing with a murder investigation, but a possible abduction or a second homicide. Mamatees, Chattanooga, Tennessee. "Let's stop at that pizza place we passed on the drive here," Ellie said. "I'll ask Deputy Landrum to verify that I have the most current address for Beth Ann." Cord's keys jangled as he pulled them from his pocket. "Meet you there." As Ellie settled in the Jeep, she phoned Deputy Landrum and filled him in. He promised to call or text as soon as he verified the address for Beth Ann. Still, Ellie's conversation with Cord echoed in her head. She started the engine, sick to her stomach at the thought of a missing little girl in the hands of a ruthless killer. Determined to find Iris, she took several breaths and reminded herself that she couldn't jump to conclusions. She wanted to initiate an Amber Alert, but at this point didn't know the exact age of the child, simply an estimate based on the fact that Minnie might have been pregnant when she left home. Although she couldn't discount the possibility that Minnie became pregnant after she left home. Considering that she'd carried the baby for 9 months, Iris would be anywhere from a few weeks to over a year. There were a lot of variables to consider. Add to that fact, they had no photo or idea what the little girl looked like. The very reason they needed to speak to Beth Ann. Maybe she had some answers. Ellie wove through the downtown streets of Chattanooga, admiring the charming town, although today was not about sightseeing or the festivals the beautiful town offered. It was an information-gathering day, and the skies were as grey as Ellie felt herself. A prayer that Iris was safe and sound at her sister's house echoed through her mind, that Minnie had had some kind of support, and that her sister could lead them to someone who could fill them in on her mindset, and whether she was actually suicidal, suffered from an addiction problem, or had garnered enemies. She veered into the parking lot for Mama T's, an eclectic-looking restaurant with outdoor seating, a red and white awning, and a mural of 2 chefs tossing pizza dough on the front window. A gust of wind rattled the windows, but as she and Cord entered, the decadent scent of garlic, basil, and marina sauce filled the air. They grabbed a booth, which would have felt intimate if she and Cord hadn't been so tense. Mama T's offered calzones, homemade spaghetti, chicken parm, and original pies baked in a stone-fired oven. The pizzas came in several choices, along with build-your-own pizza as a feature. "Pizza?" Ellie asked Cord. He gave her a wry look. "Meat lovers, of course." Ellie laughed. They knew each other so well. "Add peppers and onions." "Garlic knots?" he asked. "Would love them, but I don't want to knock Minnie's sister over with garlic breath." Cord chuckled. "Good point." He waved the waitress over, then ordered. 15 minutes later, They dove into the thick, meaty dish, the silence thickening with worry and anticipation of what lay ahead in their day. Just as they finished eating and were paying, Deputy Landrum texted, "Beth Ann Benton lives in a condo in downtown Chattanooga. She's 23, a real estate agent, never been married, and lives alone. Texting you the address." Ellie responded, "Thanks, Landrum, heading there now." She wiped her mouth with a napkin, guzzled her water, and pulled her keys. "I have her address." Cord checked a text on his phone. "Sorry, I can't come with. Have a work call to answer. Lost child at Point Park." Ellie's pulse jumped. "It could be Iris. Maybe I should come with you." Cord's eyes darkened, and he squeezed Ellie's hand. "No, talk to Minnie's sister. I'll keep you updated." Cord was right. They could cover more ground if they divided and conquered. At the moment, talking to Beth Ann was a priority. 17. Walking Street Condos. Late afternoon sunlight shimmered off the contemporary building as Ellie parked at the visitors' parking lot across the street from Walking Street Condos. She could easily see why the complex had been named as such, because you were in close proximity to the downtown restaurants, the river walk, accessibility to the riverboat cruises, park, wine and art festivals, outdoor concerts, and other popular activities. The contrast of white brick, black trim, and wrought iron balconies overlooking downtown was striking. Street traffic noises, mingling with people rushing to tourist sites, meant more hustle and bustle than the small-town countryside Ellie was accustomed to. She much preferred the mountains and Appalachian Trail over the crowds, noise, and bright lights. But Chattanooga definitely had its charm. She found Beth Ann Benton's condo, an end unit, and climbed the steps leading to her front door, then rang the doorbell. It chimed 3 times before a young woman answered the door. She wore athletic leggings and an orange University of Tennessee t-shirt. Her honey blonde hair was shoulder-length, her eyes the same shade as Minnie's, the only resemblance Ellie could see between the sisters. Tall and busty, her pale skin was dotted with freckles that probably multiplied in the sunlight. "Beth Ann Benton?" Ellie asked as she flashed her credentials. "Yes, I'm Beth Ann." "Detective Ellie Reeves. I'm sorry to bother you, but it's important we talk." She offered a gentle smile. "Is it all right if I come inside?" "Sure." Beth Ann's eyes narrowed as she peered at the badge, then back at Ellie. "Is something wrong, Detective?" Ellie rubbed her arms to ward off the chill from the wind outside, then followed Beth Ann into her open-concept living room kitchen. The interior was bright and cheery, and just as contemporary as the exterior of the building. They took seats at the breakfast island, tension stretching through the air. "Have you spoken to your parents today?" Confusion clouded Beth Ann's expression. "No," she sighed. "We rarely see or talk to each other. Why? Did something happen to one of them?" "No," Ellie said, "but I saw them earlier and thought they might have phoned you." Beth Ann shook her head. "My parents and I aren't very close." She fidgeted. "Now you're worrying me. Please tell me what's going on." Ellie breathed out. "How about your sister? When did you last see or talk to Minnie?" Beth Ann rubbed her finger over the marbling in the counter. "Not since she ran away from home." "Did she leave a note of explanation?" Ellie asked. "She left me a voicemail saying she loved me and that she was sorry but didn't want to cause problems for me." Her voice cracked. "I didn't understand, but I called her back repeatedly and the phone always went to voicemail. Then eventually I got a message saying the number was out of service." Pain wrenched Beth Ann's eyes. "After I graduated college and got my real estate license, I looked for her. I even checked rental listings and homeless shelters, but no one had seen her." "It sounds like you care about her," Ellie said. "I do. Is she in trouble or something?" Ellie softened her tone. "I'm so sorry, but there's no easy way to say this. Your sister's body was found." "What?" Beth Ann asked in a pained whisper. Her body?" Beth Ann shuddered. "Where?" "At Midnight Ridge," Ellie said softly. Beth Ann's pallor turned a sickly yellow, and her body trembled. Ellie instantly got up, opened the cabinet, found a glass, filled it with cold water from the refrigerator, then carried it to Beth Ann. She didn't know if the young woman was going to pass out or be sick. "Here, sweetie, take a sip of water." Beth Ann did as Ellie instructed, her chest heaving up and down as she seemed to be fighting a panic attack. "I can't believe Minnie's dead," she choked out. "I'm so sorry," Ellie said again. Obviously, Beth Ann was shocked and loved her sister. That was more love than her father had displayed. Ellie grabbed tissues from a box on the kitchen counter and handed them to Beth Ann. "Is there anyone I can call for you?" Beth Ann shook her head, dried her eyes and blew her nose. Her hand jerked as she gripped the glass of water and sipped it again. A long, slow exhale indicated she was trying to pull herself together. "Take your time, honey." Meanwhile, questions nagged at Ellie. If Minnie hadn't left Iris with her sister, which it appeared she hadn't because there was no sign of a child here, where was the little girl? 18. Beth Ann swallowed hard, her voice a raspy whisper. "What happened to my sister? How did she die?" As I said, she was found at Midnight Ridge. Ellie kept a neutral expression, not sure Beth Ann should know the details at the moment. "Her body is at the medical examiner's office now. I don't have the autopsy report yet, so can't confirm the exact cause of death. But she sustained multiple external and internal injuries from falling over the ridge." "So it was an accident?" Beth Ann asked, wide-eyed. Ellie licked her dry lips. "At first we thought that and suspected suicide because we did find a note. But we have our suspicions now that she didn't take her own life. That's why I'm here. We're trying to figure out what happened." A baffled look crossed Beth Ann's face. "My God, you think someone hurt her?" "It's possible. I'm interviewing everyone who knew her to understand her mindset, so anything you can share could be helpful." "I don't understand why she would be on that ridge." Beth Ann rubbed her forehead. "Minnie was never much of an outdoor girl or hiker." Ellie considered Beth Ann's comment. "Okay, tell me more." "Minnie was a bookworm. She used to talk about going to nursing school." Beth Ann's eyes grew distant, as if she was remembering something. "Then she kind of had a bad spell and Dad said she was drinking a lot. But I figured it was just teenage rebellion and that she'd get through it." Ellie gently touched Beth Ann's hand. "I'm so sorry, honey. What happened?" Beth Ann's face crumpled. "Well, Daddy came down on her hard one day and they got in a big fight. He accused her of sleeping around with different boys, but I didn't believe it. Minnie was shy and didn't date, although there was one guy she liked, but she was too nervous to talk to him." Ellie contemplated that observation, wondering if this boy was Iris's father. "What was his name?" Ellie asked. Beth Ann drummed her fingers on the table in thought. "Marty Burgess. He was a junior back then."
"Do you know where he is now?"
Beth Ann shook her head. "No. After Minnie ran off, our house was a nightmare. I lost touch with everyone at high school when I went to college." "Is it possible that he and Minnie hooked up at some point?" Beth Ann's eyes widened. "Gosh, I don't know. But not long after my dad accused her of sleeping around, Minnie ran away. I tried to ask Dad about it, but he told me to stay out of it, that it was none of my business." Ellie silently cursed, sympathy for Minnie welling inside her. "Why are you asking me about her dating?" Beth Ann asked. "Just trying to understand Minnie's background and mindset. Did your parents file a missing persons report when she disappeared?" "No, although my mother talked to the police, but Dad was furious that Minnie ran away and dismissed it as rebellion. It drove a wedge between me and Dad and Mom, too." Ellie nodded in understanding. "He didn't want to talk to me either," Ellie said. "How was my mom when you told her?" "She was upset and in shock." Ellie paused. "Did Minnie have any enemies?" The young woman's frown deepened. "Not that I know of, but I have no idea what went on with her after she ran away or where she went. All I know is that when I was home for the holidays and she was still living at home, she acted sullen. I heard her crying in her room a lot, and she was depressed, but she wouldn't tell me what was wrong. Every day she became more and more withdrawn. Something must have happened to trigger the change in her personality." Beth Ann clenched her hands. "You mentioned a suicide note." "Yes. Can I see it?" Ellie hesitated, stomach churning. "Yes, but first I have a couple more questions." Elbows on the table, Beth Ann held the sides of her face to hold herself up, as if she might crumble again. "Okay, Ellie blinked back tears of compassion for Minnie's sister, tears she couldn't show to the grieving young woman. She had to remain professional and find answers for Minnie and the family, even if the father seemed like a cold-hearted bastard. For all she knew, he could have been involved in Minnie's death. Different scenarios raced through her head. What if Mr. Benton was ashamed his daughter had a child out of wedlock? Even though he claimed not to have known about his daughter's pregnancy, he could have lied. That attitude seemed old-fashioned, but it still existed even in this century. What if Minnie wanted to come home, or had asked for help with the baby, and he refused? What if that refusal drove her to suicide? A war raged in Ellie's head. No, Lainey had found deep bruises on Minnie's back and shoulder. Her COD was murder. Beth Ann's eyes narrowed. "There's something you're not telling me, isn't there?" Ellie nodded and squeezed the young woman's hand. "Were you aware Minnie had a daughter?" Beth Ann's breath quickened. "What? My sister had a baby? When?" Ellie had met with dozens of liars during the cases she'd worked. Beth Ann's reaction was honest as it got. She pulled a photo of the suicide note and set her phone on the table in front of Beth Ann. "I'm not sure of the timing. This is the note we found with your sister." Beth Ann leaned forward and read it, her eyes widening. Seconds later, she looked up at Ellie, a myriad of emotions in her expression. "Oh my God! Minnie had a little girl named Iris." A guttural sob caught in her throat. "I didn't know." Ellie nodded thoughtfully. "Your parents said the same thing." A flash of anger flared across Beth Ann's face. "They did? Your father completely denied it, and your mother just broke down." Beth Ann stood and paced in front of the island, clenching and unclenching her fists. "Did Minnie have any close friends?" Ellie asked. "Someone she may have confided in or called after she left home?" Beth Ann thought for a minute, then grabbed a pen and notepad and jotted down a name. "Janet Rogers. I don't know if they hung out that last year Minnie was at home, especially the last 6 months, because Minnie didn't want to be around anyone. But I guess it's possible that Minnie reached out to her." "Did you try talking to Janet?" Ellie asked. Frustration darkened Beth Ann's eyes. "I went by Janet's house once, but she claimed she hadn't seen or talked to Minnie in months." "How about her teachers or the school counselor?" Ellie asked. Beth Ann shrugged. "Maybe she'd turn to one of them, but I don't know." Ellie took the paper with the girl's name on it. "Thanks, I'll talk to Janet." "If my sister was pregnant and didn't want anyone to know, that might explain her withdrawal before she left home," Beth Ann murmured, her expression tortured as her mind obviously raced to fill in the blanks. "If she'd told me, maybe I could have helped." "Don't blame yourself, Beth Ann." Ellie squeezed her hand. "Do you think your parents might have lied to me and that they did know about the baby? That perhaps that's the reason your father and Minnie fought that night you said she was so upset?" Beth Ann spun around, cheeks flaming with anger. "Maybe. If they did know, my father would have had a fit. And that fight might have pushed Minnie to run away," Ellie surmised. Beth Ann's eyes blurred with more tears. Then she pressed her hand to her chest and inhaled several deep breaths again. "I guess it could have. Where is Minnie's little girl now?" Ellie gave her a sympathetic expression. "That's what we're trying to figure out." 19. Crooked Creek Police Department. Ellie's phone buzzed as she walked to her office at the precinct. Cord. "Hey," she said when she connected. "The lost child is not that little girl Iris," Cord said, obviously anticipating the question on the tip of her tongue. "It was a 3-year-old boy named Simon. He got lost from his mother at the park, but we found him in the parking lot. He was playing hide-and-seek with some other kids, and another mother spotted him when she was going to her car." Ellie breathed a sigh of relief that the child had been found safe. "I hope you and his mother warned him about playing in a parking lot. My God, someone could have run over him." "I know. I talked to him and so did his mother. She was practically hysterical." "I can understand that." Ellie spotted Angelica Gomez, the local news anchor, through the window in her office. The captain greeted her and her cameraman Tom, and they walked to the press room. "I have to give a press conference about Minnie Benton." She filled him in on the sister's response. "I'm sure you hated to leave her upset," Cord said. "I did," Ellie's heart tugged, but the best way to help her is to find out what happened to Minnie and to find Iris. She just prayed the little girl was alive. Right. Call me if you need anything. I will. She ended the call, straightened her ponytail, then headed to the press room. I see you caught a new case, Angelica said. Ellie nodded. Afraid so, and I need your help. You have the autopsy report? Well, not yet, but I'm hoping to any minute. The family has been notified, though. You two ready? Tom asked. Let's get it over with, Ellie muttered. She detested being in front of the camera, unlike Sheriff Bryce Waters. But she needed to inform the public in case someone offered a lead. Ellie and Angelica faced the camera, and Angelica began. This is Angelica Gomez, coming to you live with this breaking story. We're with Detective Ellie Reeves at Crooked Creek Police Station. Angelica tilted the mic toward Ellie. Detective? Ellie cleared her throat. I'm sorry to report that the body of 17-year-old Minnie Benton was found deceased at the bottom of Midnight Ridge. At this point, the medical examiner has not released the autopsy results, but ruled her death as suspicious. Ellie chose not to reveal the details of their reasoning until she had that report in hand. We also have reason to believe that Miss Benton had a small child, a little girl named Iris, but she was not found at the scene or in the woods nearby. She wished she had the exact age and a photograph and would keep digging until she did. Thanks to Minnie's sister, Beth Ann, now they had a decent photo of Minnie. If anyone has any information regarding Ms. Benton's death or her child's whereabouts, please contact the police at the tip line number displayed following this briefing. She offered a tentative smile. We will offer updates as more information becomes available. Thank you. She stepped away from Angelica, leaving her to close with photos and contact numbers, then headed to speak to Deputy Landrum. She found him at his desk. Heath, I need you to run the name Marty Burgess. He was a little older than Minnie, so probably 18 or 19 now, and he attended Mystic High School. What am I looking for? His address, if he's in school or working, and if he has a record. She shifted. He may have known Minnie just before she went missing. She handed him the slip of paper with the friend's name. Also, do the same for Janet Rogers. I want an address, phone number, whatever you can find. Copy that. Ellie left him to work, then went to Deputy Eastwood's desk. Call churches, hospitals, and other safely deemed places where a mother might drop off a child if they were in trouble or leaving the child. Then I need you to visit Mystic High and interview the teachers and counselor. See if they had any insight into Minnie and what was going on with her. If she was pregnant before she ran away, it's possible she confided in one of them about her pregnancy and told them the name of the baby's father. Although, if she'd gotten pregnant after she left home, the child could be an infant or only a few months old. Hopefully, someone who'd known Minnie recently would come forward with information. Ellie returned to her office and opened her laptop. Seconds later, she pulled up birth records and searched for one for Iris Benton. That would give her the little girl's exact age. Although Minnie might have given the baby the father's last name. She also didn't know the county or state where Minnie had given birth. Still, she began to search. 20. Sanctuary House. 70-year-old Hazel Sampson paced the kitchen, her nerves on edge as she dried the dishes and put them away. Minnie still hasn't come home? Another one of her tenants, Clara Jessup, asked from the kitchen table where she'd been studying. Despite the girl's pregnancy, Hazel had managed to persuade her to complete her high school degree. Clara was smart and had set goals to attend a tech school. No, Hazel said worriedly. It's not like her to be gone overnight and not to even call. Clara frowned, her dark eyes crinkling with fear. 8.5 months pregnant herself, the petite blonde's belly looked as if it might pop any second. She and Minnie had become fast friends when Clara moved into Sanctuary House, both coming from homes where parents had thrown them out when they discovered they intended to have their babies and raise them themselves. Hazel had been a troubled teen herself and devoted her life now to offering support and guidance to teens with problems, whether it was an unwanted pregnancy or escape from an abusive family or boyfriend or addiction. God put the plan in her heart a long time ago, and she promised him she'd accept the calling. In exchange for room and board, She required the girls to seek therapy with her friend and counselor Mabel Putnam, who volunteered for Sanctuary House and to earn their high school diplomas. She was determined they have tools to build a life for themselves and for their child if they decided to keep the baby and raise it themselves, although there was no judgment if they chose the adoption route. Hazel peeked out the window at the drive, praying Minnie would show up with her daughter Iris any second, that maybe she'd reconciled with her family.
I don't know what to do,
Hazel said, her voice on edge. When she left late yesterday, she said she was taking Iris to the park. Clara closed her laptop. You don't think Minnie's started drinking again, do you? That was always a concern. Hazel sighed and fanned her face with a dishcloth. No, at least I don't think so. Do you? Clara twisted her mouth in thought. I haven't seen her with liquor or smelled alcohol on her breath. Maybe I should call the police or check hospitals, Hazel said. Clara shook her head. Not the police. They'll call DFCS and they might take Iris away. That would kill Minnie. Hazel sighed warily. True. Minnie's been so devoted to little Iris, I can't imagine what would drive her back to alcohol. And if Iris is with her, she must be safe. Clara nibbled on her lower lip as if she wanted to say something, then glanced away from Hazel in a defensive mechanism. Hazel had learned to read the girl over the last few months. What is it, Clara? If you know something, please tell me. Clara rubbed circles over her swollen belly. Clara? Hazel said with a stern eyebrow raise. I think she might have met a guy, Clara blurted. I don't know where, but maybe in that AA group. Not a good idea. Hazel squeezed her eyes shut for a moment, and when she opened them, attempted to mask a reaction as she strove for calm. Working with these teens required patience and understanding. Most of them had already experienced disapproval from others and were fragile and vulnerable. Many starved for love. Do you know his name or anything about this guy? Or was it a man? Clara shook her head. No. Minnie said she didn't want to talk about it, then clammed up. Hazel's worry mounted. If Minnie had met up with another alcoholic or addict, their relationship might have triggered her to fall off the wagon. The chair creaked as Hazel sank into it, facing Clara. If she called the police, they might also call Minnie's parents, and Hazel was well aware Minnie didn't want that to happen, unless she had gone to see them. But we need to do something. What if something's happened to her? What if she had an accident and she's hurt? Clara patted Hazel's hand. Let's give her a little more time, okay? Maybe she'll call or show up. She gestured to Iris. If she's not back by night, I'll go to the AA meeting and see if anyone's seen her. Good idea, Hazel said. Have faith in Minnie, Hazel. Clara's phone buzzed, and she checked the number. Is that her? Hazel asked, her heart racing with worry. Clara shook her head no. Sorry, no. It's a friend I met in the online accounting class I'm taking. Be right back. Hazel stared into her coffee, grateful Clara had made a friend. When she'd first joined Sanctuary, she was withdrawn and depressed. She'd matured both socially and emotionally since she'd moved in. So had Minnie. She'd also won Hazel's heart with her determination to be a good mother. Still, Hazel had a sick feeling that Minnie was in trouble and needed her. Suddenly, Clara burst back into the room, her phone in hand, face so pale she looked as if she might faint. Oh my God, Hazel. Fearing the young girl was going into labor, Hazel helped Clara sit down. What is it, hun? Look at this. Clara flipped her phone around for Hazel to see. She swallowed hard as she realized it was a press conference from earlier. The reporter was at the police station with Detective Ellie Reeves. Then Minnie's photo appeared. Hazel staggered back in horror. Dear Lord, no. Minnie was dead. 21. Lookout Mountain. Beth Ann was reeling as she drove to her parents' house. Tears streamed down her cheeks and dripped from her chin, and she snatched a tissue from the box on the driver's seat. For the dozenth time since she'd learned Minnie was dead, she cursed herself for not going to the police about her sister. If she had, and they'd found her, she might still be alive. Her stomach churned, but not from the winding road. Her little sister was dead, and she had a child, a missing little girl named Iris, her own niece, one Beth Ann hadn't even known existed. An ache spread deep inside her, guilt searing her. She'd failed Minnie. Her father had declared Minnie dead to him. And her mother, well, she'd cried a lot, but usually did everything her husband ordered, as if she was afraid to stand up to him. It was plain barbaric. Then 1 month rolled into another and another, and Beth Ann finished college and never moved back in with her parents. You should have looked for Minnie yourself. Where had Minnie gone? How had she survived? Especially if she'd been pregnant when she left. Who'd helped her? Or had she gotten pregnant after she ran away? Different scenarios bombarded her with frightening images of what could have gone wrong. Minnie had slept with a guy she met on the streets. She'd sold her body for money for food. She'd been sexually assaulted. The thought of her sister living on the streets alone, homeless, hungry and pregnant, made her stomach roil. There were so many questions that needed answering. Where was little Iris? Was she safe? She turned onto the long drive leading to her parents' house, dreading seeing them. But she had to confront them. As she crested the hill, she spotted the big house where they'd moved while she was in college. Beth Ann had never lived here with them, so it wasn't home to her and never would be. Thunder rumbled as she crept over the hill and she parked, wiped her tear-stained face again with another tissue, jammed her phone into the pocket of her jeans, and strode up the porch steps. Wind chimes tinkled and danced in the breeze. She rang the doorbell and tapped her foot, glancing around to survey the property. Immaculately groomed lawn, stunning view of the mountainside, and a flower garden. A beautiful property. Her parents cared more about their land than they did their own children. She punched the bell again, then pounded on the door. Finally, it swung open and her mother stood on the other side, her eyes startled when she saw her. "Beth Ann," she said in a trembling voice. "Yes, Mother. The police came to see me." She didn't wait for an invitation. She stormed past her mother and into the living room. "Get Dad," Beth Ann said. Her mother exhaled. "Now, Beth Ann, please don't make trouble. We're already upset enough." "Are you?" she said, grinding her teeth. "You didn't seem too upset when Minnie ran away." "What the hell is going on?" her father snapped as he poked his head into the doorway. "I could hear you all the way in my study." "Good." Beth Ann crossed her arms, chin lifted defiantly. "The police told me about Minnie, and I know they talked to you." Her father's polo shirt stretched across his chest as he inhaled a long, slow breath. "Yes, it was uncomfortable." "Uncomfortable?" Beth Ann shouted. "You learn your daughter, who you never even searched for, is not only dead, but her death is suspicious, and you're uncomfortable. Or is that because she had a child, Dad?" Her father's grey eyes burned a hole through her. "How dare you speak to me like that, young lady?" Sarcasm laced her voice. "Why? Because the truth hurts? Or you're ashamed that your baby girl had a baby?" His cheeks reddened, and he hissed between his teeth. "Beth Ann, please calm down," her mother murmured. "I won't calm down, Mother." Beth Ann spun toward her father, her mind racing. "I have a feeling you lied about the reason Minnie left. That she was pregnant and you knew about it. Did you run her off?" The slap across the face from her father was so hard, her head jerked backward and a stinging fire shot up her cheek. "Get out, Beth Ann, and don't come back," her father shouted. "I guess you just answered my question." Hate seized her as she stormed through the hall to the door. She slammed it and climbed in her car, sobs escaping her as she barreled down the mountain. "Why didn't you tell me, Minnie? I would have helped you." Only now it was too late. 22. Crooked Creek Police Station. 45 minutes later, Ellie finally found a birth certificate for Iris Ann Benton. It listed her delivery as a home birth, and she'd been delivered by a midwife. The date was 18 months ago, which indicated she was 3 months pregnant when she left home. Iris was not born in a hospital or clinic, but a place called Sanctuary House. Ellie needed to research the place, then pay a visit and ask about Iris. Maybe Minnie had left the little girl there. Her phone buzzed and she snatched it and connected. "Ellie, it's Lainey," Dr. Whitefeather said. "We were right to be suspicious. Those bruises on Minnie's shoulders were definitely fresh hand imprints and forceful ones. Also, the other bruises on her body were recent and indicated she'd been beaten, maybe even kicked in her abdomen and legs, perhaps even stomped on. Ellie shuddered. Oh my God, how brutal. I'm afraid so, Lainey said, her voice catching. The dirt and tiny slivers of minerals suggest that at some point she clawed at the rocks in an attempt to save herself. Also, there were tiny fibers, dirt particles and stick fragments beneath her fingers, indicating she fought her attacker. I also identified leaf particles and minute slivers of pine bark from that tree McLean pointed out, with the broken branches that support the theory that she was trying to escape. Poor girl, Ellie muttered. Who and why would someone push her off the ridge? Lainey clicked her pen in the background. I may have some insight into that too. Judging from the wary sound of Lainey's voice, Ellie sensed she wasn't going to like it. Go on, she said grimly. There were definite signs of childbirth from a vaginal birth, but also signs of past vaginal tearing and bruising not caused by childbirth, but consistent with repeated sexual assault. Ellie closed her eyes against the images that bombarded her. Abuse from Iris's father? Or perhaps Minnie's own? The horrid possibility that one of those men had also killed Iris taunted Ellie. Other dire possibilities sprang to mind. Human trafficking and selling babies on the black market were both abhorrent but lucrative for kidnappers and sometimes impossible to track down. I'll have Cord dispatch more search teams for the mountains. Our unsub could have left Iris's body or buried her somewhere in those woods. Then I'll call in Special Agent Fox. If this case involves selling or trafficking children, we'll need his help and resources. She returned to her office and phoned Cord. Benji and I are on it, Elle. If Iris is in those woods, we'll find her. Thanks, Cord. Be careful. She ended the call, then pressed Derek's number. He answered on the second ring. Hey, Derek. I caught a new case. I know. I saw the press conference. You obviously suspect foul play. Yes, I just talked to Lainey. Murder, possible prior sexual assault, and a kidnapped little girl, Ellie said, her tone worried. We need your help. I'll be there first thing in the morning. 23. Hazel and Clara clutched each other's hands as they entered the police station. After that news story about Minnie, they'd both sat shaken and shocked. Then the tears had come, flowing like a flooded river, spilling onto the ground during a bad rainstorm. It had taken everything Hazel possessed to pull herself together and drive here. But she promised to do everything possible to support Minnie. Right now, that meant helping find Iris if possible, and getting justice for Minnie. Lord help her up. She didn't know exactly how she could help, but she had to try. She had to. She'd promised to make amends for her own wrongs, but her own secrets had to remain hidden. I can't believe this is happening, Clara said in a voice laced with tears. Minnie never hurt anyone. Hazel patted her hand. I know, sugar. I know. On weak legs, Hazel and Clara held on to each other as they crossed the room. A male deputy with a nameplate on the desk that read, Deputy Heath Landrum, looked up from his computer. He seemed to sense something was wrong and circled around his desk and approached them with a kind smile. I'm Deputy Landrum. Can I help you? It took Hazel 2 attempts to make her voice work. We need to talk to Detective Reeves about Minnie Benton. The deputy's brows rose. Yes, ma'am, follow me. They did, and seconds later, the deputy knocked on an office door, then cracked it open. Detective Reeves, these ladies want to talk to you about the Benton case. Detective Reeves nodded, then gestured for them to come in, and indicated the love seat and chairs in the corner of her office. Please have a seat and let me grab you all a bottled water. Hazel clutched the chair and lowered her bulk into it, and Clara claimed the love seat, her right hand stroking her belly. The detective grabbed 2 waters from a mini-fridge by her desk and handed the bottles to them. Then she sank into the chair facing them, her eyes gentle. What can I do for you, ladies? Hazel cleared her throat. My name is Hazel, and this is Clara. Hazel hugged her purse to her in a white-knuckled grip. We saw the news report about Minnie. The detective folded her hands, her voice calm. Did you know Minnie? She asked. Hazel nodded. She was staying with me at Sanctuary House. She was my best friend, Clara said in a quivering voice. "Is she really dead?" "I'm sorry, sweetie, but I'm afraid so," the detective said softly. "Now please tell me about Sanctuary House." Hazel took a sip of water, screwed the cap back on, then relaxed slightly. "It's a non-profit I run to provide homes for teens in trouble, usually from addiction, and some like Clara who are pregnant and alone, and Minnie who was when she came to me. Although most of the girls deliver at the hospital, I'm also a midwife, so I can handle the birth if need be." Sympathy filled the detective's eyes, and Hazel realized Detective Reeves's interest was piqued about Clara. But that was a story for another day. This conversation was about Minnie. "How did Minnie wind up living at Sanctuary House?" the detective asked. Hazel fidgeted. "After she left home, she ended up staying in a hostel for a while. A social worker who visits there to check on kids brought her to me. She was hungry and dirty, and she was 6 months pregnant." "Kudos to you for running that non-profit," the detective said with a smile. "It sounds like you're providing a great service and are a mentor for young people in need." Hazel's cheeks flamed, but worry clogged her throat. "It's my calling," she said. "I was in that position once myself and lost my baby because I was living on the streets and had no one to help me." Clara squeezed Hazel's hand. "Have you found little Iris?" "I'm afraid not," Detective Reeves said gently. "I spoke with Minnie's parents and sister, but none of them had heard from Minnie in a while. The sister was unaware Minnie had a baby." She inhaled sharply. "We have search teams combing the mountains for Iris. I was hoping Minnie left Iris with a family member or friend." Hazel chewed her bottom lip. "I don't think she kept in touch with anyone she knew before. And as far as friends, well, she didn't mention anyone. She was friends with Clara and Raina, one of my other residents." "When did you last see Minnie?" "Yesterday afternoon. When she left, she said she was taking Iris to the little park around the corner. We drove by there on the way here, but her car wasn't there." The detective gripped a pen in her hand. "I need the make and model of the vehicle so we can locate it." "It was a 2010 black Toyota sedan that someone donated to the center," Hazel said. "I let the girls use it for transportation to school or work, and for Minnie to take Iris places." She pulled her phone and retrieved her notes. "This is the license number." "Thank you. This is very helpful." The detective jotted down the license plate. "One more question. Did Minnie tell you the name of Iris's father?" Hazel and Clara exchanged nervous looks. "No. In fact, she refused to talk about him," Hazel replied. "She said the same to me," Clara said. "But I got the impression she hated him, that—" The detective leaned forward. "That what, sweetie?" Clara's look turned pained. "That she was afraid of him." 24. Midnight Ridge. He smiled as he watched the repeat of the press conference about Minnie. He recognized Detective Reeves from other cases she'd worked. She was a worthy adversary. Excitement zinged through him at the very idea of beating her, literally and figuratively. He looked down at his hands, flexed his fingers and raised one in the air. One girl taken care of. One child saved from another mother who should never have been allowed to birth a child. Too bad that no one saved him from his own. People on the outside of his life had thought she was sweet and patient. They had no idea what he'd had to endure. Laughter rumbled inside him, and he walked to the circular window of the attic room, memories flooding him just as the overflowing creek had flooded the downstairs when he was 5. He closed his eyes, remembering the wild look in his mother's eyes that night when she grabbed him and made him crawl through the mud and slush and snakes that had swept through, trash and debris floating along and sloshing over his small body as he struggled to swim. The evil shone in her eyes when the moon strained through the dark, misty fog over the mountain, and he hid in the attic room of the mausoleum of a house where he kept the birds he'd killed, skidding them and tacking their feathers to the walls in demonic patterns, as he'd found in the book she kept in the trunk of the dark, tiny space. The black crow feathers were his favorites, omens of death, hints of the evil that lived within her and the walls where she kept him prisoner, hints of the darkness within him he'd inherited from her. Nightmares of the birds slamming into the windows, attempting to get in at night when he slept, their screeching cries and croaky attack calls echoing through the rotting walls. His dreams of smashing their bodies and twisting their necks until the fine bones cracked and splintered. Carefully removing the wings to keep as souvenirs of his prized kills, and making them into a bed like a curtain of darkness, a bed of bones and feathers, a wall of them to honor his calling. He'd left feathers surrounding Minnie, one beneath her cheek. That one was special because he'd kissed it, as if kissing her goodbye. The cops hadn't mentioned it on the news, but they had to have found it. Although with so many feathers, they'd never realized that one was special. 25. Crooked Creek Police Department. Ellie texted Deputy Landrum and asked him to come to her office. She offered Hazel and Clara a sympathetic smile. "Let me report this license plate to my deputy so he can get on it. Then I want to talk to you a little longer." Hazel and Clara both agreed, and she stood and went to her office door to meet the deputy. "What do you need?" "I have the make, model, and license number of the car Minnie used." She introduced him to Hazel and Clara. Minnie was living with this woman, Hazel, and told her she was taking Iris to the park, but never came back. Heath pulled his phone and Ellie texted the information. Hazel said she drove by the park and Minnie's car wasn't there, but check around the park area and surrounding streets to see if it was left nearby. Also, issue an APB for the vehicle. If we can locate it, we might find evidence of who allegedly killed Minnie and allegedly abducted Iris. On it. Landrum turned and headed back to work, and Ellie rejoined Hazel and Clara. "Minnie wouldn't have killed herself," Clara said emphatically. "Do you think whoever killed Minnie took Iris?" Hazel asked, her eyes wide with fear. Ellie offered the woman a compassionate smile. "I don't know. I'm afraid it's possible, but we'll do everything we can to find Iris and make sure she's safe. Her sister gave me the name of one of her high school friends and a boy she had a crush on. I intend to question both of them." Clara leaned into the plump woman and Hazel rubbed the girl's arm to console her as tears rained down Clara's cheeks. Suspicions rose in Ellie's mind as she remembered her encounter with the Bentons. Ellie hadn't liked the father, and it was possible he'd lied. Minnie's sister, Beth Ann, also mentioned that her father claimed Minnie had a drinking problem. Do you know if that was true? Hazel's eyes flickered with unease. "Not while she lived with me. That's one of my rules. No alcohol, drugs, or smoking while the girls reside at Sanctuary House." Clara sniffed. "She did have issues with alcohol before she came to live there, though. One night she told me she was drunk when she got pregnant, but once she realized she was pregnant, she got help. She attended AA meetings regularly for months and was still going." "Do you know where that meeting takes place?" Ellie asked. "At Mystic Church, around the corner from Sanctuary House." Clara glanced at Hazel with a questioning look. Then Hazel nodded. "She might have met a guy there. She wouldn't tell me his name, but she mentioned connecting with someone." Clara shrugged. "I figured she needed to keep his ID secret because of the anonymity of the program." Ellie considered that statement. "That's possible," Ellie said, "but I'll still look into it." "I'll go there tonight and see what I can find out," Clara offered. Ellie's stomach tightened. "No, Clara, that's brave of you. But if in fact Minnie was murdered and met her killer at that meeting, you'd be placing yourself and your unborn baby in danger." "But she was my best friend and now she's gone, and we love little Iris," Clara cried. "Hush now, darling." Hazel pulled Clara into another hug. "Detective Reeves is right. Let the police handle this. You have to think of your own baby now. That's what mamas do. They protect their children with every fiber of their being." Hazel blinked back tears. "Besides, I don't want to lose you too." Ellie gave Hazel a tender smile. Hazel obviously loved the troubled teens, and they were lucky to have her as a mama bear to guide them. "This is a difficult question, but I have to ask. Do you think Minnie would have taken Iris somewhere and left her, or that she'd hurt her?" "No way," Hazel insisted. "Minnie lived for that baby girl." Clara nodded. "She did. She was devoted to being a better mother than her own." Ellie contemplated her statement. If Minnie loved her daughter, she might have died trying to protect her. "Hazel, I need you to do something for me." "Of course," Hazel agreed. "I need a picture of Iris. Also bring me something of Iris's, perhaps her toothbrush or hairbrush, even a soft stuffy. If we get her DNA, that might lead to the father.
26. Sanctuary House.
The moment Hazel entered the house, she sensed someone had been inside. She didn't know exactly who it was, but she knew another presence had been there. She didn't believe in ghosts, but the atmosphere had shifted, and a wash of cold air swirled around her in a foggy cloud, like the mist over the mountain, dark and eerie. The faint scent of death lingered like a dead animal that had been ravaged by prey and lay in the heat for too long, a smell she so remembered from her childhood. Maybe not as strong, but it was there. She'd only sensed it one other time in her life, the night she'd come home to find her mama dead, murdered, her daddy with blood on his hands. The sickly images bombarded her. Maybe it wouldn't have happened if she'd stayed around
Or spoken up.
but she'd been too afraid and had been fighting for her own existence. Shame and regret filled her. She'd tried to make amends and find forgiveness, but nothing could change what had happened, and why she'd run away herself. Pulling herself away from the memory, she scanned the kitchen in search of something out of place, but the room looked as she'd left it before going to the police station, her and Clara's dishes neatly put away. Judging from the empty pizza box on the counter, Raina had been here and eaten, but was probably at work now. Eyes red and puffy from crying, Clara yawned and headed straight to bed, the pregnancy wearing on her. Not wanting to alarm her, Hazel searched the common living area, the study she'd equipped with computers, then eased her way to Minnie and Iris's room.
The crib was in order. So was Minnie's bed and dresser. No smell in here either.
Her imagination was running totally wild. Hazel looked in the closet and shook her head at herself, seeing nothing unusual. Remembering the detective's request, she gathered Iris's toothbrush and hairbrush, then picked up her soft fleece blanket and the teddy bear the little girl cherished. Tears burned the backs of her eyelids, and she closed her eyes, remembering the day Iris was born. Such a happy occasion. It had almost erased the memory of the day her own child was born, and had been ripped from her arms and carted away. She choked back a sob, then exhaled and carried the items to the kitchen and stowed them in a plastic bag to give to the detective. Satisfied no one had been in Minnie's room, she put on a pot of hot water for tea, then shuffled to her bedroom. The bed was still made, with the quilt she'd sewed during her early years of therapy, a Dresden plate design in yellow and white, as a reminder that the sun would once again shine down on her. One of the pillows looked off, a little to the center. She studied it because she was meticulous about making her bed the minute her feet hit the floor in the mornings. But perhaps she'd been so worried about Minnie, she hadn't been as attentive as usual. And once she and Clara had seen the news about Minnie, they'd raced from the house to talk to the detective. She checked her closet. Nothing looked as if it had been touched. Next, she examined her dresser drawers. Her clothes were still neatly in place. The small vanity holding what little cosmetics she owned was tidy. Her cold cream, face wash, toothbrush and paste were all just as she'd left them. She turned to the linen closet and noted the towels and linens were folded as she'd stored them. The memory board where she kept photos of all the girls who'd come through Sanctuary House was intact. The success stories warmed her heart. So far, Minnie had been one of them. Now someone had taken her life. Goosebumps tingled up her spine, and she opened her keepsake box. When the girls joined her program, she required each girl to write directives, listing who they wanted to care for their child in the event something happened to them. She never opened them unless given permission. When the girls moved on, they took the directives with them, along with her contact information in case they ever needed her. Clara's and Raina's were inside the box and unopened. Her stomach twisted. But Minnie's was gone. 27. Dortham, Georgia. 18-year-old Dana Jo Glasser shivered as she watched the nightly news recap. Images of Midnight Ridge flashed across the screen, the story about a teenage girl named Minnie being murdered, sending a chill through her. The misty fog painted the mountain in ghostly images that reminded her of the monsters that plagued her at night. Shadows hung in every corner of her room, made worse in her mind by the scary Halloween decor all over town that she'd seen today as people prepared for the holiday.
Skeletons, zombies, ghosts, black widow spiders, bats, Frankensteins, werewolves and vampires.
Others celebrated the Day of the Dead, holding special ceremonies in the mountains. And now, a young girl about her age had died at Midnight Ridge. The wind battered her bedroom window, a tree branch slamming against it. Thunder boomed outside, threatening rain and reminding her of lying on the wet, muddy ground in the woods where the search and rescue team had found her that horrible day. She glanced down at the scar on her right arm and her crooked pinky finger that had been broken, then tugged the long sleeves of her t-shirt over her hands. She'd been found in the same area where Minnie Benton had died. Every day since had been a nightmare. Although police ruled her disappearance as an abduction, they'd never found the person who'd attacked her. She was terrified he'd come back for her. She didn't remember what had happened during the time she was abducted either. Sometimes she thought that was a blessing, other times a curse. At the hospital, doctors told her she'd been dehydrated, freezing and unconscious. She'd sustained multiple injuries, including a severe concussion that had stolen her memory and left her with blinding headaches that at times forced her to go to bed for at least 24 hours. Sometimes the migraines lasted for days. Even when they passed, frustration lingered like a heavy, dark cloud after a storm, refusing to allow in the light. A sharp pain ripped through her temple, and she hurried to the bathroom to retrieve one of the pills the doctor had prescribed for the severe headaches that came on as quickly as lightning. The pill bottle rattled as she uncapped it, the sound nerve-wracking, like a hammer pounding nails into her skull. With a groan, she plucked 2 tablets from it and tossed them down. Tremors started deep within her, and her hand shook as she filled a glass with water. Yet she was trembling so hard, she spilled half of the glass down her hand and arm. Through blurred vision, she watched it trickle into the sink, the sound a reminder of the water running down the side of the mountain. In the mirror, her eyes looked gaunt and red-rimmed, and the aura had already begun, creating a fog of blinking lights, making her head spin and nausea climb her throat. Gripping the wall, she staggered back to her bedroom and collapsed onto the bed. A knock sounded, echoing like a gong, and she pressed her hands over her ears to drown it out. Seconds later, light poured into the room as lightning zigzagged across the sky outside, and Dana Jo buried her face into the pillow to shut it out. Footsteps echoed, then she felt her mother's hand gently stroke her hair. "It's happening again?" She groaned a yes. Her mother's soft sigh was filled with worry. "I'm sorry, Dana Jo. I tucked Lulu in bed and read her 2 stories. I didn't know if you wanted to kiss her goodnight, but I'll tell her Mommy's not feeling well." "I'm sorry," Dana Jo whispered. God, how she hated this helpless feeling. Her poor little girl needed her, but sometimes she could barely handle life herself, much less be the mother precious Lulu deserved. Thank God for her own mother. Dana Jo would have drowned in sorrow and confusion if she hadn't helped her. A wave of sadness overcame her, guilt weighing her down. Her father had been so upset when he realized she was pregnant that he'd accused the boy she'd been dating of being the one who'd assaulted her. Dana Jo had tried to defend Trevor and didn't think he would have hurt her. Instead, she sensed her attacker had been a stranger, and after a paternity test, she knew Trevor wasn't Lulu's father, that her attacker was... "Get some sleep," her mother said softly. A second later, the door closed, and Dana Jo's room was plunged into darkness, just like her mind had been when she was found unconscious in the woods. 28. Crooked Creek. Ellie rolled her shoulders as she drove back to her bungalow. She was dog-tired and frustrated as hell. Little Iris was still missing. If she'd been left out in the elements, surely one of the search teams would have found her by now, unless she was too injured to cry out for help. Or worse, her throat burned with the need to scream, but she had to focus. The streetlight near her house was broken, pitching the yard and drive into an ebony abyss, something she needed to report tomorrow. Her anxiety mounted, though, as she noticed her front porch light was off too, which was odd because she always left it on. Safety first. She'd worked enough cases to learn that the hard way. Instincts on alert, she flipped her headlights to high beam, scanned her drive and yard, and pulled her flashlight before she got out. Her phone buzzed. Cord, so she quickly connected. "Yeah?" Another search team rolled in. "I'm going home to clean up." Ellie barely heard him, though, as the sight of feathers caught her eye. Black feathers. Crow's feathers. Her first instinct was to charge from her car and confront whoever had done this and find out if they were still at her house. If it was Minnie's killer. "Elle?" Cord's gruff voice echoed in her ears as if he were a million miles away. "Elle, did you hear me?" Ellie swallowed hard to make her voice come out. "House. Crow feathers." "What?" His choppy breathing followed. "I'm on my way. Stay in the damn car and lock the doors. Do you hear me?" Ellie's hand reached for the door handle, but common sense kicked in. She needed backup. And she couldn't find Minnie's killer if she was dead. "Copy," she muttered, as her eyes searched the darkness. Her heart pounded, and she phoned the station. Landrum was still on duty. "Deputy, send the sheriff and an ERT to my house. Someone's been here." Deputy Landrum cursed. "On their way. Stay on the line until they arrive." She thought she muttered an agreement, but her voice rasped out. She checked the door locks and used her flashlight to keep eyes trained on the drive, the yard, the front of her house, and the surrounding area. "Pretend you're doing surveillance, Ellie." Yet it felt different conducting it on her own house. Not house, her home, where she wanted to escape the violence and chaos and evil of the world. But in her job, there was no safe world. That thought infuriated her. No one messed with Ellie, and no one was going to make her fear entering her own sanctuary. Shaking off Cord's warning, she pulled her gun, eased the car door open, checked around her, and headed up the drive, careful not to step on the damn feathers. 29. Cold panic seized Cord as he whipped his truck onto the road into Ellie's neighborhood. The bastard who'd killed Minnie Benton and possibly hurt or abducted little Iris had been to Ellie's house. He'd left a message, loud and clear. No words needed. Another monster was loose. There was no doubt in his mind now that Minnie was murdered. Cord's tires screeched as he spotted Ellie's Jeep at the edge of the driveway. His pulse raced as he searched to see if she was inside the vehicle, or if she'd done her usual storming the scene without backup. Hands clammy, he slowed, parked on the curb, and reached for his door handle. Damn the stubborn woman. He'd asked her to wait for him, but the front door was slightly open. Was she inside? Pulling his flashlight, he stepped from his truck and scanned the driveway first. The black feathers formed a pattern straight to her front door. Son of a bitch. Breath tight in his chest, he quickly surveyed the street for cars that looked out of place. The houses were set far enough apart that the neighbors' driveways were obscure, but he'd make it a point to ask Ellie to take note of her neighbors' vehicles for comparison purposes in the future. Satisfied he didn't see any vacant vehicles or a car pointed in Ellie's direction watching, he almost called out as he headed up the drive but stayed quiet. If the arsehole was here, he didn't want to warn him. He carefully stepped around the feathers, noting blood droplets on the steps. Was the killer waiting inside to ambush Ellie? Or was that Ellie's blood? 30. Ellie held her gun at the ready as she inched inside her house. She usually left her hall light on when she was gone, but just like the exterior, the interior lights were off, and the house was pitched in darkness. The back of her neck prickled with unease as she surveyed the foyer, then her living room and kitchen. Nothing looked out of place. Still, she paused to listen for signs of an intruder. A faint whiff of some scent she didn't recognize clogged the air, something like a cloying, musky cologne, indicating someone had been inside. Was he still here now? She glanced at the back door and saw it was slightly ajar. Damn it! The lock looked busted. Even as the furnace kicked on, cold air swirled around her. She crept down the hall, checked the guest bath and bedroom, then inched toward the master. Perspiration beaded her upper lip as she gripped her gun, scanning the room. She didn't see anyone inside. She started to breathe out in relief, but the dead crow in the center of her bed stopped her cold. Blood streaked her white comforter. She almost gagged. Footsteps echoed from down the hall, and she quickly stepped to her bathroom and glanced inside. Her vanity was just as she'd left it, messy and unkempt. "Ellie!" Cord's voice. "In my room," she called. Finally exhaling, she crossed back to her bedroom door and held up a hand.
"Don't touch anything."
Cord froze in the doorway. His jaw hardened as he glanced first at her, then his gaze fell on the dead animal on her bed. "Sick son of a bitch," he growled. "Are you okay?" Ellie nodded, holstered her weapon, then pulled herself together. "If you think I'm scared of that pervert, you're wrong. I'm pissed as hell that I don't know where he is right now. I'd like to take a handful of those feathers and shove them down his throat." A small grin loosened Cord's tight jaw. "There's the hard-ass woman I know." Ellie made a low sound in her throat. "He's not getting away with this." "Hell no," Cord muttered. "Did you see anyone or another car when you arrived?" She shook her head. Then an engine rumbled outside. "That must be backup. Let's go meet them." Cord nodded and followed her through the house. Deputy Landrum was exiting his squad car. She greeted him and the ERT. "Got here as fast as I could, Detective," Landrum said. "Thanks." She gestured toward the drive. "Looks like our killer wants me to know he was here." "Not too subtle, is he?" Lieutenant Williams muttered with a scowl. "No, he was in the house too. Left a present in my bedroom." Deputy Landrum's eyes flashed with rage as he glanced at the feathers on the drive. "Lieutenant Williams, please process the house," Ellie said. "The only evidence I saw inside was in my bedroom, but be thorough." "Always," he said. He stepped aside to address the team, and they began to photograph the driveway and search for evidence. Something crackled to the side of the house. Leaves or twigs? Footsteps? Was that madman still here, hiding in the shadows? 31. Gun at the ready, Ellie moved to the right, looking for an intruder on her property, but Cord touched her arm. Cord spoke quietly. "Wait, let me go." "Only if you stay behind me," she whispered. "You're not armed." He growled. "We'll discuss that later." He inched up behind her, and they crept forward, staying close to the edge of the house, flashlight off. Brush crackled again. Lightning streaked the sky. A tree limb snapped off in the wind and sailed down. Ellie darted sideways to avoid it as they continued. With the street light out and her porch light broken, the side and backyard were bathed in darkness. She paused, listening. She definitely heard footsteps. She raised her weapon and aimed it as she rounded the corner. The trash can rattled and rolled to the ground, and she yelled, "Stop! I have a weapon." Cord flipped his flashlight on bright and shined it across the yard. Bushes waved as someone ran through them. She took off running, and Cord followed close behind. It felt like hours, but was only a couple of minutes until she reached the edge of her property. A dog barked, somewhere deep in the woods. A stray cat shot across her yard, screaming into the night. "The cat's bleeding," Cord murmured. Ellie's stomach knotted as she inched closer and scanned the area where the cat had been, while Cord raced to the edge of the woods to search in case there had been a person, not just an animal, in the backyard. She aimed her phone flashlight across the ground, and her body went stone-cold still. Another crow with its head severed lay on the ground, blood oozing from the gaping wound. Nausea climbed her throat, and she had to turn away for a moment and take deep breaths to stem the nausea. Had the cat killed it, or had the man who'd left feathers on her driveway? Finally, the anger kicked in, replacing the chill of fear, and she yelled out to Cord, praying he hadn't been ambushed. Seconds later, he raced back, his breathing heavy. "You okay?" "Yes, I just don't want you dealing with this guy unarmed." "I have my knife," he said. "I know, but we'll catch him another way." Fear had a stranglehold on her. Not fear for herself, but fear of losing Cord to a monster. She pulled her phone and snapped a photograph of the dead animal. "Let me tell ERT about this and have them collect it." "I'll keep watch back here," Cord said. "And Elle?" "Yeah?" "Well, you're staying at my house tonight, non-negotiable. Tomorrow you can arrange a cleaning crew and have the locks changed." "And buy a new bed," Ellie murmured. Ellie couldn't sleep in that bedroom, especially in that bed. Not ever again. 32. Lookout Mountain. Bertha Benton couldn't believe her youngest daughter, Minnie, was dead. She wanted to scream and run from this house, the one she'd tried to make a home, the one that now felt like a prison. She'd made her biggest mistake years ago and had been paying for it ever since. She could live with that, had lived with it. But now she knew the truth about the reason Minnie most likely ran away, and it changed everything. She had a strong feeling her husband had known Minnie was pregnant. She recognized his tells when he lied, and he'd lied to the detective. That betrayal felt like a knife in her heart. She locked the door to her bedroom, grateful she had her own private space. She refused to sleep in the same bed where he'd taken lovers while she raised the girls. The heavy weight of grief consumed her, grief now mixed with guilt. She should have fought harder to find Minnie when she left home. She should have gone to the police and insisted they look for her. But she'd been afraid of what Claude would do if he found out. God, she hated herself for being such a coward when it came to that man. Legs weak from shock, she walked to the window, pulled the curtain aside and looked across the grounds. The view was amazing. Twinkling stars dotted the inky sky like diamonds, the misty fog blurring the moon as clouds rolled in. Sometimes she wanted to leave so badly she could scream, but she didn't have the courage. Her daughter had, but now she was dead. Bertha didn't know how she'd continue living the lie she and her husband had perpetuated in this house. The happy couple, her smiling by his side in adoration of him as he climbed his way up the ladder at the law firm, clapping proudly at his and his co-workers' accomplishments as if she didn't know how devious and callous they could be in the courtroom. Claude brought that attitude home and wore it like a mantra. Not at first he hadn't, though. Love bombing, she thought they called it now, and like a silly young fool, she'd fallen for it. Because she'd seen exactly what he'd wanted her to see. The charming man who wined and dined her, who promised her the good life, who danced her around the dance floor at the Christmas party as if she were a fine china doll. Children had changed that. He couldn't handle the long nights without sleep, the crying fits, her being too exhausted to function. She was supposed to satisfy him and allow him to sleep because, as he constantly pointed out, his rest was more important than hers. So she'd wound up sleeping on the floor in the baby's room just to appease him. Resentment boiled inside her. Now one of her babies had had a baby of her own, a little girl named after her own sweet mama. And she was a grandma to a little girl she hadn't even known existed. A little girl she found herself wanting to meet now more than anything she'd ever wanted in her life. Her chest clenched with fear. But where was Minnie's daughter now? 33. The believers gathered at the edge of the trail leading to Midnight Ridge, whispering about the dark evil that thrived in the forest. Some thought it was supernatural forces, while others claimed the evil lived in the town as well, that there were devil worshippers in Mystic. Each year, the week of the Day of the Dead, they celebrated the lives of their loved ones. Anytime someone died on the ridge, they coordinated a vigil ceremony to honor the lost one and ease their transition into heaven. Faith's best friend Esther had been leading the group for almost 40 years. Tonight, the sorrow in Faith's heart at the news of a dead teenager and her lost little girl couldn't be comforted. But she had to call upon her faith as Esther's family had taught her. She joined the believers as a teen and loved the like-minded folks who fought demons every day with prayer and kindness. Although her body was aging like a cheese that had sat too long, turning mushy and soft and covered with age spots like mold on that outdated cheese, it was harder and harder each year for her to climb the mountain. Her bones creaked and rattled, her back throbbed, and she needed a hip replacement. Worse, her heart was giving out and was too weak to handle surgery. It would be her time soon. She couldn't fight it. All she could do was trust that one day she'd be entering the pearly gates to meet her Maker. Then she'd rest in peace, knowing she'd done her best to spread kindness through the gospel. Helping bring those lost back into the haven of God's hand was her reward. "We ought to cook some casseroles to carry to that poor Benton girl's family," Esther murmured. "I'll be happy to spearhead it, and I'll make my sweet potato pie." "That'd be great," Faith said. Everybody in town knew Esther made the best sweet potato pie this side of the mountain. I can send out an email for sign-up, Esther offered as she paused at the top of the ridge for a breath. You could, although you know a lot of the seniors in Mystic don't have computers, much less emails. Faith stopped and rubbed her aching hip. Be best to just make phone calls. All righty, Esther said. I'll put it on the Believers chain. She and Esther had been best friends for years now, and Faith always could depend on her. Let's gather together now to commemorate all those who've gone before us. Wilhelmina, another of the Believers, who usually was in charge of the Day of the Dead wall, said as she lifted her lantern. She'd created a section in the church for people to bring pictures of their lost loved ones to celebrate their lives. Some called it the Wall of the Dead. Faith knew she would be up there one day, but she wasn't quite ready yet. The group began forming its circle, and Faith and Esther and Wilhelmina joined in. They went around the group, each believer saying a short prayer for a loved one or friend who'd passed. Faith had a long list, but zipped through it, then murmured, Tonight we also lift Minnie Benton up for you, Lord. Please welcome her into your kingdom and help us find Minnie's little girl. We also want to support her parents, who must be suffering unbearably. Silently, she added a prayer for Minnie's child, that if she was gone, she'd be lifted as well. Tomorrow, she and Esther would organize the food, then carry it to Minnie's parents and pray with them. Suddenly, a tingle went up her spine. Not pain, but the kind of feeling you got when you sensed someone watching you. She jerked her eyes toward the woods, and her breath caught as she spotted a pair of eyes peeking from behind a wide oak tree. A dark mask covered the person's face, and a black ski cap covered his head. Judging from his height and stature, it was a man. Shivers tore through her. He was watching them, but she sensed he hadn't come to join the vigil, that he was pure evil. 34. Midnight Ridge Lodge. Damn it, he wanted to keep hunting tonight. But those weirdos who called themselves the Believers were at it again, and one of the old biddies had seen him. Grateful he'd worn a dark hat and mask, he was tempted to jump out and scare them. But that was kids' games. He'd enjoyed terrorizing the girls and old biddies when he was young, but he wasn't a kid anymore. He needed something more thrilling. Besides, he had to be careful. So he slipped back into the shadows. Every year around the time of the Day of the Dead, the Believers came out in droves to perform their vigils. Cloaked in black capes and carrying lanterns, they climbed to the top of Midnight Ridge, setting out gifts to the heavens, singing and chanting and praying for all the dead who'd lost their lives on the mountain. Tonight it was for Minnie Benton. The voices echoed through the trees and drifted upward, a halo of lights flickering in the darkness. He'd hidden in the shadows of the tall, thick pines and oaks while they'd gathered, wiping the blood from his hands onto the old rag he carried with him in his pack when he was hunting. Waited until they'd reached the hill, their lanterns flickering through the mist, then threw his string of kills over his shoulder, gripped his rifle in his other hand, and hurried back along the trail to the old lodge. In spite of the chill in the air, sweat trickled down his back. Dead leaves crunched beneath his boots, the acrid scent of blood and death filling his nostrils. When he reached the monstrosity that had once been his home, the darkness ate at him. Still, he smiled as he entered the stone lodge and carried his kills to his workroom in the attic, the very room that had tortured him with nightmares when he was a child. When he'd been locked inside, he could see the crows swarming outside the fog-coated window, pecking at the glass with their pointed beaks, until he imagined it cracking and the flock swooping in and gnawing at his face. Now, he was the one torturing them. He laid the string of dead crows on his work surface, elated at the fact that he'd frightened that damn know-it-all detective. That fucker with her had chased after him in the backyard, but his plan to escape had worked. Just like it had at that old lady do-gooder Hazel's house. Not that she was a good girl herself. He knew better. He'd wanted Hazel to know he was watching, and had been in her house, just like he'd wanted Ellie Reeves to know he'd touched the bed she slept in at night. Keeping them on edge would throw them off his scent, so he could blend in, as he'd been doing for years. They needed to know he was in charge, that they could flail and squawk, just like the murder of crows had when he'd snapped their necks. Smiling, he lifted his hand and smelled the fresh blood from the slaughter. He'd have to clean it off before he went to work the next day, scrub it from under his fingernails, but not until he skinned the birds and laid out their feathers to dry. 35. Day 3. Mystic. Although Ellie had stayed with Cord the night before, she slept with one eye open and ears alert for trouble.
Not that it was necessary. Cord had been so protective, he was like an animal on the prowl, perched to strike if anyone dared break in. She'd assured him that wouldn't happen, at least not last night. The unsub had a plan: taunt her, terrorize her, make her vulnerable. This sick bastard really had no idea who he was dealing with, but he would learn. Her boss had assigned a detail to watch her house in case the killer returned today, and Cord insisted on meeting a security team there to update her security system and install cameras outside. He also planned to meet the crime scene cleanup team and oversee the removal of her bed and have it hauled off. She would shop for a new one later, probably online since she was not a shopper, and the case took precedence. Before heading to the station, Ellie decided to interview Janet Rogers, Minnie's friend from high school who Beth Ann had mentioned. Then she'd talk to Marty Burgess and decide if there was a possibility he was Iris's father. This morning the fog hung heavy and thick, a mist dampening the air and adding an even icier chill to the mountain air and indicating impending storms. The morning news had warned of possible power outages if the storm blew in as predicted. Panic about being snowed in streaked the faces of people rushing inside the grocery store to stock up. Some stores had already placed a limit on bottled water and milk. Bread and batteries were also flying off the shelves. God forbid folks lost cell service for a day. Of course, in her line of work, the phone was not a commodity to play games on for the board, but a necessity. With above-ground power lines, electrical outages were common in the winter in the remote mountain areas. The Rogers family lived in a craftsman bungalow near the downtown Mystic area, which was not much more than run-down buildings and a single stop sign. Even the deputy's office looked as old as dirt. She'd done her homework and knew Janet's father was a banker and her mother a high school science teacher. Mrs. Rogers answered the door in jeans and a t-shirt bearing the name Mystic High. "Hi, I'm Charlotte," she said, a note of wariness in her voice. "My husband had an early appointment and had to leave, but Janet's upstairs." Ellie followed her inside, where Charlotte poured them both coffee. Then she went to the stairs and called her daughter to come down. A minute later, Janet appeared. She was a petite brunette with brown eyes that held a hint of fear and sadness. "I honestly don't know how we can help you," Mrs. Rogers said as her daughter shuffled over to the table and sank into a wooden chair. Janet twisted her hands together. "Am I in trouble or something?" "No, not at all," Ellie assured her. "I'm just gathering information about Minnie Benton." Tears filled the girl's eyes, and her mother squeezed her hand, then handed her a tissue from the box on the counter. "I know it's hard, honey, but if you can help find who killed Minnie, you need to talk to the detective." Ellie gave the woman a thankful look. "I'm sorry about your friend, Janet," she said softly. "You obviously cared about her deeply." Janet wiped her tears with a napkin. "We were best friends growing up, but we hadn't hung out the last few months before she left." She blew her nose. "Do you really think someone murdered her?" Ellie didn't want to share details, although with the crow feathers being left at her house, she knew it was murder and that the killer had left his calling card. "There are reasons to suspect that. Tell me about Minnie's mindset before she ran away." Janet wadded the tissue in her hand. She was depressed those last few months, almost withdrawn and angry at everyone. "Do you know why she was so upset?" "Not really, but one day she fell apart in class and ran to the bathroom." Janet sniffled. "I found her in a stall and asked her what was wrong, but she refused to tell me." Janet glanced at her mother, and her mother gave her an encouraging nod. "Go on," Ellie said. "Well, I heard her throwing up in the bathroom that day, and a couple of other times. When I asked her if she was sick, she said she had a stomach bug." "Did you believe her?" Ellie asked, thinking about the pregnancy. Janet shrugged. "At first, but it happened a few more times, so I thought she might be anorexic," Janet admitted. "So many girls these days are. She started losing weight and not eating, but when I tried to talk to her about it, she blew up at me, then stopped talking to me." "Did you know she was pregnant?" Janet glanced down at her hands.
No, I had no idea, Janet murmured. Like I said, she wouldn't tell me what was wrong. I believe she might have been pregnant then, Ellie said. Janet wiped at her eyes. They said on the news that she had a little girl.
Have you found her? Mrs. Rogers asked. I'm afraid not yet, Ellie swallowed hard. Janet, do you know anyone who'd want to hurt Minnie? No, Janet cried. This doesn't make sense at all.
It was starting to make sense to Ellie. The depression, withdrawal from her friends and sister, her lack of dating. If Minnie had been sexually assaulted, she might have run away to escape her attacker. If the father knew and refused to support her, she might have been running from him. Or if her parents really hadn't known, she ran away to keep them from learning her secret. Unless Mr. Benton was the abuser. A shudder rippled through her. If he was and the mother was unaware, he wouldn't want her to find out. That could explain the reason he hadn't wanted Minnie to stick around, and that he didn't want anything to do with his grandchild now.
Dear God. Ellie didn't want to believe it, but she couldn't discount the possibility either. She needed a deeper dive into the father. She also needed Iris's DNA to determine the father's ID. 36. Crooked Creek Police Station. When Ellie arrived at the police station, Hazel was waiting. She clutched a bag in her lap and was tapping her right foot in double time. Thanks for coming in, Ellie said. Can we talk in your office? Hazel asked. Ellie nodded, hoping Hazel or Clara had thought of something helpful. Of course. Ellie led the way, and Hazel slid onto the love seat in the corner. It looks like you brought some of Iris's things. Hazel nodded and removed plastic bags holding a toothbrush and hairbrush from her purse. Next, she handed Ellie a stuffed teddy bear and blanket, then a photo of Iris. Thanks so much, this will be helpful, Ellie said with a lump in her throat at the sight of the innocent little girl's precious face. I'm hoping DNA will lead us to Iris's father. Hazel began tapping her foot again, worry darkening her eyes. Is there something else? Ellie asked. Someone broke into my house yesterday while I was gone. Ellie's pulse pounded. Did you call the police? Hazel shook her head no. At first it was just a sense and I thought maybe I was mistaken. Did they take anything or threaten you? No. Hazel worried her lower lip with her teeth. Well, they may have taken something. Go on, Ellie said. You see, when the girls come to live with me, since many are pregnant, I ask each one of them to write instructions for who to contact in case something happens to them and who they want to raise their child. Last night I looked for Minnie's directive, and it was gone. Ellie sucked in a breath. Anyway, I thought maybe I'd misplaced it, so this morning I got up and searched again, but I never did find it. Damn. Do you know who Minnie designated as her contact and who she wanted to provide guardianship for Iris? Hazel shook her head no. I promised the girls I won't open their private letters unless necessary. If they wanted me to know, I figured they'd tell me. Ellie contemplated her statement. If Minnie had listed her contact and named a guardian, she might have listed family as in her sister, or she might have mentioned Iris's father. And if he was the killer and didn't want his identity revealed, you might have taken Minnie's directives. Hazel, who else knew about the directives and where you kept them? Just the girls, Hazel said. But none of them would have a reason to take Minnie's. True, but if it had been stolen by Minnie's killer and he'd abducted Iris, he had motive. 37. After Hazel left, Ellie called a briefing with the team. Deputies Eastwood and Landrum and her captain gathered in the conference room. Derek loped in, Tilly Higgins, a journalist who focused on stories involving mysteries in small town, beside him. A while back, Ellie and Derek had met her while solving a case involving Tilly's missing sister. They exchanged hellos, then gathered around the conference table. Thanks for being here for the updates. Ellie gestured to Minnie's photo. Beside the picture, she wrote Minnie's name and age, then pointed to the photo of Iris Hazel had supplied. Now we know the little girl's name and age, let's circulate the photo to the press, law enforcement agencies, and the database for the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. For a moment, the room grew quiet, as everyone took in Iris's sweet little cherub face with her big, beautiful blue eyes. While the silence reigned, she wrote questions besides each photo. Who killed Minnie? Where is Iris? I'll send the pic to NCMEC, Derek said. Ellie nodded.
The sooner they did that, the better. Captain Hale raised a finger. I'll notify Angelica Gomez. Ellie nodded again, then filled them in on her conversation with Minnie's parents and sister, listing them on the board and adding photographs. Hazel's picture came next. This woman, Hazel, runs a non-profit called Sanctuary House, which provides housing and support for troubled teens. Apparently, Minnie and Iris were living with her. Minnie was taking classes to finish her high school diploma and attending AA regularly. Another teen, named Clara, who also lives with Hazel, insisted Minnie was a devoted, loving mother. She paused and added their names, then pictures of Minnie's parents. Minnie's mother seemed upset when I made the death notification, but her father was hostile. He wants nothing to do with Iris. She gestured toward Chandra. Deputy Eastwood, I want you to dig deep into the Bentons, especially the father, and see if he has a past indicating violence or alleged abuse, physical or sexual. Also, verify his alibi for the night Minnie disappeared. She added their names and a question mark beside Mr. Benton's name. On it, Chandra said. Deputy Landrum, did you find anything on Minnie's background? He glanced at his notebook. Minnie was arrested for a DUI, underage drinking and driving without a license when she was 15. Before she left home? Ellie asked. Landrum nodded. Ellie winced. So she made mistakes, but at least she was cleaning up her act. Where was she before she moved into Sanctuary House? Tilly asked. Living in a hostel where students, travelers, workers and transient kids sleep and seek shelter. The social worker who checks on kids there encouraged Minnie to go to Sanctuary House and to receive prenatal care. Is it possible Minnie became pregnant after she ran away? Chandra asked. Perhaps from one of the boys at the hostel. I considered that, Ellie said, but the timing doesn't fit. She paused and took a breath. When I visited one of Minnie's high school friends, she said she hadn't heard from Minnie since she ran away, but that the last few months Minnie lived at home, she was withdrawn, depressed. Minnie's friend Janet heard Minnie vomiting in the bathroom at school a few times, but thought Minnie had an eating disorder. But it's possible she was suffering from morning sickness and hiding the pregnancy. She ran away because of the pregnancy? Chandra cut in. It fits with the timing of Iris's age and Minnie leaving home. Do we know the identity of Iris's father? Derek asked. Not yet. Hazel brought in a toothbrush and hairbrush belonging to Iris, and I've sent them to the lab. Hopefully DNA will lead us to his identity, Ellie said. Landrum, I need you to go to the house of a young man named Marty Burgess and bring him in for questioning. According to Minnie's sister, Minnie had a crush on him. We need to know if they had a sexual relationship. Deputy Landrum spoke. I'll get right on that. Ellie and Derek exchanged an understanding look. Of course, there's another possibility. The little girl could have been abducted for more dire reasons like human trafficking or a baby-selling ring. Derek cleared his throat. I'll research that angle. Tilly raised her hand. I'll talk to locals in Mystic and find out more about the town. Maybe the town historian or a local will fill in the blanks about the other suicides. Gossip about the family. Suspicions that they weren't suicides, that kind of thing. Good idea. That could be helpful, Ellie agreed. Although they were labelled suicides, I'll pull those cases and compare for commonalities with Minnie's death. Do you think the feathers were at the scene before she died? Chandra asked. I think the killer put them there. Ellie added a photo of the way Minnie had been found on the board. That area is known for its abundance of birds. Crows feed on other birds, especially their eggs and nestlings, so they're drawn to the area. But last night when I arrived home, there were crow feathers strewn on my driveway. The intruder also left a dead crow on my bed. Ranger McLean, Deputy Landrum, and the ERT were at my property for hours processing the scene. She added photos documenting their findings, cringing inside. Concerned voices rumbled. Derek's face tightened, anger blazing in his eyes. We should pull you from the case, Captain Hale said. I agree, Derek said, his dark gaze meeting Ellie's. Don't even think about it, Ellie said between gritted teeth. This unsub made it personal, and I refused to let him run me from my own home or town. She used a pointer to outline the layout of the feathers around Minnie. If you look, there's a pattern. A bird's wing. Broken, Chandra said. The crows definitely have some significance to him, Ellie said, certain they were onto something. Now we just have to figure out what it is. Tilly, while you're talking to locals, ask about Midnight Ridge.
Also, if anyone has noticed a pattern of crow feathers on the ridge before. Maybe our unsub is a bird watcher or a scientist who studies birds, like an ornithologist. I'll ask Cord to look into that angle. The team disbanded to handle the assignments, and Ellie studied the whiteboard, especially the feathers. Had feathers been found near the other suicides? 38. Mystic Cord verified Ellie's updated security system was installed and her bed removed from the house, then left the cleaning crew to do their jobs. He'd phoned Ellie to tell her, and she'd asked him to check out the ornithologist theory. With birdwatching popular in the area, he discovered a bird specialist was located in Mystic, who kept a small office to supply information for birdwatching groups, tourists, and others interested in the habits of birds, preservation of endangered species, and the ecosystem. Cord parked across the street, the morning air slightly crisper than the day before, which meant the predicted storm was headed their way. A shingle hung by the doorway of a small rustic building with the name Horatio Brandt, Ph.D., in bold letters, along with an etching of birds of prey perched on several tree limbs. A nature lover, Cord was instantly drawn to the display of various species, stunning colors of the sunrise, sunset, moonlight, and the paths along the AT. A thin man wearing camouflage pants and a dark green t-shirt, emblazoned with a crow on the front, looked up at him. His wiry hair was pulled into a ponytail and hung down his back, and gold wire-rimmed glasses sat askew at the end of his nose. His eyes were a greyish colour and almost bulged from his eye sockets, reminding Cord of a mad scientist from a thriller movie, and his jerky movements exuded an eccentric vibe. "Dr. Brandt," Cord said, then extended his hand. "I'm Ranger Cord McLean. I'd like to ask you some questions." The man gave a nod and shook Cord's hand. For a thin man, he had a strong handshake, indicating he wasn't as frail as he looked. His hands and arms were also scarred, confirming he spent a lot of time in the woods. "I'm assuming about fowl." Cord nodded and glanced around the room. A section in the corner held glass encasements of various bird feathers with their names and information about each species. Cord had once been interested in taxidermy, and the room had designated a separate section to that. Another room held a table, chairs, whiteboard, and teaching charts. "Interesting photographs. How did you get into the study of birds?" Brandt shrugged. "I grew up near Midnight Ridge. At night I saw crows outside my window. As a kid I was actually afraid of them, but my dad took me into the woods and started teaching me about them, and I lost my fear and became intrigued with the study." Cord noticed a collage of crow feathers in the shape of a bird's wing. A wing very similar to the pattern of the feathers where Minnie Benton's dead body had been lying. 39. Crooked Creek. Ellie grabbed coffee, then headed to her office and phoned the local law in Mystic. Deputy Rouse was the intermittent sheriff, as the former sheriff hadn't officially been replaced. After their first meeting at the Ridge, she dreaded having to speak to him, but if he had information that could help, she had to ignore her dislike of him. "The town looks quiet today," Ellie commented as she surveyed his office. "Nobody seems to want to work in this town," Deputy Rouse said. "We've gotten a bad rep from all the suicides this year." Ellie understood, although there were other reasons people weren't flocking to the area. The town looked like something set back in time, a defunct little area many had abandoned due to lack of progression, especially technology. Outdated storefronts and restaurants, along with a lack of jobs and activities, sent young people running to more modern, appealing cities. "I need information about the 2 previous suicides at the Ridge," Ellie said. "Can you tell me about them?" "Sure. Let me pull up the files." She heard a file drawer opening, then papers rustling. "Okay, the first one, 16-year-old Nina Gillis. According to her parents, at one time she had a drinking problem, but she'd recently been clean." "Did she have a child?" Ellie asked. A hesitation. "No, but she was almost 6 months pregnant at the time she jumped. Her folks claimed she'd been depressed for months and believed that was the reason she took her own life."
And her babies. Ellie drummed her fingers on her desk. What about the baby's father? Parents didn't know his name, said she never told them, insisted he wasn't in the picture. Same with Minnie. A drug problem, depression, and father to her baby unknown.
Did you find evidence suggesting she might have been pushed instead of jumping? Ellie asked. Not really. No witnesses. She left a suicide note. So had Minnie. But Ellie knew suicide wasn't the cause of death. What about the other girl? 17-year-old Jordan Orwell. Her father is deceased, but according to her mother, Jordan wanted to get married and have a family and had dreams of college. But something changed when she was 16. She started drinking and ended up pregnant. She gave the baby up for adoption when the child was born. Ellie's breath caught. Another girl with an addiction problem. Another child. Was the father in the picture? Not that I know of. The mother claimed Jordan refused to reveal his name. Ellie drummed her fingers again. This may sound like an odd question, but were feathers on the ground near the girls' bodies? Papers shuffled again. As a matter of fact, there were crow feathers, but birds and crows are prevalent in the area. Bird watchers go to the ridge all the time, and we've had a few hunters shooting the crows too. I thought crows were protected by the Migratory Bird Treaty Act, Ellie said. They are, Deputy Rouse replied, although states vary. If the crows are deemed dangerous or cause property damage, some states allow it. The town and mountains are more isolated and off the grid, so there's not much control. Will you send me a copy of your files along with photographs of the scenes and the suicide notes? What do you want with them? He asked. If you think we did something wrong, we didn't. We went by the book, lady. Ellie stiffened at his defensive tone. It's detective, Deputy Rouse. Just send them over. She didn't wait for a response. Sometimes small-town law enforcement were overly sensitive. Sometimes they missed or overlooked things. Sometimes they just didn't want anyone in their business, or they simply wanted to tie up a case too quickly. She glanced at Iris's photo and swallowed hard. To hell with his pride. All that mattered was finding Iris and the person who killed her mother. 40. Mystic Derek exited the conference room with Tilly by his side, grateful to have connected with her both professionally and personally on the last case. She was gorgeous, smart, inquisitive, and a true crime buff who worked for the Atlanta Journal-Constitution paper, focusing on small-town mysteries, which made her an asset with the cases they tackled on the AT. The sight of those feathers and that dead crow on Ellie's bed haunted him. His stomach balled into a fist. She'd been targeted before working other cases, but this unsub was truly disturbed. Ellie might be involved with McLean now, but Derek still cared about her. He scratched his head. Maybe too much. He glanced at Tilly and smiled. She was weaving her way into his heart too. I'll drive to Mystic, Tilly. Granted, Tilly was experienced with research and good with people, but they were dealing with a killer at the moment, and he didn't intend to let her go alone. She'd almost died on the last case they'd worked, and he refused to lose her on his watch. That's not necessary, she said. I'll be fine on my own, Derek. You have your own work cut out. He ignored her protests and slid into the driver's seat. Tilly was almost as stubborn as Ellie. Only Ellie carried a gun, and Tilly didn't. Maybe he'd take her to a shooting range and encourage her to take shooting lessons. Where do you want to start? He asked. She sighed as if she realized arguing was futile. At the local library, she said. Librarians are invaluable resources for information, and so is the town historian. Oftentimes they're one and the same. Makes sense, Derek said as he drove toward the mountains. He'd analyzed the crime scene photos at Midnight Ridge and researched the small town of Mystic. While you do that, I'll contact my sources at the Bureau and ask if there's chatter about human trafficking toddlers or a baby-selling ring on their radar. Tilly rubbed her hands up and down her arms as if chilled. I certainly hope that's not the case, but I understand you have to explore every possibility. True, and if trafficking or a baby-selling ring was involved, Iris could be long gone from the area or out of the country already. That's why we all need to work together. Thanks for joining the team. I'll do whatever I can to help. I know what it's like to mourn a lost loved one. He squeezed her hand. So did he. Although it didn't sound as if Minnie's father was mourning her at all.
They lapsed into silence, each taking in the scenery on the winding road up the mountain. Tilly pulled her iPad and began researching the town's history, reading aloud. Mystic is nestled in some of the tallest mountain ridges in North Georgia and is known for its spooky legends and Midnight Ridge, which has garnered several suicides over the years, 2 in the last year. It's not as touristy as Tallulah Falls and Amicalola Falls, with their beautiful waterfalls, but has a certain gothic vibe that attracts a different following, especially those interested in the occult and religion. Derek noted rustic farmhouses and abandoned barns scattered along the country road. The air grew thick with fog as he approached the small town, which looked run down, the storefronts desperately in need of a facelift, loose boards on one flapping in the heavy winds. The only stop sign was in the center of town and was buried in the mist. "The library is on Maple Lane," Tilly said as she entered the address into his GPS. Derek passed the police station, which was so small he nearly missed it. According to Ellie, a deputy was filling in as temporary sheriff, and one cell was more commonly occupied by the town drunk instead of hardcore criminals. Except now a killer was hiding in their midst, and everyone in town could be in danger. 41. Crooked Creek Police Station. Ellie set a photo of Iris on her desk. The precious little girl had chubby cheeks, a cute little nose, black baby curls, and green eyes that sparkled with mischief. That innocent face was her motivation. "I'm going to find you, Iris." She just prayed the little girl was alive and safe somewhere. Drawing in a deep breath, she opened the folders on the 2 suicide cases Deputy Rouse had sent over. Thankfully, he'd at least taken photos of the scene, and as she spread them out, she noticed the similarities. Black crow feathers were scattered at the other sites as well, although in the first instance, they were more random. Perhaps because of the wind, or if the killer put them there, he'd been rushed. Maybe he'd heard someone coming. Next, she laid a copy of Minnie's suicide note on her desk and reread it. "I'm so sorry for leaving you, Iris. I never deserved you in the first place. I love you, but you'll be better off without me." Ellie swallowed hard. "Have a good life and be happy. Love, Mommy." Ellie's heart twisted. Hazel and Clara both insisted Minnie would not have taken her own life. Who had motive to kill her? Her mind kept circling back to the baby's father. Next, she pulled a copy of the file on the first girl on the suicide list, 16-year-old Nina Gillis. According to the ME, she was pregnant at the time of her death. She skimmed Nina's suicide note. "I'm so sorry, little one, but I never deserved to have a child. I love you, but it's better that you not come into this cruel world, not to a mother like me. Love." Mummy Ellie's heart filled with emotions at the pain in the teenager's message. Yet her comment seemed eerily similar to the message in the note they found with Minnie. Seconds later, she moved on to the next file, 17-year-old Jordan Orwell. Her baby had been adopted at birth. Her suicide note: "Dear Connor, I love you, little guy, and I'm sorry for leaving you, but I don't deserve you and know you're better off with a smarter mummy than me. I hope you have a great life. Love." Mommy Ellie rocked back in her chair and massaged her temple, struck by the similarity in the girl's verbiage. The handwriting in each one was shaky, as if the teenagers were overwhelmed by what they were about to do. It also reeked of love for their children. The hairs on the back of her neck prickled. Another similarity, the girls said they didn't deserve to be a mother. Each also had heavy amounts of alcohol or drugs in their systems. All the what-ifs screamed through Ellie's mind. What if none of the girls' deaths were suicides? The killer could have written the notes or forced the girls to write them. Hazel and Clara both claimed Minnie was committed to AA. A theory formed in her head. What if the girls were murdered by the same person, a person who didn't think they deserved to be mothers? What if the killer had drugged them or poured alcohol down their throats, then killed them? She pulled the photo of the names etched on the boulder Deputy Rouse had shown her, then used her magnifier to study the writing style and letter formations. Damn it! They'd been carved by the same person, which connected the cases. Just as she'd feared, they were dealing with a serial predator. Was he searching for a new victim now? 42. Dalton. Dana Jo Glasser was determined to pull herself out of the dumps today and take care of her 2-year-old little girl. She didn't know why seeing that press conference about Minnie Benton and her missing child had upset her so much. Because you have a little girl just like Minnie did. Last night, she'd lain awake for hours wondering what had happened to little Iris. Lulu bounced up and down, her rosy cheeks grinning. "Park," Lulu said. "Park, park, go, park." "Yes, sweetie, Mummy's taking you to the park." Dana Jo dressed her daughter in her favorite pink kitty cat t-shirt and shorts. "And we're going to swing and play in the sandbox and take a picnic."
Lulu patted her tummy. "Juice." Dana Jo smiled. "I already packed your juice box, and Mummy put in raisins and applesauce and a PBJ. Ever since Lulu had turned 2, she'd begun talking more, which was fun. Her little girl was a sponge and seemed to soak up every word she heard and repeated it. Although the terrible 2 tantrums had also begun, and those were exhausting. With Dana Jo's headache still lingering, she hoped nothing triggered one today. She swept Lulu's soft, blonde, baby-fine curls into a ponytail, then scooped her up and headed to the kitchen. Her mother was at the sink clearing away the breakfast dishes and turned to her with a worried look, then seemed to brighten when she saw Dana Jo was dressed. "You must be feeling better." Dana Jo nodded. "A little." Or maybe she was just determined to fight the darkness today and hold on to her child. Panic seized her at the thought of losing her. "I guess that news story about the missing child got to me." Her mother's eyes softened. They both knew that since her attack, Dana Jo experienced multiple rough days each month. "I can understand that. Worrying about your own child goes with motherhood," her mother said softly. "When you were little, every night I'd wake up, go to your room, and put my hand on your chest to make sure you were breathing." Dana Jo forced a smile, although she had a nagging feeling there was more to her own anxiety than normal mother worry. That something bad might happen to Lulu. "Go, Mommy," Lulu said with a little kick of her leg against Dana Jo's hip. "Yes, we're going." She snagged her keys and the picnic basket from the counter and shuffled out the door. Outside, she stowed the food in the trunk of her Escape, buckled Lulu into her car seat, then slid into the passenger seat and drove toward the park. The 7-minute drive was filled with Lulu's sweet voice singing "The Itsy Bitsy Spider." But the photo of Iris Benton from the news haunted her. Police had issued an Amber Alert, and as she parked, she scanned the faces of the kids in case she spotted Iris, even checking clothing as she'd read that sometimes abductors cut a child's hair and dressed them in opposite-sex clothing to camouflage their identity. Lulu banged the seat with her feet. "Out, Mommy, out!" Dragging herself back to reality, Dana Jo hopped from the car, retrieved her daughter, and made sure her coat and cap were on, then swung her up on her hip. She'd come back for the food later. Lulu squealed as they reached the sandbox, wanting down, and Dana Jo lowered her into the sand. While Lulu began digging with the shovels, Dana Jo's gaze traveled across the busy park. Toddlers and children were running and playing on the playground. A line was backed up for the monkey bars. A group of kids who looked to be around 5 to 7 were chasing a soccer ball on the field. 2 other boys were playing catch. A toddler fell down and burst into screams. On instinct, Dana Jo started toward her to pick up the child and comfort her. But just as she reached the little boy, his mother appeared and glared at Dana Jo. "That's my son. I've got him." Dana Jo backed away, stunned. She'd only meant to help. The woman scooped up the crying little boy and rubbed circles around his back. "It's okay, Petey. You're safe now. Mommy's got you." Dana Jo sighed in relief that the catastrophe was averted, although the mother's glare still stung. A ball flew by and 2 kids chased it. Dana Jo glanced back to check on Lulu but didn't see her. Her heart pounded. Only 2 kids in the sandbox, not Lulu. A shovel tossed into the grass beside it, a sand bucket overturned. Pure terror ripped through her, and she turned and screamed Lulu's name. 43. He'd watched Clara and that Hazel woman's house last night, but the timing wasn't right to take Clara. So he'd driven away, deciding to wait until she gave birth. Tension knotted his neck. Dana Jo Glasser was more of a threat. He wanted to snatch the kid, and Dana Jo now. His hands itched to grab her. His skin tingled. Need hammered in his body. He'd watched her for months, stood outside her window at night,
and seen her toss and turn and cry as he stared through her window. Last night she'd buried herself under the bed covers, sobbing like an insane person. Because of him. He'd been overcome with laughter and had to hide his face in his coat so she didn't hear him through the window. Of course, the heavy wind had helped drown out the noise. It would also help camouflage her screams if he snatched her. Had she remembered what happened? Would she recognize him if she saw him face to face? He paced behind a row of pines.
Damn it, there were too many people here, though, to make a move. And with the posters of Iris Benton's picture on every light post and tree, and even the fence, it was too dangerous. Moms and dads and grandparents were stuck to their kids like glue. Dana Jo was scanning the crowd, though. She didn't get out much. She had memory issues, lived in constant fear. She was his one and only mistake. He'd never expected her to survive, but she had, and now she could be the death of him, unless he killed her first. He was going to make that happen. Nothing was going to interrupt his mission, especially her. The little girl was running toward the woods, chasing a butterfly. He stood in the shadows, anxious to get his hands on her. She'd be better off without her mother. Dana Jo screamed the child's name, turning in a wide circle to survey her surroundings, panic in her eyes and voice. The moment she spotted Lulu, Dana Jo sprinted after her. Once, Dana Jo had been an athlete, a soccer champ, before her accident. That's when the pain pills had hooked her on opioids. He slipped deeper into the woods behind a massive oak tree and watched the sweat begin to trickle down the sides of her face, saw the pain and terror in her eyes. She'd lost her speed and agility. One hand rubbed at her back. She hesitated a second, then inhaled and began to limp, refusing to slow down. "Lulu, stop!" Dana Jo shouted. The little girl tripped and fell in the grass. The butterfly flew on. Dana Jo caught up with Lulu, scooped the crying child into her arms, and hugged her fiercely. He gritted his teeth, wishing like hell the park would suddenly empty and he could take her and the kid now. Then Dana Jo seemed to look straight at him. His spine tingled as he remembered how soft and tempting her skin felt to his touch, how her eyes had blurred with tears and the side effects of the drugs when he'd thrown her to the ground, how her scream had boomeranged off the mountain, music to his ears. He hadn't forgotten her for a second, and soon she'd be his again. His head throbbed with the incessant sound of the voices. He wanted to save them. He wanted to punish them. His mission would never end. 44. Mystic. The hairs on the back of Cord's neck stood on end as he studied the pattern of the bird feathers. "Dr. Brandt, did you create that artwork?" The older man grunted. "No, I'm a scientist, not an artist. That was done by a young guy in his 30s. He calls it feather touch art. It's actually more popular than you'd think, especially used by Native American folk artists. They make feathers into earrings, necklaces, dream catchers, decorative clothing, pillows, and I've even seen lamps." He chuckled. "You'd be surprised what different people use as a medium. I once knew a guy who used bones in his art, and another one who incorporated blood." Cord chewed over the man's statement. So maybe it wasn't a lead. But it was odd to see the crow feathers in a pattern so similar to the one where Minnie was found. He'd get the artist's name and check him out. His phone buzzed. His co-worker Milo. "Yeah," Cord said as he answered. "Hey, we may have found that witness you were talking about, the old man." "That's good." "Not so sure about that, McLean. Sorry to tell you, but he's dead." Cord silently cursed. "You want to come and verify his identity?" "I'll be right there." He ended the call, asked Dr. Brandt for the artist's number, then headed outside. As he got inside his truck, he pulled his phone and called Ellie to fill her in. "Cord, I was about to call you," Ellie said. "I looked over the case files for those other suicides and found a couple of interesting things. I think the cases are connected." Cord ran his hands through his hair. "Go on." "Well, there are feathers at all three scenes. All three girls had heavy amounts of alcohol or drugs in their systems and prior addictions. Then I studied the suicide notes. Some of the wording is almost identical." Her shaky breath rattled out. Each girl was apologizing for leaving their child and said they thought the child would be better off without them. As if they were written by the same person. Exactly.
That is suspicious. And perhaps a motive for the killer. Also, there's a boulder at Midnight Ridge with the initials of each girl carved on it. They were carved by the same person. What you're saying is that the other girls didn't commit suicide either, that they were all murdered. It looks that way, but we'll keep digging. I plan to question their families and look for a connection between the teens. They didn't attend the same school, but they could have met in a support group for teen mothers, either online or at a community center or church.
Or even at an AA meeting. Hazel said Minnie attended one regularly.
Sounds like a place to start, Cord said. I talked to the ornithologist in town at his office and saw artwork made of feathers. Black crow feathers in the same pattern as the ones where Minnie died. It's a long shot, but I plan to question the artist. Nice work. Even if he's not the killer, he might know someone who's obsessed with crows. Right. There's something else. Milo just called. They may have found Roman, the old man who called in Minnie's death. Great. Maybe he remembered something. Cord sighed. If he did, we'll never know. He's dead. 45. Crooked Creek Police Station. Ellie worried her bottom lip with her teeth as Cord's words sank in. What happened? Not sure. I'm headed there to verify that it's him. I'll let you know when I arrive. I'll meet you there. A knock sounded at Ellie's door, and she glanced up to see Deputy Landrum. He motioned to a teenage boy and a middle-aged man, and Ellie waved a finger to indicate she'd be right with them. Cord, Landrum is here with Marty Burgess. I need to question him before I come. Sure, I'll keep you posted. Ellie joined Deputy Landrum, who stood with a nervous young man and an older man she assumed to be the boy's father. Dressed in a suit and tie, his hair neatly clipped, he stood rigid and looked irritated. Ellie extended her hand. Detective Ellie Reeves, you're Mr. Burgess? He gave a clipped nod and shook her hand, then she gestured to the boy. And you're Marty? He nodded warily. What is this about? Mr. Burgess asked gruffly. Let's find a place and sit down. Ellie led them to an open interrogation room, then set 2 bottles of water on the table. As soon as they were seated, Mr. Burgess instantly pulled his phone. Do I need to call my attorney? At this point, I don't see any reason to. I just want to ask your son a couple of questions about Minnie Benton. I'm sure you're both aware that her body was found at Midnight Ridge. Mr. Burgess's stare turned icy. Marty folded his arms, then slumped in his seat, his expression confused. Why do you think Marty would know anything about her? At this point, I'm simply talking to classmates and looking for any information I can learn about her, Ellie said smoothly. Marty shifted. Minnie killed herself, didn't she? Well, it first appeared that way, but we have questions about her death. Ellie angled herself toward Marty and gave him a friendly smile to ease his anxiety. You did know Minnie, didn't you? Marty shrugged. I knew who she was, but we didn't hang out together. Why? Did someone say we did? A defensive note slipped into his voice. A friend of Minnie's said she had a crush on you. Mr. Burgess folded his hands on his knee, brows raised. Surprise flashed in Marty's eyes. If she did, I didn't know anything about it. I never even talked to her. She was, kind of awkward. You two didn't get together any time? Ellie asked. Marty's mouth pulled down into a frown. No. Besides, Minnie hasn't been around in almost 2 years. I heard she ran away. He grunted. Can't say as I blamed her. As soon as I graduate, I'm out of this crappy town too. Ellie studied the boy's features, searching for any familiarity between him and Iris. I see, Ellie said. She'd been ready to leave her own house at that age too. Most kids were, and Mystic was fledgling and didn't exactly offer bright futures or careers for the younger generation. But it's come to our attention that Minnie was pregnant when she ran away. Then again, you probably saw on the news that her little girl is missing. Ellie pinned him with a neutral look. Would you know anything about that? Marty finally picked up the bottle of water, uncapped it, and took a long sip. Nah, like I said, I haven't seen her in ages. Although, if he was the father, Minnie might not have told him about the baby. Why are you asking my son about this? He already stated that he didn't hang out with her, Mr. Burgess said curtly. Because the child is missing, Ellie replied, and we don't know the name of the child's father and need that information. Then talk to her family. Mr. Burgess stood. Marty has answered your questions. Now we're leaving. Ellie caught Marty's wary look. Marty, if you know who the baby's father is, please tell me. Marty averted his eyes, then set the water on the table. I told you I don't. I didn't even know she had a kid. So you didn't have a sexual relationship with her? Ellie asked. He shook his head. Hell no. Ellie ignored his language. So did his father, which was telling in itself. How about any of the other guys at your school?
Sometimes boys brag at your age.
Asked and answered, Mr. Burgess snapped. Now let's go, Marty. One more question, Ellie said. Where were you 2 nights ago? Marty stuffed his hands in the pocket of his sweatshirt. At a soccer tournament in Atlanta. I'm on a traveling team. So he had an alibi. Let's go, son. We're done. Mr. Burgess nudged Marty. When he reached the door, he turned and shot Ellie a warning glare. If you want to speak to Marty or me again, call my attorney.
46. Oakwood Park.
Dana Jo's heart raced with panic as she sprinted back toward her car. She'd heard predators sometimes used animals or candy to lure children toward them. What if that was the reason Lulu had approached the woods? That little girl Iris was still missing, possibly kidnapped. Pangs of fear shot through her chest like a knife, but she exhaled and kept running until she reached her SUV. Lulu, don't ever wander off like that again, she scolded as she planted kisses all over her little girl's confused face. Lulu didn't understand the dangers in the world, but Dana Jo certainly did. They were everywhere. On the playground, in the yard, the staircase at home, the oven in the kitchen. Worse, pedophiles and violent people lurked in the shadows. A shiver ripped through her, and she gently eased her daughter into her car seat and fastened her seatbelt. Play, Mama, Lulu chirped. We'll play when we get home, Dana Jo said, but it's time for us to go. Picnic, Lulu cried as she banged her feet against the car seat. Lulu poked out her bottom lip in a pout, and Dana Jo snatched a packet of goldfish crackers, ripped open the package, and handed them to her daughter. Here, baby, have a snack on the way home. Her daughter dug into the bag of crackers, the playground temporarily forgotten. If only Dana Jo could forget, but panic still had a stranglehold on her. Reminding herself that her little girl was safe now, Dana Jo closed the rear car door and slid into the driver's seat. But when she glanced back at the playground, she saw a dark figure staring at her from the edge of the woods. Her chest tightened, and a chill rippled up her spine. Was that her paranoia again? Ever since she'd been abducted from her car and left for dead in the woods, she searched faces everywhere she went, wondering if she was looking at her attacker, if he was watching her, coming back to finish what he'd started. She narrowed her eyes in an attempt to distinguish the man's face, but couldn't see it. A second later, he disappeared back into the woods. But fear choked her. He had been there when Lulu was running toward the woods. Was he lurking at the park to steal her baby? 47. Mystic Library. Tilly Higgins introduced herself to the librarian, Denise Wingate, a tall, well-dressed woman who looked to be in her mid-30s with a stylish bob. She looked nothing like the cliched version people pictured of a librarian when they heard the job title. I work for the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, and I'm researching this town and the local folklore, especially on Midnight Ridge, Tilly said. I'm hoping you have time to help me. Actually, I haven't been in town that long, Denise said. I can point you to some newspaper archives, but the person you really want to talk to is Esther Finch. She's lived around here all her life and is the town historian. That would be perfect, Tilly said. Is she here? Yes, the library is like her second home. I'll show you to her office. Tilly thanked her and followed the woman through a door and into an office piled high with books, notepads, a computer, and old-fashioned metal file cabinets. Unlike Denise, Esther was small and hunched over slightly, most likely from osteoporosis. Her silver hair was swept into a low bun at the nape of her neck, with thin strands hanging loose. Wire-rimmed glasses were perched on her nose. Her forehead wrinkled as she peered at a folder on her cluttered desk. Tilly introduced herself and explained the reason for her visit. "Yes, I've read some of your articles," Esther said. "I really enjoyed the last one about the graveyard girls." "Thanks," Tilly said. "That town was interesting and full of small-town secrets. Secrets that were personal and painful for her. In fact, she never intended to return to Brambletown." Tilly sank into the chair across from Esther's desk. "The librarian mentioned that you've lived here all your life and that you're the town historian."
"I'm interested in the history and folklore of the area." Esther's eyes sparkled with interest. "Sure, I love talking about it." She rose, poured 2 cups of coffee from the counter behind her desk, then handed one to Tilly. Esther cradled her own cup and blew on the coffee as she settled her bony body into her seat again. "Do you mind if I record our conversation for accuracy in my story?" Tilly asked. Esther shook her head. "No problem." Esther tilted her head in thought. "What do you want to know, child?" Tilly smiled. "Tell me about yourself and your family, Esther." Esther clicked her teeth. "Well, I grew up here, but my folks have long passed. I was married early on, but my husband ran off with the church secretary." She tisked. "That was a long time ago and water under the bridge." "I'm sorry, Esther. That must have been difficult." Esther rubbed at an age spot on her hand. "At the time, yes, but the good Lord helped me through it, and I'm proud to do that for others. That's why I help lead the believers. We've been holding prayer vigils for that missing girl." "You sound like a compassionate leader, Esther." Tilly patted Esther's arm. "Now tell me more about the town." "Well, from the time I was knee-high to a grasshopper, I hung out in my mama's beauty shop. I swept up hair and such, so I heard a lot of gossip about the locals. Some of it was right juicy stuff." Tilly smiled at the gleam in the older woman's eyes. "I'm sure it was, but I'm really interested in the local folklore about the area, especially about Midnight Ridge." Esther leaned closer. "Okay, the local church group holds prayer sessions there because they believe that the higher you are on the mountain, the closer you are to Jesus. Some insist that they can commune with their deceased loved ones and that they see their faces in the clouds. One woman claimed she saw her late husband's face and that he whispered he'd been waiting on her. She threw herself off the ridge later that night to be with him." The image of that tragic incident made Tilly's heart ache. "And she wasn't the only one?" Tilly asked. Esther shook her head, her bones creaking as she rolled her shoulders. "A sector of that church broke off and decided to perform baptisms there. They knelt at the base of the ridge in the stream and dripped water over the heads of the sinners giving their life to God. Some believe that the ridge is sacred, and although other religions think people who commit suicides aren't let into the kingdom, these folks believe that if you're saved there, then died there, you'll instantly rise to heaven." Esther hesitated. "They call themselves the Believers." "Yes, I've heard about them," Tilly said. "And you're one of them." "Sure enough am," Esther said. Tilly nodded. Some folklore began with religious undertones, while others were based on rumors, superstitions, history, mythology, and even astrology. Most was passed along by oral storytelling. Esther fiddled with the collar of her blouse. "My granny was among the first ones to start the group." "But suicides increased over the years?" Tilly asked. "For a while, yes. There were several in one generation. The popularity of it waned in the next generation. People in town were afraid it had started up again about 20 years ago, when a woman was found dead at the ridge. But it turned out it was an isolated event, and not suicide but murder." Tilly's pulse jumped. "Really? What happened?" "Apparently some crazy lady dragged her little boy out there, and the father ran up and heard them screaming. He tried to intervene and grabbed his son, but the woman fell over. The daddy has been in prison since." "Why did he go to prison?" "He confessed to shoving his wife off the ridge." "What happened to the child?" "Not sure. I think he went to a grandmother or relative or something." "Oh, that's sad," Tilly said softly. "Is it true that people hold vigils at the ridge to talk to their deceased loved ones?" "Oh yes, in fact there's several this week. We're all praying for Minnie Benton and her poor little girl. I hope they find her." Tilly made a silent note of the upcoming vigil. It might be interesting to attend. Sometimes killers revisited the crime scene and took pleasure from watching the victims' families suffer. 48. Bridge forward. Larry Wheaton's past would always haunt him.
20 years in prison had cost him his soul. He'd done things he wasn't proud of, things he was ashamed of, things he hated himself for doing. But his survival instinct had kicked in on day 5 when he'd been beaten by gang members and had almost died. When he'd come to in the medical ward, he'd realized he'd better learn to defend himself or he'd end up 6 feet under. He'd already relinquished his freedom when he confessed to murder, but he'd be damned if he'd go to an early grave. Being caged had nearly killed his will to live, though. Now he was in this damn halfway house. His parole officer called it an RRC, a residential re-entry centre, but he knew what it was, a home for ex-cons that still felt like a prison. Although he didn't have a toilet in the room like the cell had, he had to share a bathroom with another ex and the house with 3 others, all convicted felons who were now supposedly being helped to transition into normal life. He had no idea what normal was anymore or how to start over at his age, not with his record following him around like a scarlet letter. Life for the past 2 decades had been a set routine each day, with minimal time outdoors and no contact with people on the outside. Some guys had visitors, but not one single soul had come to see him. Because everyone he'd known 20 years ago believed he was a ruthless, cold-blooded killer. His first day he was here, he'd met with a counselor who'd helped him line up a job as a garbage collector. In spite of the stench, which didn't bother him that much because he'd smelled worse in prison, at least he was outside most of the day and not locked in a 6x8 box. Still, his behavior and activities were strictly monitored. He wasn't allowed a computer, although the facility had a computer lab with restricted internet access for educational purposes and job-related searches. The communal television in the common area was set on the news each night, so after he showered off the foul garbage odor, he joined the other guys to watch. Things had changed in the 2 decades he'd been put away. Cars, clothing, politics, and people's views on sexual orientation. Technology had changed faster than lightning and left him in the dark. 2 of the other residents were already seated, glued to the TV set where the weather forecast was displayed. In prison, it hadn't mattered if it rained or shined, but with his current job, he hoped for clear days. Early winter storms are threatening all over the southeast, the meteorologist said. In the next few days, we may be seeing those in North Georgia with heavy winds, snow, and power outages. Gear up for a few days at home, folks. Get on with the news. A beefy guy with sleeves of tattoos and ham-hock-sized thighs and fists, which had earned him the nickname Ham, muttered. The foul-mouthed man rubbed Larry the wrong way. Although they were all starved for current events, this guy had been incarcerated for hurting a child. Larry had 0 tolerance for that. Judging from the scars crisscrossing Ham's hands and arms, neither had the inmates he'd served with. A pretty, dark-haired, coffee-skin reporter named Angelica Gomez appeared. This is an update on the latest in the Minnie Benton case. Police have confirmed the young woman's death, first thought to be a suicide at Midnight Ridge, was a homicide, and are searching for any information regarding her death and the disappearance of her toddler daughter, Iris. A photo of a teenager appeared along with a picture of a bubbly little ebony-haired child, and Ham scooted to the edge of his chair for a better look. Anger shot through Larry, but he forced himself not to react. Trouble here meant a parole violation, and he didn't intend to go back to prison. Teams have been combing Midnight Ridge for the little girl for 2 days now, so please study the photograph. If you or anyone you know has seen her, call your local police or the tip line we've established. Larry swallowed hard. Midnight Ridge, the place where his own life had fallen apart. The images that had dogged him in his sleep for 20 years. The body lying at the bottom of the ridge, bones broken, skull fractured, blood seeping everywhere. Not a day had gone by that he hadn't had nightmares of her, his dead wife. Still, over the years he'd questioned the events of that horrific night. He'd not only lost his wife that night, but his son. Had his sacrifice been worth the cost? 49. Midnight Ridge. Ellie met Cord at the parking lot, and they hiked slightly north of the ridge where Minnie had lost her life. It was an uphill climb, and she was grateful she'd worn her hiking boots and grabbed a water bottle before heading on the 2-mile trek. With storms threatening, the sky was turning a dark grey, the leaves of the trees blowing in the intense winds. The stench of a dead animal swirled in the air, and Ellie glanced into the bushes to the right and spotted a deer that had been mauled by other animals. Crow feathers dotted the bushes, although they hadn't done the damage here. Judging from the condition of the dead carcass, vultures, and perhaps a larger animal, a bear or coyote, had fed on the deer's remains.
They rounded a bend and a fallen tree, stepping over the rotting wood. Cord had gotten the coordinates from his partner Milo, and Ellie followed him, grateful for his guidance. There were areas on the AT that were overgrown with bushes and other plant life. The trees, so close together, they looked as if they were intertwined. If you didn't have a compass, you could easily get lost and walk in circles. But Cord was a pro and the best tracker in the area. Finally, they passed a dry section of the creek, and Ellie shivered as the air became more frigid. The scent of damp moss and muck from the creek filled the air. "Over there," Cord said, pointing to the right. Ellie nodded and trailed him as he made his way through the tangled path, where Milo stood by a boulder. When they were less than a foot away, she spotted blood spatter on the rock. "It's definitely Roman," Cord said grimly. Ellie approached the scene with caution, scanning the area for possible evidence. The old man lay face down across the rock, arms dangling, blood streaking the stone and his clothes. The back of his shirt was torn and bloody. "Looks like he was shot in the back before he collapsed and smashed his face," Cord said. "Could have been a freak hunting accident." Ellie shook her head. "I might consider that, except he was the witness in our homicide case. So cruel to kill a homeless man and leave him to the elements. If he was killed by our unsub, the MO is different from the female victims," Cord said. "The girls' deaths were more personal and filled with rage," Ellie pointed out. "My guess is the killer realized Roman had seen him, wanted him disposed of quickly, and didn't have time to waste." She snapped a few photographs of the scene and the man before moving closer. Satisfied she'd gotten the basics on camera, she scanned Roman's craggy face, then his body and his bloody, tattered, worn shirt. "You're right. A gunshot in the back," Ellie said. "Probably why he ran from the scene after I talked to him. He realized the unsub might have noticed him," Cord commented. Ellie's heart ached for Roman. He tried to do the right thing by talking to the police, but it had gotten him killed. 50. Bright Horizons. Clara chewed on a hangnail as she lowered herself on the chair in the counselor's office, nervous as always. Knowing Minnie was dead and Iris missing had increased her anxiety. She could have sworn last night someone had been watching her and Hazel when they arrived back at Sanctuary House. Miss Hazel had seemed upset too, but Clara had gone straight to her room and stayed there. She'd seen shadows everywhere, especially outside her window, and covered her face with a pillow to block them out. Mabel Putnam, the counselor who was friends with Miss Hazel, smiled and gestured for Clara to grab a bottle of water and take a seat. Miss Putnam consulted with each of the girls at Sanctuary House to guide them through the transition from pregnancy to motherhood, and to provide support whether the teen moms chose to keep the baby or opt for the adoption route. "So how are you today, Clara?" Miss Putnam asked. Clara sank into the big club chair and rubbed her hand over her belly as the baby kicked her bladder. She shifted to get more comfortable, although with her due date nearing, she was never comfortable. "Clara?" Miss Putnam asked again. "I didn't sleep well last night," Clara admitted. "I had nightmares about Minnie's death and little Iris. What could be happening to her?" A sympathetic look flashed in the counselor's eyes. "I know it's upsetting, honey. I talked to Hazel about it. It's so sad about Minnie, and we've all been worried about Iris, but I'm sure the police are doing everything possible to find her." Tears clogged Clara's throat, and she bit back a panicked sob, then nodded. "Talk to me," Miss Putnam said softly. "You know this is a safe place, and there's no judgment." She chewed on her thumbnail again. "I know it's selfish, but I'm afraid something will happen to my little baby too." Clara squeezed her eyes shut to stem the tears, then opened them and summoned her courage. When she'd first come to live at Sanctuary House, she'd been depressed and traumatized. She had refused to discuss her pregnancy and tried to deal with everything on her own. But eventually, Hazel and Ms. Putnam had helped her open up, although she still chose not to reveal the name of her baby's father. It was too shameful a secret to say out loud. "It's understandable that you're frightened,"
Miss Putnam said. Not only are you expecting a baby, but you're dealing with hormones and emotions, and I'm sure you're anxious about the delivery process. All those feelings are natural, Clara. Miss Putnam squeezed Clara's hand. That's what Hazel and I are here for. The panic rose again, Clara's chest tightening.
She suddenly stood and paced the small office, her breathing growing erratic. "But what if someone tries to take my baby after she's born?" Clara blurted. "Minnie did everything you and Miss Hazel said, but she was murdered and her daughter kidnapped." Miss Putnam walked over to Clara and clasped her hands in her own, forcing her to stop pacing. "Those feelings are normal, Clara. Every mother has a natural instinct to protect their child." Clara laid their joined hands on her round belly. "But what if I can't protect my little girl?" The counsellor smiled as the baby kicked again. "What happened to Minnie and Iris has nothing to do with you and your child." "But Miss Hazel said the police think Iris's father might have killed Minnie and taken Iris." Clara swallowed hard. "Do you know who Iris's father is?" Miss Putnam narrowed her eyes. "No, and even if I did, I couldn't share confidential information. Do you know who he is?" A shudder ripped through Clara. "No, but I think he hurt Minnie." And Minnie was afraid of him, just like Clara was afraid of her baby's father. 51. Midnight Ridge. Ellie studied Roman's body again. If he was murdered to keep him from identifying Minnie's killer, the case just became even more complicated, and it meant the killer was escalating, that he would kill again. Cause of death is most likely from exsanguination due to the gunshot wound, Dr. Whitefeather said, but I'll know more after the autopsy. I sent items for DNA analysis to the lab, some from Iris, and DNA I took from a water bottle Marty Burgess drank from during our interview, Ellie said. He knew Minnie from school. Although he claims they didn't have a sexual relationship, I need to determine if he's telling the truth or if he's Iris's father. I hope the lab works quickly, but sometimes DNA takes time, Laney said. I'll ask them to expedite the results. Well, thanks. Maybe we'll luck up and find something here to offer a lead. Ellie's phone buzzed with Deputy Landrum's number, and she connected. Hey, I got all the stuff sent to the lab. Great, thanks. Chandra and I looked into Minnie's father, Landrum continued. Claude Benton is a criminal defense attorney who's supposedly cutthroat and shows no mercy in court. I can believe that, Ellie said. Seems like a narcissist. His wife was definitely intimidated by him. Well, there's no reports of a domestic violence call. He's an attorney. If there was, he would have expunged it from the records. True, but remember that Minnie received a DUI. Yeah, I'm surprised Benton let it stand. Maybe he wanted her to learn a lesson, Heath said. Maybe. Well, I dug deeper and found out the senior partner at the firm where Benton works, William Whitaker, handled the DUI charge. Afterward, Minnie had to do community service and attend AA. In that situation, Ellie supposed she couldn't blame Benton for being tough on Minnie. Only he'd driven her away later and turned his back on her. Her mind raced. They still needed to know the connection, if there was one, between the girls. Will you look into the other two murders and see if those victims had DUIs? On it. Also cross-check the officers who arrested them, if there are any charges. Perhaps they're one and the same. That could be a connection. Ellie's phone buzzed, and she ended the call with Landrum and answered. Detective Reeves. Detective, this is Beth Ann Benton. I wondered if you had any new information about my sister's murder and about Iris. Ellie's hands felt clammy as she gripped the phone. We're working day and night on it, but nothing concrete yet. I'm sorry. I promise to let you know as soon as we make more progress. The young woman's sigh reeked of pain and frustration. I've been thinking about Iris, Beth Ann said. When you find her, what will happen to her? Ellie hesitated. I don't know the answer to that. Child and Family Services will be notified and contact family members to see if anyone wants to assume responsibility for her. I have a strong feeling your parents won't. No, they won't, Beth Ann said, a note of disgust in her tone. I wouldn't want them to anyway. Foster care and then possible adoption would be next steps, Ellie said. Beth Ann released a shaky breath. I don't have experience with kids, But what, Beth Ann? Ellie asked, her heart stuttering. I'm thinking maybe I could take her. After all, she is my niece. A smile tugged at Ellie's lips. When we find her, you can coordinate with DFCS and probably arrange that. She just hoped she could bring that little girl back to her and put her in Beth Ann's arms. Okay, thanks. I just wanted you to be aware that I'm here for her. Of course. I promise to contact you as soon as we learn more. Beth Ann thanked her and Ellie hung up. A second later, Deputy Landrum texted. Each of the other girls had DUIs. Arresting officers were different though, and there's no record that they were represented by Benton's senior partner.
Damn it, that was a dead end. Ellie wanted to punch a wall. When the hell were they going to catch a break? 52. Mountain Brew. Derek's phone buzzed as he was studying his notes from the morning briefing meeting with Ellie. It was his partner at the bureau, so he connected. Bennett, thanks for calling me back. No problem. I've been doing some background work and there is chatter about a possible baby theft ring in Georgia. Derek gritted his teeth and saw Tilly enter the cafe. She went to the counter to order coffee and he waved. In spite of stringent security, vigilant training of employees, and a handful of undercover agents, human traffickers took advantage of Atlanta International Airport. What ages are being targeted? There's one group focusing on teens for sex trafficking.
Derek shook his head. Don't think that's connected to this case. Our teenage mothers were murdered. In the Benton case, the child is a toddler and is missing. Right. We're also investigating a possible child abduction ring selling the children into private adoptions. Derek's pulse jumped. That might make sense. Selling infants or children was often done for monetary purposes. Some people were desperate enough for a family to pay anything for a child. It was possible the people on the receiving end knew what was happening, but also possible they were unaware the child had been abducted. The crow feathers didn't fit the scenario of a man looking to make money, though. Look into that, Derek said, although he sensed it was a long shot. They had to explore every avenue. Each day that ticked by without a lead decreased chances Iris would ever be found. He hung up as Tilly walked over. Ready to head back? He asked. She nodded. We can talk in the car. He gathered his notes and they walked out to the car together. On the drive to Crooked Creek, Derek called Ellie, and he and Tilly filled her in on what they'd learned in Mystic. My partner is diving into the child abduction/adoption ring. If there's a connection to Minnie and Iris, he'll find it. I hope so, Ellie said. Cord is looking into an ornithologist and an artist who uses feathers in his work. And earlier the witness who saw Minnie's murder was found dead. He was shot in the back. You think our unsub killed him to keep him from identifying him? That's exactly what I think. Any evidence? I left the ERT to process the scene, and Dr. Whitefeather will keep us updated after the autopsy. She made a low sound in her throat. Although I think we're dealing with one unsub, he didn't leave crow feathers around Roman. Interesting, Derek said, but his motive was different there. My thinking too, Ellie sighed. Deputy Landrum did find one commonality between the girls. At one point, each of them was charged with a DUI. The senior partner at Benton's law firm represented Minnie. So Mr. Benton knew about the charge? Yes. Benton didn't just sweep it under the rug, though. Minnie did community service. Guess he was trying to teach her a lesson. She also had to attend AA. Although court-appointed, she may have wanted to stop drinking for her baby. Ellie paused, and Derek heard her tapping her fingernails along the rim of her coffee mug. It was a nervous habit she had when she was thinking. I'll go to that AA meeting Minnie attended and see what I can find out. You can't, Derek said. You've been on the news, Ellie. If the killer's in that group, he'll recognize you. Tilly cleared her throat. Derek's right, but I can go. He wouldn't recognize me. Too dangerous, Derek muttered. I'll be fine and remain low-key, Tilly said. I have done some undercover reporting before, so it's not like I don't know what I'm doing. Derek clenched his jaw. More fingernail tapping, which meant Ellie was considering it. I still think it's too dangerous, Derek said. Fear made his breath catch. He didn't want to lose Tilly now, when they were just getting close. At least Ellie was armed. Tilly was feisty but vulnerable.
and he wanted to have a future with her. "I could go with you." "Don't be ridiculous," Tilly said. "You've also been in the media on multiple cases. Besides, your persona screams FBI." Derek tensed. Was it that obvious? "Tilly's right," Ellie said. "Damn it, why did the women in his life have to be so stubborn and opinionated?" Ellie cleared her throat. "Tilly can wear a camera so we can observe the group." "No," Tilly said. "The AA meetings work because of the anonymity. I won't jeopardize innocent, already vulnerable people who are attending for help. Recovery is a fragile process." "Fair point," Ellie said. "But you have to be cautious and not push too hard."
"I know how to play it," Tilly said. "Trust me." Derek bit his tongue, his pulse hammering. He did trust her, but he had feelings for her. And he absolutely did not trust the violent maniac behind Minnie's murder and Iris's disappearance. 53. Piney Corner. Cord found the feather touch artist Gray Gentry in his art studio, which was attached to the rustic cabin where he lived. Brant, the ornithologist, had described him as a recluse. He parked in the gravelled drive, noting how isolated the land was. The 5-mile drive to the site had plunged him deeper and deeper into the wooded land. Cold air chilled the back of his neck as he climbed from his truck. A buzzard soared above, and a murder of crows sat perched on the fence surrounding the man's backyard. The image of those crow feathers on Ellie's drive and the dead crow in her bed haunted him. Balling his hands into fists, he struggled to control his temper before knocking. If Gray Gentry was responsible for tormenting Ellie, murdering Minnie and the other girls, and abducting Iris, his gut instinct was to tear him apart, just like the unsub who'd put that crow on Ellie's bed had done to the bird. But he'd learned a lot from Ellie, and even from Fox, about self-control, about needing to confirm suspicions with evidence before taking action. Relying on those skills, he knocked on the wooden door and waited. Seconds ticked into minutes. He knocked again. The vultures still circled above. The crows sat steadfast, watching. Dusk was setting in. Being diurnal, they were most active during daylight hours, foraging for food from dusk until dawn, until time for their nightly roosting. With the fall time change and winter setting in fast, the days were shorter and dark came early. The storm clouds above painted the area in an eerie abyss of grey. Odd that so many crows surrounded Gentry's home, though. Finally, Cord heard footsteps inside, then the lock turning, and the door opened. Cord had searched for the man's image online, but hadn't found it. Still, he'd expected an eccentric man in coveralls with a long grey ponytail. Instead, Gentry was clean-cut, with short black hair, wore nice jeans and a black t-shirt. He was also wearing gloves, a stained work apron, and protective eyewear. "Mr. Gentry, I'm Ranger Cord McLean," Cord said, then extended his hand. The guy wiped his hands on his apron, which looked grimy from work. Or was it blood? "If you're here about the laws against feather collecting, I can show you my permit." His dark grey eyes stared at Cord with a wariness that seeped with anger. "As a ranger, I'm aware of the laws," Cord said. "So relax. I just want to talk." Gentry hesitated, tension radiating from his body. Cord half expected him to pull a gun, but he stepped aside, offering entry. "You said Dr. Brant gave you my name. You don't look like an art collector to me." Cord shrugged. "I'm not." He scanned the interior of the house, which was dark, poorly lit, and filled with scenes of animal massacres on the walls. For a moment, Cord thought this might be their man. No guns in sight, but that didn't mean Gentry didn't have one. Judging from the gruesome images on the wall, he possessed a sinister and troubled soul. Did that darkness simply feed his creativity, or was there more to it? "So why are you here?" Gentry asked as Cord followed him into his studio, where dozens of feathers were soaking in cleansing solutions. The scent of alcohol, hydrogen peroxide and vinegar was so strong that Cord had to breathe out. No wonder Gentry wore the mask. Inhaling a combination of chemicals was dangerous, could even be deadly. "You're cleaning and sanitizing the feathers, aren't you?" Cord asked, as his gaze scrutinized the table holding the man's supplies. "Yes, but again,
I have a permit to collect them as they're so prevalent in the area, and I'm not hurting the animals.
Just taking what has naturally been left behind. I also gather feathers from zoos, private aviaries, and the public. Feathers that are ethically sourced from molten parts of various species. Some more common ones are from turkey and geese. Cord moved closer to examine the ones soaking in the cleaning solutions on the table. These look like crow feathers. An odd smile curved Gentry's lips. As I said, I have a license. I collect naturally shed ones on the AT. I consider it a cleanup project for the trail, and they make my work more authentic. You probably saw a number of crows on my fence. The sight was embedded in Cord's memory. He'd grown up in these mountains. He knew the folklore surrounding the crows. Yeah, I saw them, Cord said. But since they're considered omens of danger or death or evil to come, why would people be drawn to them in art? Gentry's grey eyes flickered to a piece on his studio wall, a piece where he'd crafted the crow's feathers into what resembled a pit. Some of the believers around Midnight Ridge think having a piece of my art, especially ones like this one that represents the devil's pit, will actually ward off that evil. Interesting. Were the crow's feathers left at Minnie's death meant to keep evil at bay? 54. Mystic Church. You know you don't have to do this, Tilly, Derek said. You aren't a detective and it could be dangerous. He squeezed her hand. I care about you, and I don't want you to get hurt. Tilly sighed. Derek, I appreciate your concern, but like I said earlier, I can handle this. I've attended AA meetings and understand how the program operates. Derek raised a brow. He was still learning things about Tilly. You belong to AA? No, but I had a college roommate who'd been drinking since she was 13. She almost died the year she lived with me, but finally agreed to attend a rehab center. When she was released, I supported her by attending AA meetings with her for a while. Derek's admiration for her rose even more. You were a good friend, Tilly. Emotions filled Tilly's eyes. I tried to be, but she relapsed, then dropped out of college. After that, she moved in with some loser. Sadness tinged her voice. I kept reaching out, but eventually she cut me off. With my estrangement from my family after my sister disappeared, I understand how Minnie must have felt when her family didn't support her. Derek gave her an understanding look. Hopefully learning the truth about what happened to her sister was helping her heal. All right, but please be careful, he said, resigned. If you sense someone is dangerous, steer clear. And whatever you do, don't go outside alone. I'll be across the street at the coffee shop waiting. Text me when the meeting ends, or if you feel like something is wrong and need to leave early. I'll be waiting either way and watching the building for anyone who looks suspicious. A small smile twinkled in Tilly's eyes. Don't worry, Derek. I'll be fine. You'd better be, he said with a tender look. I've gotten kind of fond of you. Tilly kissed his cheek. Same. Derek scanned the parking lot and exterior of the small brick church for anyone lurking around as she opened the door and climbed out. Tonight she'd dressed in jeans, a slightly stained dark green t-shirt and sneakers to fit the part of a single mother in distress. Still, as she entered the building, Derek watched a man with dark hair, wearing a UGA hat and baggy jeans, follow her inside, his head tucked down as if he didn't want to be seen. Derek's stomach twisted with anxiety. It was going to be a long damn hour. 55. Remembering how wary and scared her college friend had been at her first meeting, Tilly adopted her cover persona, darting her eyes around nervously as she entered. She sensed someone behind her, but didn't dare turn around. Low chatter echoed from down the hall, and a middle-aged woman in a midi skirt, gauzy blouse, and a band of bracelets winding up her arm greeted her with a friendly smile. Welcome. I'm Myra. If you're here for the meeting, it's down the hall on the right. Play the part, Tilly. She bit her lower lip and gave a little nod without quite making eye contact, then tilted her head down slightly and walked in the direction the woman had pointed. Low voices echoed from inside the room, and Tilly glanced through the door and saw chairs situated in a circle. 3 people stood at a table in the back helping themselves to water, coffee and tea. She veered toward the area
and a man in overalls with a scruffy beard and scars crisscrossing his arms smiled at her. "Help yourself," he said. "Myra brought cookies and candy tonight." He gestured toward a large basket of miniature candy bars. "Snickers is my favorite." Tilly's stomach turned slightly as his grin revealed chewing tobacco-stained teeth. She'd spent her teen years around men like that in Brambletown, where she'd grown up. She skipped the sweets and grabbed a bottle of water just to have something to do with her hands, then gave the man a nod, turned and surveyed the people seated. 3 women sat side by side, one grey-haired, thin lady knitting a baby blanket, the other 2 chatting quietly. Myra slid inside the door, bracelets jangling, snagged a candy bar and coffee and took a seat. She gave Tilly another warm smile, and Tilly claimed the chair beside her. 2 30-something men sat stiffly, one with his arms crossed, the other's hands clasped in front of him as he stared at the floor. Tobacco-stained teeth guy took the chair across from her, his eyes skating over her, making a shudder ripple up her spine. A fit guy in a dark grey t-shirt and khaki pants rushed in and seated himself in the chair that appeared to be designated for the leader of the group. Tilly prepared her story in her head as he introduced himself. "Hi everyone, good to see you. For those of you new to the group, I'm Gil McCoy, the leader. We'll go over a few guidelines before we get started." His gaze found Tilly, then he moved on, speaking to everyone. "First of all, this group is anonymous, and your identities and stories are not to be shared outside the group. Second, you can share as much or as little as you want in here, although eventually we can help you more if you open up about your situation, what led you here, and how you're managing your personal struggle." He paused. "More importantly, this group is meant to be a support group, meaning there is no room for judgment, criticism, belittling, or diminishing the pain and efforts of anyone. While our personal stories, problems, triggers, and reasons for joining AA may be different, we're all fighting some kind of addiction so that we can regain control of our lives and live a healthier lifestyle." He ran a hand through his black spiked hair and gave a self-deprecating laugh. "Sorry for the lecture. I commend you all on choosing to be here. Trust me, I face my own demons every day." Nods of understanding and quiet agreements rumbled through the room. "Also, there's a meeting here every night, although the leaders rotate. Of course, you don't have to attend each one, but choose whatever time is best for you. If you're looking for a sponsor, you can let me know and we'll try to help match you. Now, would anyone like to share tonight?" Tilly shifted nervously and jerked her gaze away from Gil. He was handsome, charming, and well-spoken. Hadn't Ellie mentioned that Clara implied Minnie might have met someone in this group? Could Gil be that someone? Still, she held back from speaking up, knowing first-timers didn't easily share in the beginning. First, she'd sit back and listen. Then maybe she'd get an idea if one of the men in this room might have killed Minnie and taken Iris. 56. Crooked Creek Police Department. Ellie asked deputies Eastwood and Landrum to join her in the conference room to update them. She'd requested Sheriff Bryce Waters' presence, but he was busy handling situations in the county involving Day of the Dead activities and vigils being held at Midnight Ridge. Ellie faced the deputies, updating the whiteboard as she filled them in. "I spoke with Special Agent Fox. His partner is looking into a child abduction / possible adoption ring on the FBI's radar. We need to explore that avenue with the 3 murders we have on our board. Minnie's child is missing, which means if Iris has been adopted, even illegally, she might be safe. But that's still a big question. If she's been sold to a family, is she still in the state or the country?" "And what kind of family has her?" Ellie paused, thinking. Iris's photograph is now all over the news. If the couple or person who took her knew she was abducted, they will be complicit. If they're not, they might panic and run. Or maybe they'll do the right thing and come forward, Chandra suggested. Ellie smiled. Although Chandra had had a rough childhood and had suffered abuse herself, she managed to maintain a positive and optimistic view about the world. "Chandra, did you learn anything from Minnie's teachers and the counselors at her school?" "Nothing new. The counselor said Minnie didn't confide in her about the pregnancy or the baby's father. Her English teacher said she'd noticed Minnie's withdrawal and worried that she was having emotional problems.
That she tried to discuss the situation with the Bentons, but the mother assured her that Minnie was fine. Mrs. Benton was either in denial, too embarrassed to accept help, or hiding family secrets, Ellie said with a shake of her head. Back to the possibility of a child abduction/adoption scenario. In the event the adopted parents are unaware the child they're getting is abducted, adoptions require legalities, or at least falsified paperwork to fool parents desperate for a child, which means we need to explore attorneys connected to any of the girls. Also, perhaps counselors who may have worked with them regarding childbirth, parenting, and adoption. Good point, Deputy Landrum said. Ellie nodded. Also, we need to interview any nurses or doctors involved in the births of the girls' babies, Ellie continued. We know Hazel delivered Minnie's little girl, but I just can't see her lying. She seems to care so much about the teens. We can still look into her past, Heath suggested. Okay, I don't like it, but I'm on it, Chandra said. Heath, check into the doctors, staff and counsellors who might have been connected to each of our victims. Heath scribbled a note in his pocket notepad. I'll talk to the families of each of the Vics, Ellie said, dreading the task. She wasn't sure how they'd react or feel. Some of them might have made peace with a suicidal death. But knowing their daughters were violently murdered and that Ellie had no clue who'd killed them would stir their pain and anger all over again. 57. Mystic Church. I understand it takes courage to share, Gil, the leader of the AA meeting, said. Tobacco-stained teeth stood. Name's Bob, but most folks call me Rooster on account of I grew up on a chicken farm. Hi, Bob, the group chimed together. Bob blushed, shoved his hands in his pockets and looked down at his feet, then shifted back and forth nervously. I've been here before, but didn't have the nerve to speak up. Now, I guess it's time I unload some crap from my chest. Take your time, Bob, Gil said with an understanding nod. Bob cleared his throat. 2 years ago, my wife was killed by a drunk driver. He mopped his face with a handkerchief he pulled from his pocket. We'd been together for 22 years and I took it hard. I'm not proud to say it, but I was so angry I turned to the bottle myself. Then one night I found the woman who hit her. She was some rich broad who should have gone to jail, but her husband knew people, higher-ups, and she got off with a fine. It wasn't right. His voice cracked. Dumbass me followed her to a party and watched her guzzling champagne, and I flew into a rage. As she stumbled out to her car, half sloshed, I confronted her, and she yelled at me and I grabbed her arms and shook her. Then she screamed, and some of her haughty friends came out and called the cops. He shook his head as if the memory was fresh in his head. Then a bitter laugh rumbled from his chest. Course I got arrested and spent a year in jail for assault while she killed my wife and went back out and partied. Murmurs of sympathy and understanding echoed through the room. Now I got to be here as part of my parole. To fulfill my community service, I also joined an advocacy team against drunk driving. Bob's chair clanked as he dropped back into it with a grunt. Tilly wondered if Bob resented being forced into AA, and if he was bitter enough to kill teenagers who'd suffered from an addiction problem or who'd received a DUI. Gil broke the silence. Thanks for sharing, Bob. Your story is very tragic. Even though this is part of your parole requirements, I hope we can help you. Bob said nothing, but his jaw was clenched so tightly a vein pulsed in his neck as he stared at everyone in the room. Anyone else care to share? Gil asked. Myra, the woman who'd greeted Tilly when she'd arrived, stood. I'm Myra. Those who've been before know me as the Candy Lady. I found the only way to curb my cravings for wine is chocolate. Hi, Myra, the group chorused. The tension softened in the room as a few people agreed that sweets help them curb their appetites for alcohol. Ice cream is a close second, Myra said wryly. This is month 7 for me in my sobriety journey. It's still a daily struggle, but I'm determined to kick the habit this time and grateful to have the support this group has brought. My daughter, who I've been estranged from for 2 years, has agreed to bring her kids to see me at Christmas, as long as I remain sober. Tilly offered her a smile, thinking of her own mother who'd blamed her for her sister's disappearance. Next, a nice-looking brown-haired man in his 30s
wearing a dress shirt and grey slacks, stood. "Kyle Limbach. I'm an OBGYN. The last 2 years have been rough. I lost a couple of patients, and the stress caused me to unravel." He paused. "But I realize that's an excuse. I'm now in counseling to learn more healthy coping skills. I'm 223 days clean." Murmurs of congratulations followed as he seated himself. The man with black spiked hair in a black t-shirt and black jeans stood. "Thomas, I'm an attorney. In the past 6 months, I lost a friend, another lawyer, to suicide. I started numbing with cocktails until the situation got out of hand." He held up a chip. "Today marks 1 month. 1 day at a time," Gil said with an encouraging tone. "Anyone else?" Gil asked. Tilly inhaled, then slowly stood. She lifted a shaky hand and wound her hair around her fingers, fixating on the space behind Gil. A bulletin board held information about AA and the 12 steps, along with a calendar of social gatherings with various groups and additional programs and speakers offered. "I'm Lily," she said, using a twist on her real name. "My sister disappeared years ago and my family blamed me. Last year I discovered she was murdered. The ordeal sent me spiraling, and I'm struggling to get back on track." She was tempted to mention that the news segment about Minnie had triggered her, but if Minnie's killer was in the room, she might raise suspicion. Undercover work required time and patience. At least now she had names and stories she could take back to Ellie. Unless one of the others in the room had lied about his identity, as she had, because he was a killer. 58. Ollie's farm. Ellie dreaded the conversation she needed to have as she parked at the home of Nina Gillis's parents, a sprawling brick ranch house on the outskirts of Mystic. But it was necessary. And although it was dinner time, she didn't want to take the chance this couple might discover their daughter's death was murder from a source other than herself. Time was of the essence. Perhaps they could offer a lead to help find the killer and possibly save Iris. "Thanks for coming with, Chandra," she said. "This won't be easy for the parents to handle." "No problem," Chandra said. "It's always nice to have backup when delivering bad news." True, everyone reacted differently. With the two of them present, one person could deal with the emotional fallout, while another could observe and study the house and family situation. More dead leaves fluttered down, crumbling like dust, withering in the gusty wind as they stepped from the vehicle. Dead ones crunched beneath their boots as they walked up the paved drive, which was 2 inches deep in dry grass and foliage. Wind tore branches from the trees, leaves swirling in the air in a rainbow of colors. Yet dark clouds hovered on the horizon, the mist from Midnight Ridge, a blend of shades of grey, dampening the beauty. Ellie surveyed the property as they climbed the 3 steps to the small porch. A black SUV sat in the drive, a barn in the distance, indicating the couple might have animals. Chickens strutted in the outdoor pens, a common occurrence in the country, although she heard the younger generations were obsessed with having their own chickens now. Another glance, and she realized apple trees dotted the property as well. Chandra rang the doorbell, which echoed like a rooster, oddly unsettling. Ellie listened for footsteps inside but heard nothing. To the side of the porch, on a grassy path, a middle-aged woman carrying 2 baskets was walking up to the farmhouse. As the woman grew nearer, Ellie waved. "Mrs. Gillis." "I thought I heard a car," she said, then climbed the steps. One basket held 6 fresh eggs, and another was filled with apples. Ellie identified herself and Chandra, and the woman's eyes pinched into a frown. "Can we please come in and talk?" Ellie asked. The woman nodded, opened the door, and led them into a cozy, warm house. A fire crackled in the fireplace in the living room that was connected to the kitchen, a big farm-style one with bins labelled eggs, fruits, vegetables, although those were mostly empty except for the one labelled apples. Ellie imagined the other bins filled with garden varieties in the summer and fall. She waited until Mrs. Gillis placed the baskets on the counter. "Is your husband here?" she asked. The woman's face fell. "I'm afraid Ollie had a stroke not too long after we lost our daughter. Think he died of a broken heart." Ellie's heart squeezed. "I'm sorry to hear that, Mrs. Gillis. Call me Yolette. What is this about?" "Maybe we should sit down." Ellie gestured toward the round wooden table, and a wariness crept over Yolette. Shonda claimed one seat, and Ellie the other.
"Yolette, I'm afraid we have some bad news," Ellie said gently. "Dear God, what now? I've already lost everyone I loved. There's no one left but me." Emotions caught in Ellie's throat, and she and Chandra exchanged a look. "I'm sorry, ma'am," Ellie said softly, "but I came to talk to you about your daughter, Nina." Yolette paled. "What about her? She killed herself when she was pregnant. It's an awful pill to swallow, but I've had to accept it." The pain lingered, though, raw and deep in her voice. "Actually, that's the reason we're here. We have new evidence that suggests otherwise." A strained heartbeat passed. "What are you talking about?" Yolette asked in a trembling voice. Ellie struggled for calm. "Have you heard of the young woman Minnie Benton, who recently died at Midnight Ridge?" "Oh yes, of course, it's all the talk around here. But what does that have to do with Nina?"
"There were similarities in the girls' deaths," Ellie explained. "We now believe that Minnie was murdered, and that your daughter was as well." Yolette grabbed the edge of the table as if she was about to pass out. Chandra quickly rose and retrieved the glass of water on the counter, while Ellie clasped the woman's hand. "I'm so very sorry. I know this comes as a shock," Ellie said, "but we thought you had a right to know." "My baby, her baby, murdered. But why? Who?" Yolette's voice trailed off and she reached for the water, but her hand was shaking so badly she knocked it over, and water trickled across the table and onto the floor. Chandra righted the glass, then jumped up and grabbed paper towels to mop it up.
Yolette stared at the water dripping off the side of the table and burst into tears.
59. Mystic Church. Tilly made mental notes on each of the men in the group so she could relay the information to Derek and Ellie, hoping it might lead to a suspect. Poor little Iris had been missing for days now, and every hour that passed, fear for the child intensified. The group took a short break, and everyone grabbed more refreshments. When they reconvened, a woman named Priscilla introduced herself. She'd started drinking after her husband died and was struggling to pull herself from her grief-induced depression. A young woman, possibly around 18, had come in late and looked so nervous that Tilly immediately wanted to fold her into a hug. She glanced at Tilly, then the other women, but seemed to avoid eye contact with the men. The leader, Jill, addressed her. "Welcome back, Dana Jo. Glad you could join us tonight." Dana Jo tugged the sleeves of her sweater down over her hand and chewed on her bottom lip until it turned red. She didn't speak, just simply nodded at Jill in acknowledgement of his greeting. "Would you like to share?" Jill asked. The girl wrapped her arms around herself, then stared at her sneakers. Tilly wondered about her story, but new individuals couldn't be pushed, not when in recovery. And judging from the pain in Dana Jo's eyes, she was definitely having a difficult time. Was she afraid of something or someone? Or was she fending off the urge to use again? 60. Dana Jo wrung her hands together, tugging at the sleeves of her sweater. Still self-conscious about the scars on her arms from the attack in the mountains, she always covered them, mostly because she didn't want people in public or the street staring at her with curious, probing eyes and asking questions. Questions she had no answer to. "What happened to you? Who hurt you?" "Remember, this is a safe place," Gil said in a comforting tone. "We're glad to see you're back, Dana Jo. You look upset tonight. Want to talk about it?" She darted furtive glances around the circle, then her eyes fell back on her jittery hands. She rarely talked about what happened, but when she'd passed the liquor store around the corner, she'd been tempted to go inside and buy a fifth of vodka. Remembering her daughter, she ducked inside here instead. She inhaled and spit it out. "I've been having a hard time, ever since that girl Minnie Benton was killed and her little girl went missing." "That's understandable," Gil said softly. "You have a daughter too, don't you?" Dana Jo nodded, her breathing erratic. "I'm terrified something will happen to her, that I'll lose her." She hesitated, hoping someone else would speak up and save her from having to continue. "Sometimes our fears are triggered by events in our lives and people around us," Gil said, "but talking about them can be helpful." "I saw the news too," the woman named Lily said. "I'm sure you aren't the only parent who feels that way right now." Dana Joe soaked in the woman's kind voice.
It also brought back nightmares of what happened to me a while back. Silence stretched for a long minute, then Gil murmured for her to go on. For a moment, Dana Joe felt the faint beginnings of one of her migraines and massaged her temple. Maybe if she talked about it, her nightmares would stop. "The problem is that I don't remember exactly what happened to me," she said. "But over 2 years ago, almost 3 now, I was taken, assaulted, injured, and left for dead near the ridge where Minnie died." Her chest heaved with the strain of the memory. She saw the shadow again, the man cloaked in all black. She was fighting, clawing to escape, even as the world spun in circles. For a brief second, an image of a face appeared in those shadows, but she couldn't distinguish his features. God help me. The image was so close she could almost touch it. She closed her eyes, trying to force it. It was on the tip of her mind, but she couldn't quite grasp it. "Dana Joe?" Gil said softly. She opened her eyes, panic building. "I was assaulted and his face is on the edge of my memory. Part of me doesn't want to remember." Her voice cracked. "But another part wants to see his face, so I can make him pay for what he did to me. But then one day Lulu would know how she was conceived, and she never wanted her daughter to find out the truth about that or feel like she wasn't wanted or loved. In spite of how she'd been conceived, Lulu was the best thing that had ever happened to her. She'd die if anything happened to her." 61. Dana Joe had been at the meeting tonight. He'd watched her fidget as she'd entered and homed in on her nails, which were chewed down to the nubs. A nervous Nelly, and all because of him. Laughter bubbled inside him at the fact that he was responsible for that fear. Except she didn't remember his face. Still, her comments had needled him, and he'd left the meeting early, making an excuse about an emergency. Now he hovered in his car, where he'd parked in the shadows of some trees across the street from the church. Being so close to her was bittersweet. Part of him wanted Dana Joe to look at him and remember everything so he could savor the terror in her eyes when she did. But his rational side warned him that if she did recognize him, she might go to the cops, and then the truth would be revealed. He didn't intend to let that happen. Sweat beaded his neck as he waited on the meeting to end. Finally, she hurried out, walking to her car with her keys poised to fight and pepper spray in her hand like they taught in those self-defense classes for girls. She'd said just enough tonight to garner sympathy from the others in the room, but not enough detail to raise suspicion that her story was different from the way the news had portrayed it when she'd been found. When she got in her car, she locked the doors and looked around, then dropped her head into her hands. Her shoulders shook with her sobs, and she rubbed her temple as if massaging a bad headache. The door to the meeting room opened again, and the woman named Lily stepped outside, the wind tearing her hair from the clasp at the nape of her neck. Something about her bugged him. He'd bet his nuts she was lying about her name. Her face seemed familiar, as if he'd either seen her before or seen her photograph. Damn, she was a pretty thing. Too old for the profile he was hunting, but she might make a perfect date just to find out more about her. He'd been tempted to ask her for coffee, but wanted to do a little research on her first. He'd seen her glance at her phone at the break, wondered if she had a child at home she needed to check on. Or a man. Boyfriend? Husband? He hadn't seen a ring on her left hand. Maybe a lover checking up on her. If not, did she want one? Having a girlfriend would make a perfect foil for what he was doing. She hadn't mentioned a kid, but that didn't mean she didn't have one. She'd be fun anyway, but a kid would make it even more fulfilling. One at a time, he intended to save the world from these unfit mothers. If he enjoyed himself in the process, then what the hell? Why not? The door to the church opened, and 2 other women in the group filed out together, talking quietly as they headed toward a grey Honda, indicating they've ridden together. Both shot nervous glances around the parking lot, as if checking to make sure they weren't going to be accosted. Lily drew his attention again as she ran across the street to the coffee shop. A dark sedan was parked near the entrance, but instead of going inside the coffee shop, the passenger door swung open and she slid inside. He'd sensed something was off about her, that she didn't belong. He hadn't seen signs of withdrawal, and she hadn't shared much at all. Everyone there had secrets, just as he did. What was she keeping from the group? 62. Ollie's farm. Why would someone kill my daughter? Yolette asked in a pained whisper. At this point, we don't exactly know the reason, Ellie answered. But Nina was around the same age as the girl who recently died at Midnight Ridge. That was where your daughter was found, correct? Yolette nodded. Yes, she got involved in the wrong crowd for a while and started drinking and smoking pot. Later, we managed to get her into counseling. Then we discovered she was pregnant and she dove into an even deeper depression. Do you know who fathered her child? Ellie asked softly. Yolette shook her head. She refused to talk about him. The pain in the woman's voice tore at Ellie. Ellie was beginning to suspect the father of each teen's child might have been one and the same. If he'd assaulted the girls and they threatened to tell, it provided motive to kill them. Chandra patted Yolette's shoulder. Is there anyone we can call for you, ma'am? Yolette dabbed at her tears with a tissue Chandra handed her. I'll call my neighbor, Yolette said. Give me her number and I'll phone her, Chandra offered. Hands trembling, Yolette scrolled her contacts, then handed Chandra her phone. While Chandra stepped outside to make the call, Ellie continued. Do you think the baby's father was someone she knew? Ellie asked. Yolette shrugged. I wish I knew. I asked if she'd told him about the baby and she said she didn't want him to know. Ellie worded her next question carefully. Did she seem afraid of him? The woman's face paled to a blotchy white, then her eyes widened. Why are you asking? You think he killed my Nina? I'm just gathering information, Ellie said, but at one time, each of the girls who died at Midnight Ridge suffered from some kind of addiction, and each girl had a baby or was pregnant at the time. She let that sink in and saw horror in Yolette's eyes. Do you have any idea who this guy is? Yolette asked. I'm sorry, but not yet. But I intend to find him. She offered the woman a tender smile. Do you keep any of Nina's things? Ellie asked. Yolette's lip quivered as more tears filled her eyes. Yes, her room is just as she left it. Do you mind if I take a look? Ellie asked. Maybe there's something in there that could lead us to the father's name. Yolette stood. Of course, I'll show you. If you find something that will help, it's yours. She straightened her spine and lifted her chin. I want you to find this bastard and make him pay. Ellie squeezed her hand, her heart aching as she stepped into the teenager's room. I promise we won't stop until we put him away. 63. Ellie combed through Nina Gillis's bedroom. Typical teenager furnishings, poster of a rock star on the wall. Also ones of ballet dancers, then ones of her dance team, all smiling, happy photos. She loved dance, Nina's mother said softly. But when she didn't land a part in the Nutcracker, she got disillusioned with it and quit. And then the depression hit. Pain and grief laced the woman's voice. Ellie opened the closet door and glanced inside. Sneakers, t-shirts, jeans, lots of colors. Again, everything told the story of a cheerful, happy girl. Although she'd suffered from depression, she thought of Minnie and her pregnancy and the way her family and friend had described her as being shy. Yet, she'd turned up pregnant as a young teen. Had something else traumatic happened to Nina to trigger her serious depression? Yolette, think back. Do you recall if something happened to Nina before or after she quit dance? Had she changed? What do you mean, changed? Ellie shrugged. Something that drove her to join that other crowd. Like what? Problems at school? A falling out with a friend? Relationship with a boy or a man? Yolette ran her fingers over a framed picture of a younger Nina, dressed in a costume as Annie when she was small. I don't know. She became moody and slept a lot. We worried about her, so my husband and I took her to a counselor. Ellie contemplated that. How did that go? At first it was okay. I thought she was improving, but then one day she came home crying and she locked herself in her room and wouldn't come out. Did she mention if anything happened during the session? Yolette shook her head, but a pained look crossed her face. No, but she was never the same. After that, how long was it until you discovered she was pregnant? Yolette dropped her fingers from the photograph, her eyes tormented. About 4 months, she said. She spiraled even more. I urged her to continue counseling, but she refused. But she did try to kick the alcohol and weed because she was afraid she'd already damaged the baby, so she joined AA. Minnie had attended AA. "I'd like the name of the counselor," Ellie asked. Prying information from a professional mental health counselor would be near impossible, so she'd see if she could obtain a warrant first. If Nina was getting clean because she was worried about the baby, it didn't make sense that she'd kill herself and the child. In Ellie's mind, that alone would have raised a question about suicide, something the local law, Deputy Rouse, hadn't pursued, because he'd wanted to tie up the case so quickly. But if Nina had been murdered as Ellie suspected, her killer might have killed her to keep her quiet. Ellie glanced through the girl's closet, but didn't see anything helpful, just typical teenage clothing. She checked a shoebox on top of the shelf. Inside, she found birthday and Christmas cards her parents had given her. Ellie's heart squeezed at the box of memories, ones Nina had treasured enough to keep. "I've looked through her things a dozen times, although I couldn't bear to read things at the time," Yolette murmured, her voice trembling with tears. Ellie wanted to hug the woman. "You don't have to," Ellie said gently. "Did the police search in here?" Yolette shook her head. "Not really. The former sheriff simply ruled it a suicide and said Nina's suicide note confirmed it. Then he closed the case." Ellie bit her tongue at the man's incompetence. He should have asked more questions. "I need a minute." Yolette hurried from the room, wiping at her damp cheeks. Sympathy for Yolette filled Ellie. Gathering her own emotions, she decided to check the girl's desk. The top drawer held pens, sticky notes, and a spiral notebook filled with doodle drawings of animals. Next, she searched the lower drawers. A few school project papers, mostly graded with A's and B's, although the later dated ones revealed her grades had definitely slipped. That might have been around the time she started drinking. Ellie accidentally knocked a pen off the top of the desk, and it rolled under the bed. She bent to retrieve it and noticed a small shoebox on the floor. Curious, she pulled it out, then thumbed through it. Inside, she found another notepad with pages of thoughts Nina had recorded, each dated. Her breath caught as she skimmed them. "That Friday night, my life changed forever. I hate him so much for what he did to me. I feel like my chest is going to explode sometimes. I can't sleep for seeing his face, for remembering the way he touched me, the way he held me down. His breath on my cheek, his voice telling me he liked it when I fought. Except I couldn't fight because he drugged me. I want to tell somebody, but I'm too ashamed. My mother works hard, and my daddy's been sick for a while, and it would hurt them to know what he did. So I have to stay quiet. If I tell, he'll kill me and my family." 64. Dalton. Someone had been watching her when she'd left the meeting tonight. Dana Jo sensed it and had run to her car. Now she was frozen in fear and couldn't make her foot move to start the engine. Outside the car, the wind roared. Dry leaves swirled across the street like tumbleweed in a ghost town. Shadows hovered behind the corners of the buildings. She thought she spotted someone slumped low in the car in the corner. A man? Was he watching her? For a brief moment, a sliver of a memory flashed back. Bright lights behind her, blinding her as she drove around the mountain. She had to get home to Lulu. As depressed and frightened as she'd been when she'd learned about the pregnancy, she was now terrified of losing that little girl. Thank God for her mama. She was lucky she'd agreed to help Dana Jo raise her. And she inspired Dana Jo to be a better mama herself. It wasn't Lulu's fault how she'd been brought into the world. She was just an innocent baby. The car sped up behind her. Her tires skidded. Then a clunk. One of them was flat. Fear bolted toward her as she lost control of her car, and it spun around toward the ravine. She braked, but her vehicle skidded on the asphalt, and she swerved, brakes squealing. She screamed, then she was thrown forward, and pain tore through her temple as her head hit the steering wheel. The sound of engines firing up cut through the night, jarring Dana Jo back to the present. Bright lights flickered, the parking lot emptying out as everyone from the meeting left. Damn it! She couldn't sit here alone. Forcing herself into action, she started the engine, checked over her shoulder, and pulled onto the highway. But the feeling that she was being followed stayed with her, just like it had that night from her memory. Except, After the attack, when she'd woken up in the hospital, her mind was a blank. "What happened to you, sweetie?" her mother had asked, with tears in her eyes. But she had no answer. Only a dark sense of knowing something really awful had happened had crept over her, and her vision had blurred. Then she'd slid back into the darkness of unconsciousness. 65. Wisteria Lane. Ellie rolled her shoulders, aching from too many late nights. But little Iris couldn't wait. Now that she might have a lead with the sexual assault theory, she couldn't go home and crawl into bed with Cord like she wanted. And she did want that. But she had to speak with the family of the other victim on her list. Jordan Orwell might be the final piece of the puzzle and reveal something important to break the case. She parked at the Orwells' house, a white, traditional colonial perched on a hill that probably was bright green in the spring and summer, but now the grass was brown and brittle. Not opulent or grandiose, but at one time it had probably looked stately, with its glorious mountain views and vibrant colours dotting the countryside. Now the house looked sad, bare of fall or the upcoming holiday decorations, but a house that had lost its fervour for life. Or maybe the home's owners had. The loss of a loved one, especially a child, could derail a person's life. Ellie parked, the wind whining around her like a child's cry, boomeranging off the mountain as she walked up to the front door. Wind chimes tinkled from a tree adjacent to the front stoop, and rotting bird feeders leaned precariously as if standing on their last leg. Ellie rang the bell, waiting patiently and wondering if she should have called ahead. Dark had long set in, and although her work hours lingered into the night when she was working an active case, she realized some people turned in early, especially people with early morning jobs or retirees who'd exchanged the rat race for pajama lounging in the morning, setting their own schedule and sipping coffee for hours. Sometimes she longed for that, especially with Cord. But for now, her job was her passion, and little Iris's face taunted her, those big eyes lost without her mother. She'd been stolen or hurt or worse, and needed help. Damn it, she wanted to find Iris alive. She reached out her hand to ring the bell again, but the door opened and a man appeared, his jeans worn, his face even more weathered than his pants. His hand shook with the beer in his hand. Behind him, feather dream catchers hung from the ceiling in the foyer, at odds with the dismal feel of the house. The man's bloodshot eyes raked over her with a scowl. "Who the hell are you?" Ellie questioned her judgment in coming at night without backup. "My name is Detective Ellie Reeves," she said. "Is your wife here?" He rubbed a hand over his bleary eyes. "Yeah, but she's already sleeping it off upstairs." Again, Ellie questioned her decision to come here tonight. "I'm very sorry to have bothered you. Maybe you and your wife could come to the station tomorrow and we can talk when you're both fresh." He leaned against the door jamb and took a swig of his beer. "Now, why would I want to do that, lady?" Ellie refused to let him intimidate her. In his inebriated state, if he did become aggressive, she could throw him to the ground in one move, and she wouldn't hesitate to do it. "Because it's about your daughter." His eyes darkened. "My daughter killed herself. She's gone." "That's what I want to talk to you about," Ellie said, her tone gentle. "I'm not sure she did, and I want to know what happened." He grabbed her wrist. "Are you accusing me of something?" Ellie stood her ground. "No, sir, but if you don't take your hands off me, I'm going to arrest you right now." A vein pulsed in his craggy cheek as he bared his gritted teeth, but he released her, then raised his hands and stepped back. Ellie exhaled and glanced at the dream catchers behind him. Instead of bright, vibrant colors, the color was predominantly black and looked like crow feathers. An image of the crow feathers the killer left in her driveway flashed back. What did they signify here? And was the man defensive because he was drunk, or because he had secrets to hide? 66. River's Edge Cord could smell Ellie's soft scent on his sheets. Sounded ridiculous, but he didn't know if he'd ever wash them again. He'd had a drink waiting for her when she reached his house, and as she sipped it, she'd relayed her conversation with Nina Gillis's mother. Then, her encounter with Jordan Orwell's father.
Every time he thought about that man putting his hands on Ellie, anger raged inside him. Tomorrow, he intended to play bodyguard all day whether she liked it or not. He'd had a work call today, a family lost on the trail, and he'd had to help. But when he left for the evening, he told his boss he needed a couple days off. Hopefully, that would be enough time to catch the rotten bastard who'd killed Minnie and left that dead crow on Ellie's bed and the feathers in her yard.
And to find the missing little girl.
Ellie stepped from the shower, her damp hair falling around her shoulders. His pulse jumped as she gave him a tired but tender smile. She walked toward him, then cupped his face in her hands and pressed her lips to his. He melted inside. He still had that nagging feeling that one day she'd realize he wasn't the man she thought. Things had been going so well between them, and he didn't want to rock the boat. But he had one last secret. Only it wasn't just his to keep or tell. It involved someone else she loved, and how he became a ranger. They fell in bed together, and with her in his arms, he forgot for a moment about secrets and lies and deception. 67. Dalton Dana Joe stumbled up to the front door of her mama's house, still shaken from the flashback she'd had in the car. She'd almost run off the road like she had the day of her assault. Her headache was stinging behind her eyes now, the pain zigzagging all the way to her brain and the back of her skull and even down her neck. She reached for the doorknob, but the door squeaked open. Her mother never left it unlocked, even during the day. Fear began to churn in her stomach. "Mom?" she called out as she entered. The wood floor creaked as she took another step. "Mom, are you here?" Suddenly panic shot through her, and she rushed through the living room and kitchen, searching and calling out again, her voice shrill with fear. "Mom!" Seeing she wasn't there, she shot up the stairs, hoping her mother was putting Lulu to bed. But when she reached the top of the landing, her mother was lying on the floor. Blood pooled from the back of her head, and her face was blue with bruising. One bloody hand was stretched out toward the staircase, as if she'd been reaching for something. Terrified, Dana Joe dropped to her knees and felt for a pulse. She held her breath as she waited, looking all around and listening for sounds of an intruder. Seconds ticked by. The house was quiet, except for her erratic breathing. Dear God, please. Finally, she felt a pulse. Had her mother fallen? Had a heart attack? She'd left her phone in her purse downstairs, but she had to check on Lulu first. Lulu's bedroom door stood ajar, the window open, freezing air blowing into the room. Lulu's doll was on the floor, her comforter rumpled and half hanging off the bed. A scream lodged in her throat. Lulu was gone. She pushed up to run back downstairs and grab her phone, but breathing sounded behind her, and a shadow hovered over her. God help her. Her mother's attacker was still here. Dana Joe screamed, but suddenly the man grabbed her around the neck, shoved a rag over her mouth, and pressed it so hard she couldn't breathe. Seconds later, her vision blurred, the room spun, and she collapsed into the darkness. 68. Day 4. Crooked Creek Police Station. Ellie called a briefing meeting for 10 a.m. She shouldn't have told Cord about Jordan Orwell's father grabbing her wrist. The minute she did, he'd clenched his jaw, then informed her he'd be sticking to her night and day until they solved the case. As much as she didn't want to be needy, she had to admit sleeping in his arms the night before had helped alleviate her anxiety over seeing that dead crow on her bed. To her surprise, Jordan Orwell's father and his wife showed up at 9 o'clock, both fairly sober and cleaned up. The man's eyes still looked glassy, but at least the fog was gone, now replaced by wariness. A hint of whiskey oozed from his pores, but her threat to arrest him the night before must have reached him on some rational level, and he appeared almost contrite. Or maybe it was just an act to fool her. But Ellie wasn't easily fooled. She still sensed an underlying air of anger simmering below the surface of his supposed calm. "Come in and have a seat," she told the couple. "Mrs. Orwell, I spoke with your husband last night and appreciate you both coming in today." The woman frowned at her husband and tugged at the sleeves of her sweatshirt, bringing Ellie's attention to scars on her arm. Cutting marks? Or bruises made by her husband? "Call me Connie. My husband said this was about Jordan," she said, her voice a low rasp. Mr. Orwell looked down at his bruised knuckles and grease-stained nails. According to Ellie's background check, he worked as a mechanic at a local body shop. Ellie offered a gentle smile. Was the woman afraid of her husband? Yes, you may have heard about the young girl, Minnie Benton, who was killed at Midnight Ridge, and that her little daughter is missing. Connie's face turned ashen. I did, and I feel terrible for her parents. Ellie had too, until she'd met them. Now she felt sorry for Minnie and her daughter, and Minnie's sister. But what does that have to do with us and Jordan? Here was the difficult part. Minnie's death was first thought to be a suicide, but we looked into that and now believe her death was a homicide. Confusion clouded Connie's face, and Jordan's father angled his head toward Ellie as if struggling to follow the conversation. I don't understand, Connie said. What does Minnie have to do with Jordan? Ellie exhaled slowly. When I studied the suicide notes, I noticed the wording was very similar, as if someone else wrote the note or forced the girls to write it. The couple exchanged baffled looks. Your daughter was pregnant? Ellie asked in a soft tone. Mr. Orwell's jaw tightened, and Connie's eyes crinkled with sadness. She did get pregnant, but she never would tell us who the father was. If I'd known, I would have whipped his ass, Mr. Orwell said. For God's sake, she was only a teenager and had no idea what raising a kid was like. Most teenagers don't, Connie said as she cut her husband a bitter look. We surely didn't. I was only 15 when Jordan was born, so how could I judge her? But I married you, the father said sharply. Jordan's baby's father never showed his face or took responsibility. What happened? Ellie asked. I told her we'd help her raise the baby, Connie said, but Jordan said she didn't want her child to grow up the way she had. What did she mean? Ellie asked. Connie winced as her husband grabbed her hand and squeezed it. Judging from the woman's wince, obviously hard. On the counselor's advice, Jordan decided it was best for her baby to grow up in a more stable home, Connie explained. Instead of with alcoholic grandparents? Ellie thought. So she gave her baby up for adoption. Yes. Were you with her when she delivered the baby? Ellie asked. No, she didn't want us there. Connie's voice broke. We never even got to see the infant or hold her. Mr. Orwell cracked his knuckles. Do you think she regretted choosing adoption? Ellie asked. Connie shrugged. I think it changed her. She was depressed when she first discovered she was pregnant, but letting that baby go took a piece of her heart she never got back. A week later, Jordan was gone too. Ellie sympathized with the troubled young girl. That decision obviously weighed on her, but depression hadn't triggered Jordan to kill herself. Can you get me the name of the counselor who worked with Jordan, and possibly the name of the adoption agency? I can tell you the counselor's name, but I don't know the name of the adoption agency or anything about who took our granddaughter. We were left in the dark. Jordan thought it was best. I guess she wanted to protect her child from us. Ellie forced her thoughts on silent. Had Jordan been protecting the baby from them, or from the baby's father? The pattern was too similar to the other girls to dismiss. The missing and unknown baby's father. He was the key in solving their murders. 69. Lookout Mountain. Bertha Benton had tortured herself by watching repeats of the news story about her daughter and granddaughter, the one she'd never known about. Nerves tightened her stomach. She had a strong, unsettling feeling her husband had known, though, and that he'd lied to the police and to her, and that he'd kicked Minnie out of the house because of the pregnancy. Granted, Minnie had been depressed and acting strangely, but if Bertha had known about the baby, she never would have let Minnie leave. For once in her life, she would have stood up to her controlling husband. Claude's ambition and power had been attractive in the beginning of their relationship, but over time, he'd wielded that power against her, beaten down her confidence, alienated her from her former friends, and demanded she be the perfect wife in and out of the bedroom. Now his touch repulsed her. So why do you stay, Bertha? A shiver shot through her, because she was afraid of being on her own. She had no money or job or any place to go. Neither had Minnie. Sorrow rooted itself deep in her heart. She and Claude had let her down, and now her daughter was dead. Her husband's office door squeaked open, then Claude's footsteps pounded the hardwood floor as he walked down the hall. She wiped the kitchen counter down, anything to avoid looking at him. "I have a meeting at the office," he said. "I'll be back for dinner." "Okay," she said, as she folded the drying cloth and laid it on the counter by the sink. She hoped he'd just leave, but his footsteps approached. Then he took her arms and turned her to face him. Bertha inhaled, forcing herself to camouflage the hatred she felt for him with a tiny smile. "Prepare the prime rib I like so much for dinner tonight. I'll be here by 7. His tone was calm, but she always felt the underlying tension, as if his request held a threat behind it. Make him the prime rib and cook it perfectly, or she'd pay. "Of course." He dropped a kiss on her cheek, and she forced another smile. "Have a good day." "You too." Then he grabbed his coat off the hook by the door and his keys and stepped into the garage. Seconds later, the engine rumbled to life and the electric door slid up. All night she'd lain awake, thinking about Minnie's little girl. If Claude had known about the baby, was there any proof? If there was, and she found it, she'd know for certain he'd lied to her and the police, and she would leave him. Hands shaking, she darted down the hall to her husband's office. Normally, she didn't set foot in here, but before they had a housekeeper come, she'd cleaned it once a week, so she knew where he kept things. His work files in one cabinet, an extra internal drive for backup files, and their personal finances and information on the home computer instead of his work one. She slid into his black leather chair and was grateful the computer was already booted up, which meant he'd probably been paying bills. All his domain, not hers. She scrolled through the file names, but nothing looked out of the ordinary. A list of bills and creditors, which he kept on QuickBooks. Insurance company, banking information, a list of investments, and his Charles Schwab account. Another file caught her eye, one with a name she didn't recognize. She clicked to open it, but it was encrypted. "What the hell are you doing in here?" Bertha froze at the sound of her husband's voice and looked up at his angry face glaring down at her. She'd been so distracted she hadn't heard his footsteps. He stormed across the room and slammed the laptop closed. "I warned you that my office was off limits." He yanked her by the wrist and shoved her toward the door. She stumbled and cried out, then he slapped her, sending her bouncing against the wall and onto the floor. 70. Dalton. Rhonda Glasser stirred from unconsciousness in a confused fog. She blinked to clear her vision and realized she was lying on the floor in the hallway, a sliver of sunlight shining through the hall window. Fear crept through her as tidbits of memories flashed behind her eyes. She blinked against them and tried to sit up, but the room spun in a dizzying whirlwind. Daylight seeped through the window, and a sharp pain ripped through her skull. Her head throbbed, and she touched it and felt a gash. Her fingers came away sticky with blood. She groaned as shadows drifted around her. Then she turned her head to the side and realized Lulu's bedroom door was open. The house was quiet, no baby chatter. "Dana Joe," she whispered. Silence echoed back, and panic seized her. Another shadow floated behind her eyes as memories of the night before flitted through her mind. Dark, tall, shifting. The sound of footsteps came from the stairs. She'd just tucked Lulu in bed. Maybe Dana Joe was home. The floor in the hall creaked. Maybe her daughter had returned from her AA meeting in time to kiss Lulu goodnight. Then she stepped into the hallway. Suddenly she sensed someone behind her, detected the faint scent of a man's musky odor. Before she could turn around, something hard whacked her on the back of her head. Her knees buckled, and she screamed as his fist connected with her head again. Her knees hit the floor, and she doubled over. Then a heavy boot came down on her back, and pain robbed her breath. Lulu! Dear God! Lulu! Her granddaughter's scream filled the air. Rhonda tried to push herself up, but the world twirled and nausea climbed her throat. From the floor, she saw black boots and a shadow passing her. Terror wrenched her as her attacker carried Lulu down the steps. "No!" She attempted to slide forward and grab his ankle, but he kicked his foot backward and his boot slammed her in the face. Blood spurted, pain ricocheted through her nose, and her head lolled back. Then everything went black. Rhonda couldn't breathe as reality returned. It was morning now. Had Dana Jo come home last night? If so, where was she? Her daughter wouldn't have left her on the floor unconscious. Her chest squeezed with fear. She had to get help. Fumbling to find her phone, she realized it was in her back pocket. Fingers still sticky with blood, she pulled it out. Her vision blurred for a second, but she finally punched 911.
"Help me," she whispered. "Please, help."
71. Crooked Creek Police Department. Ellie started the briefing by updating the whiteboard. In order to spot problems, inconsistencies, or commonalities, she needed a visual picture of all factors in one place. Each of the victims and their children's photos stared back, begging her for answers. She cleared her throat and addressed the team. Cord, Derek, Deputies Landrum and Eastwood, and Sheriff Bryce Waters, who was present today. He and his deputies had been monitoring the Day of the Dead celebrations around town, and the vigils being held at Midnight Ridge this week for security reasons and to be on the lookout for anyone suspicious, someone who might be their unsub. Ellie rapped her knuckles on the table to get everyone's attention. "This is the latest.
When I spoke to Nina Gillis's mother, she seemed still deep in grief.
Before Nina's death, Mrs. Gillis urged her daughter to attend counseling, but the girl fell deeper and deeper into depression. Beneath Nina's bed, I found a box of notes she'd written. In one of them, she described being sexually assaulted. Quiet murmurs rumbled through the room, but no one seemed shocked. That could have worsened her depression, Chandra interjected, or caused it. The Orwells claimed Jordan was depressed as well, but following the advice of the counselor who worked with her, she gave her child up for adoption. "Do you know the name of the adoption agency or the family where the baby was placed?" Derek asked. "Not yet, but I intend to interview the counselor and find out."
"If the girls were sexually assaulted, why didn't they come forward?" Deputy Landrum asked.
"Probably because attorneys have a way of blaming the victims," Chandra interjected. "Also, they were afraid," Ellie said. "In Nina's notebook, she admitted she wanted to tell, but was afraid the man would kill her and her family if she did. So she stayed quiet and he killed her anyway," Cord said, disgust hardening his tone. Ellie grimaced. "I'm afraid so, but he didn't take her child, so why take Iris?" "Because she kept her baby and Jordan allowed hers to be adopted," Derek suggested. "Mrs. Orwell said that Jordan didn't want the baby to grow up as she had, which I assume means with alcoholic parents." Ellie wrote the question on the board with the team's theories.
If Derek was right, the adoption agency might be involved.
"After meeting Minnie's parents, I understand Minnie's reasoning for running away. I suspect Mr. Benton knew about the pregnancy and ordered her to leave. Or perhaps he ran her off because she wanted to keep the baby." "But you said her sister might have helped her. Why wouldn't she have confided in her?" Sheriff Waters asked. "Fear, just like Nina," Chandra said. "Or shame. Often sexually assaulted victims blame themselves. It's not warranted, but it can be part of a victim's mentality caused by the abuse." Ellie nodded. Each of the girls was troubled before conceiving, which also made them vulnerable to a predator. Ellie wrote the word father on the board with a big question mark. The answer has to lie with the unknown fathers of the babies. Her phone dinged and she checked her text message. "It's from the ME." She read the message aloud. "DNA results for Iris are in. The father's DNA isn't in the system and doesn't match Marty Burgess's sample. Bring me a suspect's DNA for comparison and I might be able to pinpoint the father's identity." Derek spoke. "Let's send Mr. Benton's over for comparison." Everyone shifted uncomfortably, understanding the implication. "Why not just ask the wife?" Landrum asked. Ellie sighed. "If she knows, I doubt she'd tell us the truth. I think she's afraid of him, but if it becomes necessary, I'll talk to her." "Do we have any specific suspects yet?" Sheriff Waters asked. "No one concrete," Ellie said. "Agent Fox, talk to the attorney who handled Minnie's DUI. He works with Mr.
Benton. Maybe he can offer insight into Benton and his relationship with his daughter and any signs of impropriety on his part." "On it," Derek agreed. Ellie continued. "Let's have updates on anything, no matter how small, you all learned." She addressed Derek first. "Any news on that child-stealing ring your partner mentioned?" Derek shrugged.
The Bureau's monitoring for chatter. Nothing specific yet. But I'll check in with Bennett again today. Ellie nodded. Tilly, anything at the AA meeting? I made a list of male attendees, Tilly answered. Ellie pointed to the whiteboard. Why don't you add them to our murder board? She drew off a section, indicating a spot where Tilly could fill in names. Tilly stood and approached the front of the room.
Although I'll list names, it's possible some of the attendees used a fake name, choosing not to reveal their real identities for confidentiality purposes. The leader of the meeting is a 30-something man named Gil McCoy. His appearance was neat, his manner calm and understanding. He gave the impression he really cares about the program and didn't want to push anyone who didn't want to share. Of course, just attending the meeting voluntarily is the first step in recovery. She took a beat. The first person to share was a man named Bob. His wife was killed by a drunk driver. Afterward, he started self-medicating. One day, he went to see the woman who killed his wife. He lost control when he saw her funneling down champagne. Said she was haughty and arrogant, and he lost his temper and grabbed her wrist. Her friends called the police, and he served time for assault. It was obvious he resented the fact that he was punished and the woman wasn't. And he was in AA because it was ordered by the court as part of his parole. Ellie's pulse jumped. That could be motive for him to kill girls with addiction problems, Landrum suggested. I'll dig deeper into him. Ellie nodded. Thanks. Tilly scribbled another name on the board. A doctor who introduced himself as Kyle Limbach was also at the meeting. He said his addiction was triggered when he lost a couple of patients, but he's been sober for a while now. Did he say who he lost? Ellie asked. No, Tilly said, but it's worth looking into. Who else? Ellie asked. An attorney named Thomas, who claimed he's in the program because his friend committed suicide. Let's look into him as well, Ellie said. Done, Derek agreed. Captain Hale poked his head in. Ellie, a 911 call came in from a woman named Rhonda Glasser. She was attacked, and her daughter and granddaughter are missing. Daughter's name is Dana Jo. Tilly jerked her head toward Ellie. Ellie, Dana Jo Glasser attended the meeting last night. I made a special note of her because she mentioned she was abducted, assaulted, and left for dead near Midnight Ridge a little over 2 years ago. But she suffered from amnesia, so doesn't recall her attacker's face. Was Dana Jo another victim of their unsub? Ellie's pulse pounded. Had he struck again? 72. Ellie jumped into action. Captain, send an ERT. I'll meet them and the ambulance at the Glasser house. I'll go with, Derek said. Ellie shook her head. At this point, we have several avenues to explore. Time is best served if we divide our resources. Derek, question Benton and the lawyer who represented Minnie in her DUI. Derek looked reluctant but conceded. You're right. If one of the people on the murder board is our killer, we have to check them all out, maybe run surveillance. I'll go with Ellie, Cord offered. Ellie addressed the team. Chandra, question the counselor at the hospital and see if she has any information about Jordan Orwell's baby's adoption. We need to know the adoption agency that arranged her infant's placement. Jordan's mother didn't know? Chandra asked. Ellie shook her head. On it, Chandra said. Ellie turned to Deputy Landrum. Dig up everything you can on the abduction and assault of Dana Jo Glasser. Deputy Landrum nodded. Copy that. Everyone keep in touch and send updates, and I'll do the same. Ellie adjusted her holster and headed out the door, anxious to speak to Dana Jo's mother and find out exactly what happened. A cold gust of wind chilled Ellie as she and Cord walked outside, leaves on the trees swirling down in a sea of red, orange, yellow and brown. Fall, and the Day of the Dead decorations lit up the streets, the reality of the season evident in the change of the seasons, as if winter might seize the mountains prematurely, killing the beauty of colorful foliage as an upcoming storm promised destruction. Already the local meteorologist had forecasted sleet and ice. She and Cord jumped into her jeep, and she flipped on the siren to maneuver through town. They couldn't waste time. 73. Mystic Derek replayed the briefing in his mind as he drove toward Mystic and the law firm where Mr. Benton worked.
Judging from the man's cold reaction to his daughter's pregnancy, her death, and her missing daughter, he sounded like a real bastard. Although criminal defense attorneys argued that everyone deserved fair representation, and Derek agreed, some could be cutthroat, so he shouldn't be surprised at Benton's response. But how could a man be so ruthless about his own grandchild? Most people, no matter their finances, would have stepped up to make a plea for the return of the child, or offer rewards for information leading to the killer.
Not this couple. Before he'd left the station, he'd done his homework on the firm. Benton definitely had a successful win rate. Although the senior partner was younger than Benton, which was unusual, but apparently the man had started the firm, and Benton had moved around to two others before joining him. Derek veered off the mountain road onto the two-lane street into Mystic, the air growing frigid, the sky grayer, and the misty fog blurring the surrounding mountains. To follow up on the possibility of a child kidnapping/adoption ring, he called his partner at the bureau. "Bennett, just checking in. Anything new on the child abduction/trafficking ring or an illegal adoption ring?" "Nothing specific yet, but there's definitely been mention of under-the-table adoptions in the state of Georgia." Derek tapped his fingers on the steering wheel as he maneuvered a curve. At least if they were dealing with an adoption ring, Iris might still be alive. Still, the kidnapper could have handed Iris off to a transporter who drove her across the states, or be hiding out somewhere until the media attention died down and they could move her. He found the address for Benton's law firm and drove to it. It was a grey Victorian house that resembled something from a movie set. Two neighbouring older houses had been converted into businesses, as if people were attempting to revive the town. Although, even with renovations, they looked out of place among the more dilapidated buildings. Shrouded in the fog, the law firm reminded him of a haunted mansion in a ghost town. Flyers with Iris's picture were attached to the light posts and storefronts. Another flyer indicated that the Believers were holding a vigil for Minnie and her daughter that night, which suggested that some good lived among the evil in the town. 74. Dalton. Ellie and Cord arrived at the Glassers' house, surprised they'd beaten the ambulance to the address. On the drive, Ellie had phoned Dana Joe's number, but it went straight to voicemail. She knocked on the door, then found it unlocked and pushed it open. Cold air rushed inside, and Cord closed the door as they entered. A small purse and phone lay on the floor at the foot of the steps. Ms. Glassers or Dana Joe's? "Ms. Glasser," Ellie called as she glanced at a group of family photos on the wall in the foyer. The mother, Dana Joe, and a precious little girl. "It's the police. Are you down here?" "No, upstairs," a weak voice echoed from the landing on the second floor. "I'll go up," Ellie said. Cord glanced into the living room. "I'll look around down here." Ellie's heart melted at the sight of candid shots of the child, Lulu, laughing and holding a baby doll wrapped in a blanket. Another showed her opening presents under the Christmas tree, another of her at a petting zoo, and one more of her dressed in a Halloween kitty cat costume. A locket lay on one step as if it had been ripped off, and a small child's sock had been dropped on the next. Please let Dana Joe and her little girl be safe. At the top of the landing, Ellie found the mother propped against the wall, tears and blood mingling on her bruised cheek. Her eye was turning black, her nose appeared broken, and more blood was drying on her lip. "Dana Joe and Lulu are gone, aren't they?" she sobbed. Ellie stooped down in front of the woman. "We're looking for them. My associate is searching downstairs, and an ambulance should be here soon. Let me get a towel to soak up the blood on your head, then you can tell me exactly what happened." Ellie rushed into the hall bathroom, grabbed a hand towel, then ran back to the woman. "Here, put pressure on the wound. Are you hurt anywhere else?" "My back. He kicked me, but never mind me," she choked out. "He took Lulu. I could hear her screaming as he carried her down the stairs. I tried to stop him, but he hit me again." "Did you see his face?" "No. He attacked me from behind." "Okay, stay still, please. We'll get you to a hospital ASAP." Ellie glanced at the open door and saw toys on the floor in the bedroom. A doll, a child's blanket. The comforter hung askew. The bed and room were empty. Blood dotted the wood trim in the hall where Rhonda had fallen. More blood had spattered the door, from her or Dana Joe.
"Ma'am, can you tell me what happened?" She sniffled and wiped at her face with the towel. "I was putting Lulu to bed while Dana Joe was at her meeting." "An AA meeting?" Ellie asked softly. "Yes, she's been so upset since that Benton girl's death and that little girl went missing. I knew she was afraid because of that and what happened before." Ellie narrowed her eyes. "What do you mean, Ms. Glasser? What happened before?"
"Call me Rhonda." She leaned her head back against the wall, closed her eyes and sighed. "It's been over 2 years, almost 3 now, but one night Dana Joe disappeared. She'd called me on the way home, but we didn't get to talk. I heard her scream and the line went dead, so I called the police. They discovered her car in a ditch and blood on the steering wheel. But Dana Joe wasn't in the vehicle, so they started searching." Rhonda's breath rattled out. "When she was found in the woods, she was unconscious, dehydrated, suffering from frostbite, and had been brutally attacked and left for dead." Another low sob escaped the woman. "My husband and I raced to the hospital, but when she regained consciousness, she couldn't remember what happened or how she got from her car into the mountains." "But the police report indicated someone had messed with her car, and that caused her to crash into a ditch." "So the abduction was premeditated," Ellie surmised. "The police never caught the man who took her and assaulted her?" Ellie asked. "No," Rhonda cried. "Doctors said there were drugs in her system and that her memories might or might not ever return." "I'm so sorry. How awful for her and for you," Ellie agreed. The therapist encouraged Dana Joe to join AA and a support group and to give her brain time to heal. And did she? When she came home, she was a wreck and afraid of her own shadow. She suffered from terrible migraines and panic attacks, which worsened when she learned she was pregnant. "I'm so sorry," Ellie said. "That must have been difficult for both of you." "Well, I just want to help my girl," Rhonda said. "The counselor tried to persuade Dana Joe to consider adoption, but I assured her I'd help her raise the baby, and she kept Lulu." Ellie stroked the woman's arm. It sounded like Dana Joe's baby was conceived from the assault in the mountains, and now the monster had abducted Dana Joe and her little girl. "What was the name of the counselor she saw?" Ellie asked. "Mabel Putnam. She works with Bright Horizons and specializes in teen pregnancies." Ellie made a mental note of the information. Ms. Putnam was the same counselor who'd worked with Jordan, but Ellie hadn't had time to speak with her yet. Maybe Mabel could provide insight into Dana Joe. A siren's wail cut into Ellie's thoughts, then Cord's footsteps echoed from the bottom of the staircase. "Ambulance should be here any minute," he said. "Send them up when they arrive." Ellie squeezed Rhonda's shoulder. "I know you're frightened, but hang in there, Rhonda." Rhonda gasped. "You think this is the same man who killed that other girl and stole her child, don't you?" "It's possible. I promise we'll do our best to find Dana Joe and both children. An evidence response team is on its way to search your house. Maybe your attacker left some DNA that will help narrow down his identity." She hesitated. "I'll also need something with Dana Joe's DNA on it as well as the little girl's. A toothbrush, hairbrush, even an article of clothing or a toy that belonged to Lulu." Rhonda's chin quivered as she fought more tears. Then she pointed to the hall and the little girl's room. "Dana Joe and Lulu share the hall bath. Look in Lulu's room and take her teddy bear and rag doll." Her voice cracked. But I would like it back." "Of course." Compassion for Rhonda filled Ellie as the medics raced up the steps. On the heels of her sympathy, fear for Dana Joe and Lulu tightened Ellie's gut. She wanted desperately to bring them both home, but so far she'd failed to find Iris and Minnie was dead, and the clock was ticking. 75. Mystic Attorneys at Law. Derek squared his shoulders as he entered the attorney's office, determined to remain calm and not reveal his distaste for the man. The exterior of the Victorian house looked historical, but inside the wood floors gleamed, and the house had been modernized. A sitting area in one room housed comfortable chairs and 2 love seats, obviously for clients waiting for appointments. A receptionist/office manager sat at a classic polished cherry desk, complete with a computer system. Her name tag read Serena. "Hi," Derek flashed his credentials. "Special Agent Derek Fox with the FBI. I'd like to speak to Claude Benton.
and also his associate William Whittaker, separately of course. Serena's brown eyes flickered toward his as she scrutinized him. "Do you have an appointment?" "No," Derek said, "but I'm sure they'll fit me in." She shrugged as if she wasn't so confident. "Well, first of all, Mr. Whittaker is not Mr. Benton's associate. He's the senior partner and is on a phone call at the moment, so you'll have to wait. I'll check on Mr.
Benton, she called Benton. "Yes, sir, the FBI is here to see you." A pause. "Okay, I'll send him in." She stood and gestured for Derek to follow her. The office was exactly what Derek would expect. Cold and formal. Oversized desk, diploma from Harvard Law School on the wall, law books on a bookcase on the wall behind him, a round table with 3 chairs surrounding it in the corner. He'd seen a photo of Benton, and he was just as austere in person, with his jet black hair and his custom-tailored stark grey suit that probably cost a small fortune. A Rolex adorned his wrist, and he wore a signet ring featuring the HLS shield on his right hand, a gold and diamond wedding band on his left. "Special Agent Derek Fox," Derek said. Benton didn't bat an eye. "Listen, if this is about Minnie, I already talked to that detective, and there's nothing else I can tell you." "It won't take long, sir." Derek didn't ask or wait for an invitation. He seated himself in the chair facing Benton. "I've spoken with Detective Reeves, and I'm aware of your statement and your wife's. I realize in the beginning you believed your daughter committed suicide, but now we know that wasn't the case. I also understand that you aren't interested in helping find your granddaughter or your daughter's killer." Benton gave him a condescending look. "Judge me for it if you want, but my family is mine to deal with, and I don't have to justify my actions to you." Derek gritted his teeth. "Asshole. Actually, in a homicide and child kidnapping case, you do, sir. Where were you the night Minnie was murdered and your granddaughter abducted?" Benton folded his hands on his desk. "In meetings until I arrived home, where I stayed the rest of the night. My wife will corroborate that." "Your wife is your only alibi?" "That and the senior partner here. We were working on a big case together." "What case was that, Mr. Benton?" "Seriously," Benton said with an arrogant lift of his chin. "You know my work is confidential, Agent Fox." Benton and the partner were providing alibis for each other. Convenient. "You need to understand, sir, that this investigation involves more than just your family now. We believe at least 2 other girls were murdered by the same person who killed Minnie and abducted her daughter. Now another young girl and her child have gone missing." Benton's face paled slightly, although he quickly shifted to cover his reaction. "Why do you think they're connected?" Benton asked. "Minnie's death, the other girls' deaths, and the abductions share similarities." Derek scrutinized Benton, who was starting to sweat now. "We also suspect whoever murdered the teens is either trafficking the abducted children or possibly involved in an illegal adoption ring. You may not be concerned about your own grandchild, but the other parents and grandparents care about theirs." Derek narrowed his eyes, forcing a neutral tone. "Unless you know our unsub and are representing him, you have no right to withhold information. I'm certain you don't want to support a murderer or child theft ring because of your silence. So if there's anything you can add, please speak up." Anger flared from Benton's dark eyes. Then he stood and buttoned his suit jacket. "How dare you imply that I'm involved in illegal activities? As I stated earlier, I've told you everything I know. Now please leave." Derek squared his shoulders as he rose from the chair. Ellie was completely on target about Benton. "Fine, but you understand the law, sir. If I learn you did have something to do with this and are covering it up, I will make certain you can't hide behind that law degree and that the law is enforced to the fullest." Benton's anger turned to outrage, and he slung his hand toward the door. "Get out. Now." Unfazed by the lawyer's histrionics, Derek turned and left, then walked straight to the receptionist's desk. "I need to see Mr. Whittaker now, and don't tell me he's in a damn meeting. Either you point me to his office, or I'll arrest you for interfering with a federal investigation." Fear flashed on the woman's face, and she gestured down the hall opposite Benton's office, then grabbed her purse and hurried for the door. 76. Dalton. Elliot assured Rhonda they wouldn't give up their search for Dana Joe and Lulu, and refused to leave Rhonda alone until the medics arrived. In her mind,
Ellie could hear the child's terrified screams as her abductor snatched her, then left her grandmother behind, bleeding and injured. Car engines rumbled outside, indicating the ERT had arrived, and she stepped back into the hallway. Cord called from downstairs. "Medics are here." "Great. Send them and the ERT up so they can start processing the scene. I'm gathering Dana Joe's things for DNA and for Benji to help search the premises and the woods behind." "Copy that." Ellie squeezed Rhonda's hand. "You're going to be okay. I promise we'll do everything we can to find Dana Joe and Lulu."
Rhonda nodded, although doubt filled her teary eyes. She was obviously terrified her daughter and granddaughter were gone and she'd never see them again. Ellie was terrified too, but she refused to give up until she brought Dana Joe, Lulu, and Iris home, and until she stopped this madman and got justice for his victims. 77. Mystic Attorneys at Law. Derek hated child abduction cases, especially ones that went unsolved. His family had certainly suffered for it. Hopefully, Dana Joe wouldn't meet the same fate as Minnie, but at this point, they had no idea of the killer's timeline, identity, or how long he kept his victims before killing them. Did he murder the mothers before or after he handed off the child to another party? Kidnapping a toddler was risky, but if they were dealing with an adoption ring, hopefully they catered to couples who would take care of the children. The question was, had they been deceived into thinking the adoptions were legal? The other option turned his stomach, but he was too seasoned of an agent to be naive. Those evil people existed. He charged into Whitaker's office, prepared for a confrontation, and immediately identified himself and flashed his credentials. Whitaker sat behind his desk, looking smug in his custom-tailored suit, obviously designed for a man of 5'8" stature. His skin was bronzed, his hair a dark black, a 5 o'clock shadow adding to his masculinity, probably by choice. He wanted to appear in charge. Cliched, but Derek had met men like him before. Arrogant, narcissistic. They had a god complex and could plow someone over with their machine gun mouths. No one was spared. Spouses, partners, and their children often suffered the most. "Excuse me," Whitaker said. "I don't know what's going on or why you barged into my office, but this is a legal firm and there's protocol." "I don't give a damn about your protocol." Derek gave him a level stare, skeptical and cynical. "I need to talk to you about Minnie Benton." The attorney's brows furrowed. "Ah, Claude's daughter. I heard she was murdered and her daughter's missing. What a shame. But I don't understand how I can help you." "You represented her DUI and driving without a license charge, didn't you?" Derek asked, taking the direct approach. Whitaker gave a quick nod. "As a favor to Claude." Minnie was a sweet kid, but took a wrong turn like many teenagers. Claude didn't want those charges to ruin her future. "From what I've learned about Benton, he doesn't seem too concerned about his daughter or her child at all." Whitaker scrubbed his hand over his chin. "Hearsay is dangerous, and so are assumptions," he warned. "Besides, Claude tried to save Minnie, so I took care of her legal issues. Still, after that she ran away, and he and his wife were devastated. Benton's tough exterior is just a facade to protect himself and hide his pain and disappointment." Bullshit. Derek wasn't buying it. "Do you typically represent DUIs?" Derek asked. The man seemed to be thrown off by Derek's question, and he glanced at his computer. "No, I focus on criminal defense cases and am very much in demand. But occasionally I accept a few pro bono cases just for goodwill." Goodwill, his ass. Derek would bet neither Whitaker nor Benton had ever done anything out of goodwill in their lives, not unless it benefited them. "Did Benton pay for your service?" "He works for me. Lawyers trade favors all the time." Whitaker leaned back in his chair. "Why does any of that matter?" "I'm trying to understand the dynamics in Benton's family. Someone murdered his daughter and kidnapped his grandchild, and I intend to find out who and locate the little girl." Derek saw a flicker of something that looked like animosity or panic in the man's eyes before he masked it. "Of course," Whitaker said calmly. Derek switched tactics. "Do you know a young girl named Dana Joe Glasser?" Whitaker shook his head.
No. Who is she? She and her daughter disappeared last night. We believe the same person who killed Minnie and took her little girl abducted Dana Joe and her daughter. Derek paused. 2 other teenagers were also murdered by the same man. Whitaker's eyes widened slightly. You think you're dealing with a serial killer? Yes, Derek said. If there's anything you can tell me that would help, please do. Whitaker exhaled loudly, his attorney persona in full mode. I certainly hope you're not implying that Claude was involved. He's a clever attorney and an asset to this firm, certainly not a killer. He shot up from his chair, sending it rocking backward. Now, if you need to speak to me again, you can go through my attorney.
Of course Whitaker would lawyer up. Derek strongly suspected Benton was involved somehow in all this mess. Would his senior partner cover for him to protect the firm's reputation? 78. Dalton. While Cord searched the Glasser house from top to bottom and the medics treated Rhonda, Ellie slipped inside Lulu's room. Baby dolls and stuffed animals covered the pink comforter on the single bed. Children's books filled a bookcase against the wall, and an open book about a snowy day lay on the bed. Another shelf held other children's toys, including blocks, puzzles, crayons, and paper. A bright pink and purple unicorn painting hung on the wall. Although Dana Joe had suffered a trauma, the child's room told the story of a well-loved little girl. Only now the toddler was in danger, and her mother might be dead. Sick at the thought, Ellie swallowed hard. She had to focus. Every minute counted. Wrangling control of her emotions, Ellie hurried to the bathroom. Cord poked his head inside the doorway. House is clear. The little girl is definitely not here. I'll look around outside now. Thanks, Cord. He rushed down the steps, and Ellie pulled evidence bags from inside her jacket and collected Dana Joe's and Lulu's toothbrushes. She found a small pink hairbrush with an L engraved on it and placed it in another bag. 2 of the ERT members came up the stairs, and Ellie filled them in, then instructed them to focus on the stairs, hallway where Rhonda had fallen, and Lulu's room, although it was possible the killer might have touched the stairs or wall, or left some forensics downstairs when he broke in. After addressing them, she phoned her captain and asked him to arrange a press conference as soon as possible. We need this story on the news ASAP, and to circulate photos of Dana Joe and Lulu. Copy. I'll get the sheriff to send deputies to Midnight Ridge in case the killer takes Dana Joe there. Good. I'll call Derek, and after Cord finishes here, send Cord with a search team. I have a couple of Lulu's toys for his SAR dog to use. Good work, detective. We have to save these 2, she said. Terror clogged her throat. She couldn't lose another young mother, much less another child. 79. Lookout Mountain. Faith glanced at Esther, who was driving them to the Bentons to deliver the casseroles they'd been cooking all day, her eyes trained on the road. With Esther's eyes slipping, she silently prayed they'd make it safely. Faith trusted her best friend with her life. Years ago, Esther and her strong belief in God had saved Faith. They'd been best friends since Faith was 5. At that time, she'd been a scrawny, scraggly-haired, freckled kid who couldn't get her words out. Although her mama had named her Faith, she'd had none as a child. She'd grown up poor as dirt, had lived on pinto beans and cornbread, and when her daddy was in a pissy mood at her, he made her eat out of a dog bowl. When she stuttered, he forced her to sleep in the doghouse outside as punishment. Then one night, for whatever reason, Esther, the little girl next door, slipped through the hole in the fence and tiptoed over to her with a cup of milk, some warm cookies, and a soft blanket with rainbows on it. Esther hadn't asked questions. She just crawled inside with Faith and told her stories about the mountains, the folklore her granny had passed on to her, then held her hand and said a prayer for her. Another night, when it was raining, Esther sneaked Faith through the fence into Esther's cozy house. Faith remembered shaking and trembling and expecting Esther's mama and daddy to yell at her to go home, that they didn't want a mangy, wet dog in their home. Daddy would have gotten out the belt then and striped her legs, and Mama was so weak from the sickness she would have cried but done nothing. But Esther's mama had folded her into her arms in a big, snuggly hug, led her to the bathroom, drawn a hot bath and put bubbles in it. Faith had slid under the bubbles to hide her bruises, but not before Esther had seen them.
But Esther hadn't said a word about them. She just rambled on and on about the Believers, the faith-based group her mama had joined, and Faith felt a spark of hope for the first time in her life. Esther gave her a warm pair of pajamas with kitty cats on them, and she'd snuggled in the twin bed beside Esther's and slept the best sleep of her life. Only she'd woken up at dawn, panicked. She'd quickly changed back into her ratty pajamas, which Esther's mama had washed and dried for her, tiptoed downstairs, slipped through the backyard and the hole in the fence, and crawled back in the doghouse. After that, the visits became a pattern. Mama got sicker and had to go to the hospital and died there. After the funeral, Esther's mama offered for Faith to stay at their house for a while, and Daddy was glad to have her off his hands, so he didn't even pitch a fit. Eventually, when he ran off, Faith thought she'd gone to heaven. She'd started attending church with Esther and her family. After a few weeks, she'd started believing in signs like rainbows and cardinals and sunshine, and her faith had sprouted like a weed blooming into a sunflower. Now, she volunteered at the women's shelter, hoping to ease other kids' troubled lives the way Esther and her parents had her own. Esther hummed a hymnal as she pulled up the long drive to the Bentons. "Lordy, this is a right pretty place," Esther murmured. "It is that," Faith said, "but there's pain inside that house. Has to be. Anybody who loses a child must suffer something awful." "Maybe that sweet pie you made will help," Esther said. Esther parked and Faith smiled at her wonderful friend. Esther was plump and squishy and believed food and prayer solved everything. They both climbed out on aging knees and hips, gathered the containers of food they'd brought, a nice pot roast with baby potatoes and carrots, a broccoli and cheese casserole, homemade yeast rolls and Faith's pie, and carried it up to the front door. Esther knocked, and Faith glanced around the property. She couldn't imagine only 2 people living in a house this big. What in the world did they do with all this space? When no one answered, Faith rang the doorbell again, this time calling out, "Is anyone home? We have a delivery." Smiling, she burst into a chorus of an old classic praise song that Faith remembered from when she'd attended church with Esther as a child. Esther joined her, her heart lifting. The Bentons might be rich, but money couldn't take their grief away. Whatever she and Esther could do to offer support, no matter how small, felt right in her soul. Finally, the door opened, and a pale-faced woman in a turtleneck and black slacks answered the door. She barely looked at them, tugging a strand of hair across her cheek, but not before Faith noticed a bruise on the upper corner of her temple. Her eyes looked red-rimmed, and dark circles shadowed her eyes. Faith and Esther both pasted on a friendly smile, although they knew what that bruise meant. "I'm Faith, and this is Esther. We brought you and your husband a nice homemade meal." The woman's lower lip quivered. "Why would you do that?" Faith frowned, and Esther looked perplexed. It was just what good, kind people did. "Because your family suffered a terrible loss," Faith said. "And this way you won't have to cook," Esther added. "We can bring it inside and say a prayer with you if you'd like," Faith offered. Footsteps sounded behind Mrs. Benton, then a man's deep voice. "Who the hell's at the door?" He appeared next to his wife, towering over her as she hunched deeper into her shell. "We're with the Believers. With the storm coming, we wanted to drop you 2 off a nice hot meal," Esther said cheerfully. The man's dark eyes narrowed to slits. "We don't want your meager handouts, and we certainly don't need your prayers. Now leave and don't come back." Stunned, Faith gaped at him. Esther raised her chin. "We're just trying to be neighborly." But Mr. Benton slammed the door in their faces and shouted at his wife. "I told you not to open the damn door, not to anyone, especially those crazy old bats." Faith and Esther exchanged worried looks. "It's probably just the pain making him talk like that," Esther murmured. Only Faith remembered the bruises on his wife's face and the meanness in his eyes, and knew it was more than the pain. 80. Midnight Ridge. Cord's shoulders knotted with tension as Ellie dropped him at his cabin to pick up his truck and Benji so he could meet Fox at Midnight Ridge to search for Dana Joe and Lulu. His argument that he stay with Ellie every minute of the day until this bastard was caught had been met with the kind of fierce resistance he'd expected. He didn't like it, but she'd practically ordered him to do his job and let her do hers. He patted Benji, who was perched in the passenger seat as they rolled down his drive. "I don't know why I try to protect that damn woman," he said. "She's as stubborn as a mule." Benji cocked his head and looked at him. "Oh, don't look at me like that. You know it's true too." The last few months, Benji had become infatuated with Ellie. Traitor. Before he'd left Ellie, she'd pointed out that she carried a weapon and that they needed to act quickly to find Dana Joe and Lulu. How could he argue with that? Although he doubted the killer would carry the girls to Midnight Ridge, not with all the media attention and the ongoing vigils locals happening the last few days, but killers like this one were arrogant and often did the unexpected, sometimes to challenge themselves and the law and rub their crimes in the police's face. He had already made that clear by leaving the crow feathers and dead crow on Ellie's bed. Cord placed the rag doll and teddy bear on the seat in front of Benji. "Take a good sniff, buddy. Those belong to the little girl we're looking for. If she's up here near Midnight Ridge, we need to find her quickly before the storm blows in." He rounded the curve, spotted Fox's car, parked beside him and got out. "McLean," Fox said, "I just got here and plan to scope out the ridge. For now, the believers are taking a rest, but they'll be back later. I heard some church planned to hold a baptism up here at dusk, but are postponing due to the weather." Cord resisted a grunt. The people of Mystic certainly believed in the folklore surrounding the ridge. Fog blurred the top of the mountain, the misty haze adding to the mystery of the area. Like a pirate ghost ship fleeing in the night, the darkness and fog would provide a cover for someone to disappear without being seen. "I don't see a body here or crow feathers," Cord said, "but Benji and I will start down here near the creek." Fox gave a clipped nod. "I'll head up and search the top of the ridge." Fox started up the path toward the ridge, and Cord turned in a wide arc, surveying the territory. Last night the temperature had dipped below freezing. It was dropping even lower tonight, the storm predicted to begin. Rain, then sleet that might turn to snow. He returned to the truck to retrieve Benji. If the killer had left Dana Joe or Lulu in the elements, and they didn't find them before the storm set in, they might not survive. 81. Crooked Creek Police Station. Ellie handed off the evidence bags to be sent to the lab, requesting they be analyzed stat. Once the chain of custody document was signed, she met Angelica Gomez in the press room. "Captain Hale said another teenager and child are missing," Angelica said. "Sadly, yes," Ellie said. "We need to post their photos on the news ASAP." Angelica gestured to her cameraman, who had already set up. "Okay, let's roll." Ellie stood beside Angelica, anxiety riddling her at having to announce to the public that a dangerous killer was still on the loose. The cameraman gave the signal, and Angelica introduced herself to lead into the segment. Following the story of the missing child Iris Benton, Detective Ellie Reeves is here to add an update. Ellie took the microphone, breathing in to steady her nerves. "We are still searching for Iris Benton, so please call in if you have any information on her whereabouts." She paused for a beat. "Unfortunately, another young mother and her child are now missing. Late last night, Dana Jo Glasser and her 2-year-old daughter Lulu disappeared from their home in what we believe is an abduction. Evidence suggests that this kidnapping is connected to the Benton case and that we are dealing with a serial predator. In child abduction cases, time is of utmost importance, so we implore everyone to be alert for these faces." Ellie shifted slightly to offer time for Dana Jo's and Lulu's photographs to be displayed. "The FBI is coordinating with statewide law enforcement agencies. Please help us find Ms. Glasser and the 2 children, Iris Benton and Lulu Glasser. Thank you." Stomach rolling and palms sweating, she stepped away from the mic and let Angelica tie up the segment while she hurried to her office. Ellie had to stay busy. Chandra was looking into the counselor at the hospital where Jordan delivered, but Ellie had the name of the woman who'd convinced Jordan to agree to adoption. She'd start there. 82. Midnight Ridge. Those damn nosy-ass cops had been crawling all over his precious mountain. So had the nutcase people who called themselves the Believers. Some of them were here now, praying for that little girl, Iris. He smiled to himself. Iris was in a better place already. That old hag Faith and her cohort Esther were the leaders of the pack. They'd organized those stupid vigils where people were lighting up the mountain with candles and singing and chanting like crazy fools. He'd seen them leading one just last night. He should shut them up, but they were old and weak, and what would be the fun in that? One finger to their frail bodies and he could send them flying over the ridge. But that would draw even more suspicion, and more of their kind flocking to the ridge. He still might have to do something about that detective, though. She was like a dog gnawing at a bone, wouldn't give up until she cracked it into brittle pieces and chewed it to smithereens. He couldn't let that happen. But he didn't dare make a move now, not with that ranger and Fed all over her. He ran by his house and changed from his work clothes, then drove out to the place where he'd left Dana Jo. He'd wanted to kill her immediately, but she needed to die at Midnight Ridge. That had been his mistake the first time. He'd gotten in a rush and left her in the woods. This time, he'd hide her for a while, until he was ready to finish the job. Looking up at the dark building shrouded in trees, the mist and the mountains made his heart pound so hard he could hear the blood roaring in his ears. The clouds were rumbling, the air carrying the frigid chill of an impending snowstorm. Alerts from the Weather Bureau warned that the predicted heavy winds might tear down trees, which could cause power outages. Panicked locals were already stocking up on basics, but an outage might serve his purposes well. People would be staying home, not on the road, not on the mountain. Even those crazy believers would have to take shelter. The top window of the stone monstrosity was covered in kudzu, creating another barrier of sound protection and making the lodge look like a prison. The crows roosting on the branches towering over it reminded him of his childhood, when he'd watched dozens of crows peck at the window at night. "You're the devil!" his mother screamed as she'd chained him to the wall and slammed the door shut. Laughter had erupted from deep in his gut, and he'd shouted back that she'd be sorry. She thought she had the power, but in the end he'd shown her. Just like he was teaching these young whores, they never should have had children. He opened the creaky door, glad he'd taken his allergy medicine, since the dust and mold in the old place had already worked havoc on his respiratory system. He was convinced it was the reason for his problems in the first place, the reason he was so sick as a child. His mother hadn't cared. She'd wanted him to die. Easing the door closed, he pulled the mask over his face for protection, both from the particles in the air and from the girl recognizing him, although so far, her memory had left her in the dark. Checking his pocket for the ketamine he'd brought to sedate her and cause hallucinations to confuse her memory even more, he climbed the steps. At some point, crows and pigeons had found their way inside the structure, roosted, destroyed furniture, and pecked at the windows and walls, creating their own morbid artwork. Shrugging off the memories that had given him night terrors as a child, he made his way to the landing. The door to the attic was still locked as he'd left it. Not that he'd expected anything else. Dana Jo had been too incapacitated to do anything but sprawl on the floor like a pathetic drug user. If he left her here until she overdosed, she might never be found. And if she was, people might believe she'd relapsed and her addiction had killed her. There could be satisfaction in that, but not the kind of bliss that throwing her off Midnight Ridge would give him. He inserted the rusty metal key and braced himself on the off chance she'd actually broken free of the chains, the same ones that had held him hostage years ago, although that was impossible. He'd reinforced them himself, and she was a weakling, no more than 115 pounds with zero muscle. Incoherent as she was under the influence, she probably wouldn't have even realized where she was. As soon as he opened the door, she jumped from the floor and leaped at him with claws bared like a feral cat. The screech that erupted from her boomeranged off the dusty walls, then she spit at him. "Where's my daughter?" "In a better place." Thankfully, he'd arranged that in advance, and it had taken no time to hand her off. He strode toward her, pulling the syringe from his pocket. She reached out to attack him, but he shoved her backward, throwing her to the floor on her back. Then he pounced on top of her, staring at her through the eye holes of his mask. He remembered the first time he'd seen her, her sweet innocence. How she'd trusted him. How she'd believed everything he said. He'd perfected the voice, the comforting tone, the authority. For a second, her eyes flickered with something like recognition. Was she finally remembering? A smile lifted his lips. He wanted her to, at least before she died. But not today. She had to suffer first. 83. Bright Horizons. Ellie parked at the red farmhouse outside of Mystic, a classic structure with a large front porch and rocking chairs that had obviously been converted into a family-based counseling center, not a live-in shelter. From the information she'd gathered, they focused on Planned Parenthood, counseling women and young girls through their pregnancies and postpartum, coordinating adoptions and long-term mental health care, including guidance for employment, housing, and parenting classes. Wind tore at Ellie's hair as she hopped from her jeep, and she wrapped her scarf around her neck to ward off the chill. The temperature was dropping fast, with warnings of a possible snowstorm, which would make her job even more difficult. She shook off the leaves that had fallen in her hair and finger-combed the windswept strands as she entered the community counseling center. The entryway was just as inviting as the outside, with a front desk, seating areas with cozy couches, and 2 fireplaces in the gathering rooms. Another room was set up with tables, books, crayons, paper, and children's toys. She stopped at the receptionist's desk and introduced herself. "I'm here to see Mabel Putnam. Do you have an appointment?" "No, but it's urgent. If she's with a client, I'll wait." The pretty young woman checked the appointment calendar. "Okay, she should be finishing up with her appointment in about 5 minutes." Ellie nodded, then walked over to one of the sitting areas. She removed her gloves and stuffed them in her pocket, then warmed her hands by the fire. Her gaze soaked in the room, and she noted pamphlets on the table with information on each of the programs and classes offered at the center. Voices echoed, and she looked up to see Clara and a 30-something attractive woman with a neat bob leaving an office and chatting with Clara. Interesting. She understood that Hazel required the girls to participate in counseling, but had no idea Clara came to this facility. Mabel Putnam had also counseled Dana Jo Glasser. Maybe Minnie too. The counselor might be the connection they'd been searching for. She walked into the main lobby, and Clara glanced up and saw her. Her eyes flared with surprise. Ellie offered her a tentative smile. "Nice to see you again, Clara." Clara nodded, twisting the buttons on her coat. "Any news on Iris?" "I'm afraid not," Ellie said, "but I haven't given up." "See you next week," the counselor said, then squeezed Clara's arm. "Call me if you need to talk before then. My door's always open." Clara nodded, then hurried out the door. Miss Putnam turned to Ellie with a curious look. "My receptionist texted that you needed to speak to me, Detective. Let's go inside my office." "Thanks, Miss Putnam." "Please call me Mabel," the woman said softly. "Thanks, Mabel." Ellie followed her, noting that the interior of her office was cheerful, decorated in eclectic artwork in a combination of farmhouse decor, with cozy seating and encouraging quotes framed on the wall. Mabel gestured for Ellie to seat herself on the dark blue couch, and Ellie did, while the therapist settled into the club chair facing her. "I saw the press conference about Minnie Benton and Iris," Mabel said directly. "And now another young woman and her daughter are missing. That's awful." "Yes, it is. Did you counsel Minnie?" "Yes," Mabel said. "She was doing great, sticking with AA and committed to her little girl." "That's what I've heard," Ellie said. "We're gathering information from any and everyone who knew each of the girls." Ellie crossed her leg. "I understand you counseled Dana Jo Glasser." "I spoke with her mother, and she explained about the trauma Dana Jo suffered and the memory loss from the ordeal." Mabel's expression saddened. "First, you're aware I can't divulge details of private conversations any of my clients shared with me. I understand, but if there's anything helpful you can tell me, please do. The first 24 hours in an abduction are key to finding the kidnapped victim. And if this kidnapper is the same who killed Minnie, and we believe it is, then she and her daughter are in terrible danger." Mabel tapped her manicured nails on her knee. "What do you want to know?" Had Dana Jo made any breakthroughs in her memory recovery about the attack? Mabel crossed her legs. She was experiencing night terrors and said that sometimes she could almost see her attacker's face. "I think she was on the verge of a breakthrough, but the mind heals in its own time." "Did she describe any details about his face? Or how she knew him? No, Mabel said, only she was nervous. Said that sometimes she felt as if he was back, watching her. How about his height or weight? She described his appearance as a dark shadow in her nightmares, that he wore all black, including a mask. Ellie gave a nod. I understand you offer guidance to girls about whether or not to keep their baby or choose adoption. What is your approach? Mabel's green eyes flickered with wariness. My approach? Yes, do you guide them one way or the other? The counselor schooled her expression. No, it's not my job to tell them what to do or try to influence them. That might lead to resentment over time. Every situation is different, so we simply discuss the girl's options and her personal goals. Does she have financial stability, a job, savings? Does she have parental or family support or help? What goals does she have for her life, and how would being a single teenage mother affect those goals? She paused. Also, I encourage each girl to talk about her emotions and her feelings about being a mother. No judgment there either. Some teen girls love children and are excited about motherhood, but some feel like they're not ready. It's okay either way. We also discuss what will be best for the child and his or her future. Considering Dana Joe's child was most likely conceived in violence, did you feel she should relinquish custody of her child? Anger slipped into Mabel's eyes. I already stated that I don't influence the girls. In Dana Joe's situation, we discussed the violence, but Dana Joe insisted the baby was not at fault and that she would never allow her child to know what happened, that her daughter was innocent and she would love her no matter what. Her mother was fully on board, so Dana Joe declined an adoption. She never revealed the baby's father's name? She didn't know, Mabel said. Ellie considered her comment, but if her memory returned, that would have changed things. Which could be the reason the unsub kidnapped her and Lulu. Now I wish I could tell you more. Mabel glanced at her watch. But I have another appointment in about 5 minutes. One more question, Ellie said. When your clients chose adoption, did you refer them to a particular agency? Mabel stood, then smoothed down her slacks, as if she needed a moment to compose herself. Yes, she said. She consulted her computer and scribbled a name and number onto the paper. Ellie accepted the sticky note and left, eager to check out the agency. If they were somehow involved in the abductions, maybe she could force them into revealing where Iris and Lulu had been placed. But an adoption presented other problems and questions. With both Iris's and now Lulu's photographs and stories circulating on the news, any individual or couple who'd adopted them would have to see that they were abducted and that their placement was illegal. A chill rippled up her spine. Although what if they wanted a child so badly they didn't care? 84. Somewhere on the AT. Tears bled down Dana Joe's face as the monster who'd kidnapped her slammed the heavy metal door and locked her inside. The sound of the key turning screeched like nails on a chalkboard in her head, reverberating over and over and sending sharp pinpoints of pain through her skull, like 1,000 needles stabbing at her, piercing her behind her eyes. The headache was so blinding, nausea gripped her, as whatever he'd injected her with seeped into her bloodstream. Hot bouts of bile rose to her throat, and she had to swallow hard. She'd struggled to overcome the need for pills after her attack, and finally won. She'd done it for herself and her little girl. Lulu was worth it. She certainly didn't want to get hooked on something again. Of course, she realized he planned to kill her, but at least if she was straight, she might have the energy to fight him. Fear for Lulu clawed at her. Dear God, what had he done to her daughter? A scream burst from her, bouncing off the cold concrete walls. She searched the room, but it was dark and dusty, and she didn't see anything she could use as a weapon. Where was she? If anyone was nearby, could they even hear her? She screamed over and over, beating at the wall and struggling to stand up, holding on to the rough concrete, her nails breaking as she worked. If she could reach the window and look out, maybe she could figure out where she was and a way to escape. But her legs were slipping, turning to rubber beneath her and snapping like broken rubber bands, then her knees hit the floor. The room twirled into a blinding circle like the eye of a tornado, and weird creatures started flying through the air, sending her tumbling forward and face-planting on the hard, cold floor. She tried to keep her eyes open, had to figure out an escape plan, find a weapon she could use on the monster when he returned. And she knew he would. He'd kill her just like he had that girl Minnie. Fear choked her. Her mind swirled, the room fading, and everything began to feel unreal. Her eyes slowly drooped closed, but a sliver of the moon seeped in, and for a brief second she saw a face staring at her. Black eyes, black ski mask, teeth hissing as he murmured crazy words and wrapped his hands around her throat. Time warped, and she knew she was back at the hands of the man who'd attacked her and left her for dead in the woods. If she could only get a clear picture of his face. Now the windows were rattling, and crows pecked at the glass, dozens, no hundreds of them, trying to break inside. Black feathers floated around her face as the window cracked and the birds swarmed the room, flying in all directions, then swooping down to tap at her head with their beaks. She covered her head with her arms, but they pecked at them, then at her face, and blood oozed down into her eyes. 85. New Beginnings. With both Cord and Derek at Midnight Ridge, Ellie drove to the adoption agency Mabel had directed her to, which was nearer Atlanta. Like many of the older houses in small towns, this area had been rezoned commercial, and it was now a business. Although this house didn't look as if it had been renovated or was welcoming, it needed paint and trim work repaired. She didn't see a sign out front either. Odd. Maybe the agency worked by word of mouth and through private attorneys, keeping a low profile. Ellie climbed out, noting the fence in front had a hole in it, and the fallen leaves were piled inches deep, as if no one maintained the property. The stormy sky painted the rotting wood a sinister shade of grey, and the wind hurled dry leaves onto the porch. Several torn tree limbs were scattered across the yard, some on the roof as well. She walked closer to the porch, then spotted a wooden sign lying in the weeds. The etching was faded, but it did say, "New Beginnings," so she had the right place. The house looked less than inviting for a couple or individual applying for adoption, but perhaps the practice preferred home visits instead of meeting at the office. Most social workers who worked with DFCS and adoption facilities were required to conduct home interviews and inspections, and the families endured a rigorous process, both with applications, interviews, parenting classes, and referrals. Even afterward, for a period of time, the adopted parent or parents underwent follow-up home visits and counseling to assist in the transition for both the child and adopted parent. Ellie grimaced. All expectant parents should be required to undergo similar requirements and parental training. Then perhaps children wouldn't wind up abandoned, neglected, abused, or part of the system. The stairs creaked as she climbed the small porch and knocked on the door. Glancing through the window, she didn't see lights or signs anywhere. Instead, the interior was pitched in darkness. Suspicions raised the hairs on the nape of her neck, and she twisted the old brass doorknob and pushed the door open. Cold, stale air rushed out, mingling with the freezing temperature of the gusty winds outside. She placed her hand around her weapon, prepared to draw in case someone lay in wait. Opening the door wider, she quickly surmised the room was empty. The wood floors were scarred, the air smelled musty, and the room felt like an icebox, indicating a lack of heat. At first sight, the building appeared abandoned. She pulled her flashlight and strode through the rooms, each one as empty and neglected as the other. Other than the faded sign in the weeds, there was no indication a business had ever operated here, much less recently. She checked the address on the sticky note Mabel had given her. She had the correct address. Her pulse hammered as she realized this place might have never been an adoption agency. Had Mabel known? Had she been aware the agency had given a false address, or that it might be a front for a child abduction/adoption ring? 86. Midnight Ridge Cord and the search team combed the trail surrounding Midnight Ridge, but found no signs of Lulu. He kept worrying about Ellie, but doubted the madman who'd left those crow feathers at her house wouldn't attack her during the day. The bastard was most likely hiding out at the moment, avoiding the ridge for fear of being caught. Cord hacked away more weeds as he searched the ravine, following Benji, who kept his nose to the ground. They'd found bodies all over the trail before, both on rescue and recovery missions, but with every section he searched, his anxiety mounted. The wind was ripping through the trees, tearing off twigs and limbs, the thinner trees bowing in the wind. A few snowflakes started to fall, fluttering from the sky and collecting on the tree branches. There was no way a small child could survive these elements alone, especially without food, water, or shelter. He used his radio to contact Milo. "Weather's about to take a nasty turn. Have someone check every AT shelter in the area, along with the old mines." If Lulu's abductor had been in a hurry, he could be hiding out in one of them, or he might have left Lulu there while he took care of her mother. He shuddered at the thought of what the monster would do to Dana Joe, anger churning in his gut at the image of the man hurting a young girl or an innocent little child. He hadn't always been on the right side of the law, but he lived by a code: protect women and children. On their last case, Ellie learned that he'd helped cover up a crime when the Bramble girls were abused, and he'd helped them bury their father's body. The girls had also been teenagers, and old man Bramble had deserved to die. He had no remorse for what he'd done. Although he hadn't been upfront with Ellie about his part in burying the man, she'd uncovered the truth. He'd expected to lose her over it, but she hadn't abandoned him. Would she leave him if she knew he had more blood on his hands? 87. Bright Horizons. Ellie decided not to call the counseling center to warn Mabel she needed to talk again. She didn't want to give her a heads up that she'd discovered the adoption agency might be a front for illegal adoptions. She needed the element of surprise on her side in order to get an honest reaction. Had Mabel known? Was she involved in the abductions? She phoned Derek on the drive back. "Anything happening up there?" "No sign of the little girl or killer. Of course, it would help if we knew what he looked like." "I know," Ellie agreed. "The believers are holding another vigil, this time for both children," Derek said. Derek's grim voice resurrected the dread in her stomach that they were running out of time. "Hopefully their prayers will be answered. Listen, I talked to Mabel, a therapist who does prenatal and parenting counseling. She's associated with Sanctuary House, where Minnie was living, and she counseled Dana Joe Glasser, Nina Gillis, and Jordan Orwell. There they discussed single parenting and whether to choose adoption. But Dana Joe didn't commit to adoption. She kept her daughter." "Yes, and if she remembers her attacker's face, she could ID him." Ellie pulled into the parking lot for Bright Horizons and parked. "Mabel gave me the address for the adoption agency where she refers clients. I just stopped there, but the building was abandoned." Derek made a low sound in his throat. "Was there a forwarding address?" "No, in fact, I don't think the agency was ever housed there. The place hasn't been used in probably a decade. You suggested we might be dealing with an illegal adoption ring, and this could be their front." "True. Do you think Mabel knew, or did the agency give Mabel a fake address?" Ellie climbed from her Jeep, pulling her hood up as snowflakes fell in a white haze. "That's what I'm about to find out. I'm going to question her now." "What's the name of the agency?" "New Beginnings." Derek cleared his throat. "I'll look into it." "Thanks." Ellie headed up the cobblestone path to the house. "I'll keep you posted." "Be careful," Derek warned. "If Mabel was involved, she might be dangerous too." 88. Mystic Church. Tilly entered the AA meeting against Derek's advice. He wanted her to wait for him, so he could sit outside the meeting and guard her. But Tilly had been on her own a long damn time, and she hadn't sensed a threat at the AA meeting. She insisted she could be helpful in learning more about the attendees, so she tugged on her Braves hat and flannel jacket and grabbed a ride to the church. Derek had run background checks on each of the members she'd met at the first meeting, but found nothing to point toward anyone specific. The leader, Gil McCoy, had no priors, had been brought up in the mountains and raised by an elderly aunt after his mother died. There was nothing about the father. He'd never married, attended college and majored in communications. He did not have a presence on social media, but Derek dug up information suggesting he'd been accused of roughing up a female sex worker in college. No charges were filed, though. That raised a red flag. But the paper trail ended there. Bob's last name was Underwood. He appeared to be who he claimed, a man who'd served time for violence against the woman who'd killed his wife in a drunk driving accident. Tilly wondered if his violent tendencies still lay beneath the surface and had triggered him to hate women in general. Dr. Kyle Limbach, an obstetrician, had lost 2 patients who Derek had researched in detail, at least what was public knowledge. Those patients had been women giving birth, both single women. The babies had survived, only to be shuffled into DFCS and adopted immediately. Could he be involved in the adoption ring? The attorney, Thomas, did have a friend who'd committed suicide, a female attorney. But Derek couldn't find much more on the man, except that last year he prosecuted a case against a driver high on coke, and the woman had been sentenced to 10 years in prison. Tilly entered the room, noting most of the attendees were already present, helping themselves to water, coffee, and snacks from the hospitality table. She made her way through the group, poured herself a cup of coffee, and claimed a seat next to a young pregnant girl. She smiled at the teen, who gripped her water bottle so tightly the plastic squeaked. Tilly had played it low-key at the first meeting. She still intended to do the same, only hopefully extract more information this time. "Hi, I'm Lily," she said, using her cover name. "Clara," the young girl said, as she traced her fingers over her pregnant belly. "How far along are you?" Tilly asked. 8.5 months. My daughter could be here any day." Tilly gave her a tender smile. "Are you ready?" Clara gave a small, nervous laugh. "Not hardly, but Hazel will be there for me." "Hazel?" "Yeah, she's the house mom at Sanctuary House," Clara said. "I don't know what I'd have done without her and Miss Putnam, my counselor." "I'm glad you have their support," Tilly said softly. Clara started to speak again, but Gil called the meeting to order, welcoming everyone and giving his opening about anonymity. "Anyone want to go first?" Clara fidgeted and squeezed her water more tightly, and Gil seemed to notice her anxiety. "Clara?" he asked. "It's been a long time, but welcome back. We've missed you." "Thanks. It's been a rough few days." "You were tempted?" "No, it's not that. I've been clean for months." Clara pushed her hair from her face. "I'm just nervous. I was friends with Minnie Benton, the girl who was murdered, and with her little girl Iris." "Of course you're upset about Minnie," Gil said sympathetically. "We all are. She was doing so well, too." Others chimed in with understanding nods and murmurs of concern. Clara twisted her hands together as the room quieted. "And now another girl is missing, and so is her child. I'm terrified I might be next, and that someone might try to take my baby." Her voice broke off with emotions, and Tilly reached out and squeezed her hand. Unfortunately, Clara had reason to be afraid. 89. Bright Horizons. Ellie stepped into the counselling centre and greeted the receptionist, although the woman looked slightly harried. "Detective Reeves again, here to see Mabel Putnam." The receptionist glanced up with a distracted shrug. "I'm sorry, but she's not here." "When will she be back?" Ellie asked. The young woman sighed. "I honestly don't know. After you left, she received a phone call that seemed to upset her. She rushed out with her briefcase and purse and told me to transfer all her clients to her associate, that she didn't know when she'd be back." Ellie tensed and scanned the lobby and the rooms within sight. Did she explain why she was upset? Just that she had an emergency and had to go away. I asked if I could help, but she said no, that no one could. Then she ran outside, jumped in her car and drove off. Ellie gritted her teeth. The fact that Mabel knew Ellie was going to the adoption agency and had subsequently disappeared meant that Ellie might be on the right track about the illegal adoption agency, and that Mabel might be involved. She had to find the woman and make her talk. 90. Mystic Church. He laughed to himself as he watched the woman who called herself Lily talking to Clara as they left the meeting. They were hunched in the cold with snow dotting their hair, and Lily was comforting Clara. He snapped photographs with his camera, careful to stay ducked low in his car. Lily hadn't mentioned having a baby, but she was a newbie, and they often didn't open up in the beginning. After the last meeting, he'd meant to research her but hadn't had time. Meanwhile, he had to keep a close eye on Clara. He'd wanted her before he'd taken Dana Joe, but Dana Joe had admitted in the meeting that the face of the man who'd attacked her was beginning to flash back. So he needed to sort out Dana Joe before dealing with Clara. Besides, he He intended to wait until Clara delivered. Killing her would be rewarding. Taking her newborn would be icing on the cake. Meanwhile, Dana Joe was his to do with as he pleased. Her face reminded him so much of his mother, the crazy, rotten bitch who'd ruined his life, who'd tried to turn his daddy and the whole damn town against him. She'd been the insane one, and all because of her own mama. Too bad men couldn't have babies, then women wouldn't be needed anymore. He cranked his engine and slowly drove from the corner where he'd parked to give himself a better view of the exit door of the church. Afterward, he needed to check on Dana Joe. Even in this storm, the crazy old biddies would be out tonight with their flock and gathering way too close to his secret getaway. They were oblivious to the fact that Dana Joe was inside. They thought they were safe because they were believers. But nothing could save them if they tried to ruin his fun. 91 Elm Street. Ellie phoned Derek on her way to Mabel's house. Mabel Putnam was not at the counseling center when I arrived. Her receptionist said she received an upsetting phone call, then said she had an emergency and didn't know when she'd be back. I'll start digging into her background. Thanks. Hopefully I can catch her at her house. If she's not there, I'll issue an APB for her car and a BOLO for her. I'll meet you at her place, and if she's gone, search the inside. I'll request a subpoena for the records at her office. Great. Be careful, Ellie. If she's involved, she could be armed. Ellie cursed herself. She definitely misjudged Mabel when she'd first met her, had thought she cared about her vulnerable clients, young girls who needed her. Had she been deceived by the woman? See you at the house. It's 334 Elm Street outside Mystic. Got it. Leaving now. Ellie hung up, then swung her Jeep onto Main Street, drove through the small town, then made another turn onto Elm. Snow fell faster now in thick waves and was starting to build up on the trees, the power lines shaking in the force of the heavy winds. She flipped her defroster and wipers on high speed to clear her vision, grateful there were very few cars on the road. A black sedan pulled into the driveway of a brick ranch, and a family piled out, hurrying inside with groceries. Mabel's house was 2 doors down, a small cottage-style house that looked homey with its blue paint and yellow door. Flower beds were covered in a blanket of white, and ice crystals were beginning to form on the windows. Images could be deceiving, she reminded herself. The Bentons' house had been beautiful, but an angry, heartless man lived inside. She didn't want to believe Mabel was part of a kidnapping scheme involving murder, but she had to follow the evidence, and it was stacking up against the counselor. At first glance, Mabel's car was not in the driveway, but it could be in the garage with the door shut. Not willing to take any chances, Ellie checked her gun, buttoned her coat and climbed out. The chill of the snow and wind bit at her cheeks, but she walked up to the door and rang the doorbell, planning her strategy. She'd play it cool and not show her hand, simply act as if she needed information from the counselor. Plan intact, she knocked on the yellow door. Seconds ticked by. No sound from inside. Wind battered the trees and bushes, and a branch tore off from a mountain elm near the house and slammed into the front window. Ellie jumped at the sound, then knocked on the door again. Except for the howl of the wind, the house was silent. She touched the doorknob with gloved hands, and it turned, and the door squeaked open. It hadn't been locked. Inside, the house was dark, no lights illuminating the entryway or beyond. Instincts warned her that Mabel wasn't here and that something was wrong. Pulling her flashlight, she aimed it at the interior, then stepped into the entry, listening for sounds of anyone inside. The furnace rumbled, the wind from outside whining through the front door and blowing snow inside. Glad she'd worn boots, she shined her flashlight around and noted an antique hall, tree/bench, being used as a drop zone, a picture of the mountains on the opposite wall. The kitchen and living room lay ahead. Papers, mail and file folders were strewn across the oak wood floor. Homey decor, but Mabel definitely wasn't home. Either she'd rushed in and grabbed things, creating a mess, or someone else had been inside and ransacked the house. Questions mounted in Ellie's mind. The killer? What was he looking for? Evidence he needed to cover up? Had the intruder found what he needed and taken it to protect himself? Or had Mabel grabbed records of the adoptions to keep them from the police? Ellie eased through the room. The lamp on the sofa table had been tipped over. A coffee cup had fallen to the floor and shattered. A quick glance at the kitchen revealed nothing abnormal, except the knife block on the quartz counter drew her eye. A knife was missing, the largest one. She clenched her flashlight with one hand, pulling her gun with the other. Her gaze skated over the room, looking for blood, or a body. 92. Derek left Cord in charge of overseeing the search teams around Midnight Ridge. Although with the weather conditions worsening, the situation looked dire. Even the searchers would have difficulty if blizzard conditions occurred. The expected power outages would increase the danger and might force them to call off the search. On the drive, he phoned Bennett and asked him to run a background check on Mabel Putnam. Find out everything you can about her. We suspect she's somehow involved with a child abduction/adoption ring. She referred clients to an adoption agency, but Detective Reeves said the building was abandoned. Derek turned onto Elm Street. I have no idea what her motive is, or if she's the killer or working with someone else, so anything you find could be helpful. She told her receptionist that she had an emergency, so look into her family and their whereabouts. She also might be going to them to hide out. I'll get right on it, Bennett agreed. Derek spotted Ellie's Jeep parked in the driveway and rolled in behind her. Snow had collected on the ground, creating a white carpet, and icicles hung from the awning like jagged pieces of broken glass. Wind howled from the mountain, blowing snowflakes through the air and nearly blinding his vision as he maneuvered his way to the front door. He found it unlocked, then kicked snow from his boots as he entered. Ellie, it's me. She met him in the doorway of the living room. Something's wrong, Derek. I can feel it. She's not here? No. I cleared the house, but things are a wreck as if Mabel ran in and grabbed things in a hurry. Either that, or there was a struggle, and our unsub may have her. Derek glanced at the living room and noted the overturned lamp and papers on the floor. There's a big kitchen knife missing in the kitchen, Ellie said, and I found blood spatter on the bottom cabinet. The lights flickered, cut out for a moment, then back on. We need to hurry before we lose power completely, Ellie said. Call an ERT and I'll start photographing the scene and collect a sample of the blood. She took a breath. After you call, head upstairs and look around. One of the rooms was locked. I want to know what's inside. Copy that, Derek said as he gripped his phone. He climbed the stairs as he called for an ERT. Hurry, we may lose power any minute. We'll bring backup, high-powered flashlights and night lighting equipment, Lieutenant Williams said. Derek thanked him, then hung up and walked down the hall. The hall bathroom looked in order with everything neat and clean. The room across from it was locked, so he decided to come back to it. The room at the end of the hallway was obviously the primary suite. The bed was made with a blue comforter adorned with butterflies, yet clothes were scattered across the bed and a few had fallen to the floor. He searched for blood, but saw none, so he stepped into the closet. Some clothes remained, but the hangers looked askew as if Mabel had rushed in and snatched some to take with her, just like Ellie described, as if Mabel was on the run, because she was scared of getting caught or afraid of someone. He noted an empty spot, the carpet indented, where a suitcase might have been stored, but it was gone. Next, he entered her bathroom. The bath towel was hanging on the towel bar, along with a grey robe on the wall. Glass doors offered a clear view of the shower stall. He shined his flashlight in search of blood, but found none. He pivoted to the vanity, opened the drawers but found no toiletries, another sign she'd left. Curious about the locked room Ellie mentioned, he walked back down the hall and stopped at the doorway. Pulling his lockpick from his pocket, he wiggled the tool into the lock and twisted and jiggled it. Dread filled his stomach. Why was the door locked? Something important must be in the room. What if a body was hidden inside? 93. Ellie called her captain, explained the circumstances and her suspicions about Mabel Putnam, then asked him to issue a BOLO for the counselor and an APB for her car. The ERT is on its way. I'm on it, Captain Hale said. Ellie hung up and finished snapping pictures of the living room and kitchen. She captured a close-up of the blood and then took a sample, wondering if it was Mabel's blood or if she'd been attacked and she might have grabbed the knife from the knife block to defend herself. If so, the blood might belong to the unsub. Footsteps hammered on the staircase, then Derek called, "Ellie, you need to come up and see what's in that locked room." Ellie froze, fear bolting through her at his grim tone. Dear God, please don't let it be one of the children. Or Mabel. She stuck her phone in her pocket, then walked to the foyer and climbed the steps, anxiety riddling her body. He led her to the room where the door stood wide open, and Ellie inhaled sharply, then stared inside. "I don't know what it means," Derek said, "but it raises suspicions." Ellie's pulse raced as she realized what she was looking at. A baby's nursery. Pale yellow walls, a crib and changing table, baby toys, a stroller and bouncy seat. Tiny, newborn girl clothes were laid out on top of a white wooden dresser. Stuffed animals and children's books filled a bookcase. A comfy-looking rocking chair sat in the corner, and a picture of a butterfly hung over the crib. "Was Mabel pregnant?" Ellie said out loud. "I'll get Bennett to check into her background," Derek replied. Ellie's mind raced to the facts she knew about Mabel's job and her influence over the teams she worked with. Then the fact that she'd run from her office and now seemed to have disappeared. She scanned the nursery again. Some of the items still had price tags on them. Either she was pregnant or was expecting to have a child soon, Ellie said, which means she could have been involved with the adoption agency for her own personal reasons, Derek suggested. Ellie nodded, her brain firing on all guns. She'd seen Clara at Bright Horizons talking to Mabel. Clara was due any day now. What if Mabel was trying to convince Clara to allow her to adopt Clara's child? "That's possible," Derek agreed, his tone grim. Ellie's lungs strained for air. "Minnie kept her baby, and so did Dana Joe, and look what happened to them. But Nina was only 6 months along and he killed her. Why not wait until her baby was born?" Ellie said, thinking out loud. If her pregnancy was a result of assault from our unsub, perhaps she decided to go to the police, so he killed her to keep her quiet. "Well, that could explain it," Ellie agreed. Her mind raced back to Clara. "Clara could deliver any day," Ellie said. "What if she didn't agree to the adoption? She could be in danger." The unsub might be planning to kill Clara once the baby is born, and then take the baby, and Clara was helping. Ellie felt sick to her stomach. A siren wailed outside, indicating ERT had arrived, then the lights flickered off, drenching them in total darkness. She gripped her phone and punched her captain's number, then quickly relayed her concerns. "Get Deputy Eastwood or Landrum over to Sanctuary House, ASAP, Ellie said. "Hazel and Clara may both be in danger." "Sorry, Detective," Captain Hale said. "The blackout is causing major trouble in the whole area. Deputy Landrum and Eastwood are out on calls now." A domestic disturbance, pile-up with a multiple vehicle accident, a break-in at the hardware store where people are fighting over batteries and generators. It's taking all our manpower. Damn. All right, I'll go. Meanwhile, check on that warrant for Mabel Putnam's clients. We're especially looking for young mothers who may have recently given birth. I'll try, but this storm has also knocked out a cell tower. I'm not sure I can reach the judge to request a warrant. Ellie dug her nails into her palms. She wanted to scream in frustration. "Fine, just see what you can do. Mabel is in the wind. Found blood at her house, which suggests she was attacked and perhaps abducted. There's also a nursery set up, so it's possible she's on the run, that she was planning to take Clara's baby or one of her other clients' newborns. We have to cover all bases. I'll do my best." They hung up and she hurried to meet the ERT at the door. She gave quick instructions, handed over the samples she'd collected, then called out to Derek, who'd been looking around outside. "Did you find anything?" "No, just those tire tracks. Not sure if they belong to Mabel's vehicle or another." Ellie's breath heaved out. "Let's get over to Sanctuary House in case Mabel goes there. Clara and her baby may be in danger." Ellie pulled her keys. "I'll drive. I have 4-wheel drive and snow tires." Derek didn't argue. They ran outside, and in spite of the whiteout conditions, Ellie started the engine and barreled onto the road leading to Sanctuary House. 94. Bridge Forward. Larry Wheaton cursed as the lights flickered off in the halfway house. Nothing like being locked up in a dark space with violent, desperate ex-cons. Of course, he was one of them.
He'd just been reading the local newspaper about the missing children in Mystic. Also, the murders. Living in Mystic had changed his life and made him question everything. The believers were mysterious and believed in the old folk legends and superstitions about the ridge being closer to heaven. His wife's murder had fed that grapevine, and when he'd confessed to killing her, hatred and fear of him had riddled the locals. Although oddly, the believers had actually prayed for him the night he'd been carted off to jail. He'd never forgotten that. What an odd bunch of strangers who'd pray for a man they thought was a monster. It had almost made him want to have their kind of faith. But faith was not an easily obtained commodity in a maximum security prison. You had to keep up your defenses at all times, just like he did here. The older woman, Faith, and her friend Esther had even come to the trial, their watchful eyes soaking in the detailed account of his wife's death. His court-appointed attorney informed him that Esther had spoken with him and hinted that they'd known something bad was going on at that lodge. Rumors of yelling and violence, and the boy and his mother arguing. Some talk about his young son being evil. He lay on his single bed in the dark and closed his eyes, although he kept his senses honed for footsteps or an attack, as he'd grown accustomed to. Memories of those days with his wife, Franny, rolled through his mind like a movie trailer. Sure, they'd been in love at first. Both shared a dream of a happy family in the mountains, running the lodge and welcoming other families. They tried for 3 years to get pregnant, and finally it had happened. They were so excited when his son was born. But that excitement had quickly turned to exhaustion. Lack of sleep and trying to soothe a fussy infant who screamed constantly had taken its toll. By the time his little boy was 4, Franny claimed Wally was devious and sneaky when he wasn't around, that he screamed and cursed at her. "Something's wrong with him," Franny said one night when he'd finished cleaning up the grounds on the lodge and come in for supper. "I saw him chopping up worms with the shovel, and yesterday he hacked a bird in 2 with your axe." Larry scrubbed his hand over his eyes. "He's a little boy," Larry argued. "It's just a phase." Besides, Wally was the perfect, cooperative, well-behaved child when Larry was home. Polite and did everything Larry told him to do. Her complaints had seemed trivial to Larry, who was working day and night to keep the lodge afloat. One treacherous winter had nearly destroyed the business. The rooms needed updating, the exterior needed repairs, and constant maintenance of the grounds was both costly and draining. Franny had become anxious and agitated, and the tension in the house unbearable. His son denied doing any of the mischievous things his mother accused him of, even when Franny insisted that the teacher claimed he was cruel to another kid. "Boys will be boys," Larry had told her, brushing off her concerns. The next week, Franny declared Wally had come home bloody after killing crows on the Day of the Dead, and that he'd sacrificed them. He'd collected the feathers and created art with them on the wall in the attic. When he'd asked his son about it, Wally claimed Franny locked him in there for hours when he was gone. But she'd insisted he enjoyed playing up there in the dark, and had made up stories about the crows flying at him, tapping at the windows to break in. Franny wanted him to see a psychiatrist. Larry insisted there was nothing wrong with his son, that she was overreacting. A heaviness settled in Larry's chest. Now 3 young girls had died on the same ridge where his wife had died. Nobody really knew what happened that night on the ridge except for him and his son. The mist and fog had been so thick that it was even fuzzy in Larry's mind. He'd seen Franny and Wally at the ridge in the storm, the wind howling, rain slashing. The memory taunted Larry as if it were yesterday. Franny clenched Wally's arm, and they were pushing at each other. "Help, Daddy!" Wally screamed. "You're evil!" Franny yelled at their son. Wally was fighting and struggling to get away from her. "She's going to throw me off the ridge! Save me, Daddy!" Panicked, Larry ran to them. A tree limb slammed down and hit him in the head, and Larry stumbled and fell. For a moment, Larry was disoriented. "Daddy!" Through the haze of the slashing rain, he thought Franny was dragging Wally toward the ridge. Franny shouted, "He tried to kill me!" Larry didn't believe her. His son was only 10, not a sociopath. He pushed up from the muddy ground and ran toward them. He had to intervene. But his son kept screaming, and Franny was jerking Wally's arm, and they were getting closer and closer to the ridge. Cold fear clawed at Larry as they reached the edge of the ridge. Franny stumbled, Wally pulled back. Larry staggered to them and tried to pull them apart, but Franny went over the edge. Wally threw himself around Larry's legs, sobbing. Larry stood in shock, had no idea what to do. He looked down at his wife's body, bent and twisted below. Even in the mist, he could see blood pooling from beneath her head. Her blank eyes stared up at him, haunting and terrifying. Franny was dead. Voices in the room jerked him back to reality. What if Franny had been telling the truth about all the bad things Wally did? Had Larry turned a blind eye to Wally's disturbing behavior because he hadn't wanted to believe it? Was his son really as evil as his wife claimed? Where was he now? After being incarcerated, police informed him that an older woman had taken Wally in. He had no idea what had happened after that. Now he wanted to know. His mind jumped to dark places. Could Wally possibly be this Midnight Ridge killer? He bolted upright on the bed. Once the question entered his head, he couldn't shake it. Maybe he should talk to the police. No, not a good idea. They'd probably snap the cuffs on a convicted murderer like him and assume he was this serial killer. He pressed his hand over his blurry eyes. Maybe he'd head up to Midnight Ridge and to the lodge and look around, see if Wally might have returned to his childhood home and the attic with his crow feathers, and the ridge where his mother died. 95. Sanctuary House. Clara and Hazel had lined 3 flashlights on the kitchen counter, and Clara was lighting candles in the living room and bathroom to wait out the storm. The power had been out for half an hour now, with no idea how long it would take to be restored. The wind screamed outside like a rabid coyote, and tree branches banged against the window. Clara glanced outside with a shiver, the beauty of the white haze fading as she realized they were trapped inside the house while a monster was on the loose, preying on teenage girls and their children. Claustrophobia had set in, and a cloud of fear enveloped her as she felt her baby kick. She gently rubbed her belly. She couldn't wait to meet her little girl, but she didn't want to deliver her tonight here in the house with Hazel and no doctors around. Not that she didn't trust Hazel. She was a midwife and had delivered countless newborns, including precious little Iris. But a killer might be out there. Iris was missing, and Clara was scared out of her mind. Darkness filled the room as the candle flickered off. Panic seized her, and she quickly fumbled with the lighter and relit it. "This storm's a bad one," Hazel muttered, her voice nervous, as she meandered into the living room with 2 hot ham and cheese sandwiches. "Let's have a snack. It'll help pass the time." Clara glanced at the sandwich, but her stomach cramped slightly. "Thanks, Miss Hazel, but I don't think I can eat anything." "Are you feeling okay?" Hazel said softly. How did Hazel always sense when things were off with her? "Just nervous," Clara said. Suddenly a loud knock sounded at the door. Both Clara and Hazel jumped. "Who's that?" Clara asked. A puzzled look crossed Hazel's face. "I don't know, but I'll go see. Maybe a neighbor checking on us." Clara nodded and twisted her hands together, tapping her foot as Hazel lumbered to the kitchen door. Her breathing grew choppy, and she tried to calm herself with a deep breath as a spasm clenched her belly. "God, please, don't let this be labor." Clara heard voices in the kitchen. Then Hazel walked in with her counselor, Ms. Putnam. Clara's pulse jumped in surprise. "Miss Putnam, what are you doing here?" "Mabel stopped by to check on you," Hazel said with a shrug. "Isn't that nice?" Hazel patted Mabel's shoulder. "Although that was dangerous for you to be out in this weather, Mabel." "I'm fine," Mabel said as she walked toward Clara. Nervous energy seemed to radiate from her as she sank onto the sofa beside Clara. "With you this close to delivery and this storm and power outage, I was worried about you," Miss Putnam said. Clara released a shaky breath and shifted on the couch to ease her aching back. It had been throbbing since the night before. She massaged it with one hand, wincing as a tightness gripped her abdomen. "Are you okay?" Miss Putnam asked. "You look uncomfortable, sweetie." Hazel gave Clara a concerned look. "Yes, honey. Are you all right?" Clara's breath caught as the pain in her back intensified. "I've had a backache all night and today, and my stomach feels tight. How often are the pains? Hazel asked. I don't know. Clara gripped the arm of the sofa as another cramp clenched her stomach. Tell me they're those fake ones, Clara said, panicked. Braxton Hicks, Hazel said. It's possible, but we'll start timing them. Ms. Putnam squeezed Clara's hand. Let me drive you to the hospital. Better to be safe than sorry. Hazel shook her head. Mabel, she's not getting in the car with this crazy storm. We'll be fine, Ms. Putnam assured them. She needs to see a doctor. No, Hazel said. She needs to stay inside where it's at least warm and safe. The roads have to be treacherous out there, and power lines may be down. Ms. Putnam lowered her voice. Don't worry, Hazel. I'll take care of her, the therapist said. Clara doubled over. Oh my God, it hurts. That was only 2 minutes apart, Hazel said. Typically, first-time labors go slowly. How long did you say your back has been hurting? Clara choked back a cry. Since last night, she admitted. What does that mean? Ms. Putnam asked. Hazel gave Clara a comforting look. Clara, honey, you may be experiencing back labor. It's not uncommon. She took Clara's hand. When the contraction starts, just breathe in and out like we practiced. Clara still saw a note of worry in Ms. Hazel's eyes. Then we need to go to the hospital. Ms. Putnam reached for Clara, but Hazel stood and folded her arms beneath her ample bosoms. She's not going anywhere, Mabel. I'm a midwife, and unless this storm lets up, we're delivering this baby right here. She pointed to the therapist's purse. Call the medics and they can come to us. Clara let out a wail as another pain tore through her. But I wanted to deliver at the hospital, she cried. Then that's where we're going, the therapist said bluntly. Outside, a siren wailed through the wind, and suddenly Ms. Putnam jumped up and looked through the window. Her chest fell with her erratic breathing as she turned back to Clara. Maybe Hazel is right, but call me, and I'll be back after the baby gets here. Then we'll talk. Without another word, the woman turned and rushed back to the kitchen. Clara heard the door slam, then an engine fire up, and realized the therapist was leaving. Clara gripped her stomach as another pain seized her. If Miss Putnam wanted to help her, why was she rushing off? 96 Elm Street. Ellie thought she saw a car speeding away from Sanctuary House as she careened into the driveway. Did you see that car? She asked Derek. Yeah, looks like folks would stay off the roads in this mess. An uneasy feeling crept up Ellie's spine. What if that was Mabel Putnam? She threw the Jeep into park, cut the siren, and pulled her handheld radio in case someone tried to reach her. Tugging her hood over her head, she raced up the drive with Derek on her heels. When she reached the door, she pounded on it. Hazel, it's Detective Reeves. Are you here? The wind nearly drowned out her voice, and she pounded the door again. What in the world? Miss Hazel said as she opened the door. We need to come in, Ellie said, then introduced Derek. Of course. Freezing air and snow blew in as they entered, but Hazel just waved a hand. What's going on, Detective? Is Clara here? Ellie asked. Yes, in the living room. Come on in. She's in labor. Oh, damn, Ellie thought as she followed Hazel. Sure enough, the pregnant teen was hunched over, her breathing choppy, her face contorted in pain. I'll see if I can reach 911, Derek said. Good luck, Hazel said. We haven't been able to get service since the storm started. I can deliver her baby. Detective, get some towels out of the linen closet in the hall bathroom and bring blankets as well. Ellie had never witnessed childbirth or assisted in one, and she froze for a moment. Clara let out a sob, though, catapulting Ellie into motion, and she ran to the bathroom. She returned a minute later with her arms loaded with linens and laid them on the chair. Hazel instantly reached for one of the blankets, and Ellie helped her get Clara up enough to slide it and a layer of towels beneath her. Just keep breathing in and out, Hazel encouraged. She mimicked the Lamar's breathing techniques, then turned to Ellie. Squeeze her hand and help her focus on the breathing. Agent Fox, Hazel said. My medical bag is in the kitchen pantry. Please bring it to me. Copy. Derek disappeared into the kitchen, and Hazel helped Clara get comfortable on the couch. You're doing fine, sweetheart, Hazel said, as Clara hung onto Ellie's hand. Derek rushed in with the medical bag,
and Hazel opened it and got to work. The next few minutes flew by as the contractions intensified, coming one after another. Ellie admired Hazel's calm, encouraging manner, and when the baby's cry mingled with Clara's, tears filled her own eyes. People always talked about the miracle of birth. It definitely was a miracle. Hazel wiped the baby girl clean, wrapped her in a baby blanket that Ellie retrieved for her, then placed the newborn into Clara's arms. "Both Mommy and baby are safe," Hazel said, as she blotted perspiration from her forehead with the back of her sleeve. "Thanks to you," Ellie said. "That was amazing," Derek agreed. Hazel walked to the kitchen, washed her hands and dried them on a clean hand towel. Ellie and Derek followed, and Derek tried his phone again. Derek frowned. "You're right. No service." When Hazel turned to Ellie, she arched her brows. "How did you know Clara was in labor?" "I didn't," Ellie admitted. "Then why did you come by in this storm? Do you have news about Minnie and Iris?" Ellie exhaled. "Not exactly, but I think we're getting closer to the truth." "Go on," Hazel said. "I have reason to believe that Mabel Putnam, the therapist who works with Clara, is involved in Iris's abduction, and that Clara and her little one might be in danger." Hazel gasped. "Oh my word, Mabel was just here." "What?" Ellie's mind raced back to the car she'd seen coming from Hazel's when she'd driven up. "What happened?" "She said she came by to check on us, then Clara went into labor." Hazel worried her bottom lip with her teeth. "She insisted on driving her to the hospital, but I told her it was too dangerous for Clara to be out in this weather. Still, she wanted Clara to go with her." Hazel coughed. "But then we heard the siren and she ran out." A shudder tore through Ellie. Hopefully their timing had saved Clara and the baby. Hazel's eyes widened. "Do you really think she was going to take Clara's baby?" Ellie gave a non-committal shrug. "It's possible." "Did she say where she was headed?" "No, she just rushed out the door." Ellie's handheld radio crackled and she responded. "Detective Reeves." Static followed, then Deputy Landrum spoke. "At the scene of a car crash on Dugan Road. Woman inside. It's that Putnam woman." Ellie's pulse clamoured. "Is she okay?" "Unconscious. Medics are here now to transport her to the hospital. Captain said you wanted me at Sanctuary House. Just handle the crash scene for now. We need to know if it was an accident or if our unsub might have caused it. And send Chandra to guard the house and stay with Hazel, Clara and the baby. Also see if you can get an ambulance here." "Copy." Ellie hung up and breathed a sigh of relief. "Derek, they found Mabel in a car crash. I want to go to the hospital to question her." Hazel looked confused and wary. "Mabel was in an accident?" "Yes, she's unconscious. My deputy is coming to stay with you and Clara and the baby. An ambulance is on its way and will transport Mom and baby to the hospital to examine them." Hazel nodded, although tears blurred her eyes. "I can't believe Mabel is involved, that she'd hurt anybody. She once told me she'd always wanted to have a child but couldn't. I felt sorry for her." Ellie remembered the nursery at Mabel's house. "Desperate people resort to desperate measures," she said, although that certainly didn't justify murder and kidnapping. 97. Midnight Ridge. Cord shook his head at the number of people on the mountain tonight, a disaster waiting to happen. He wanted to order them to go home, stay inside until conditions on the mountain were safe. The storm had stopped, and the temperature rose a few degrees. He had in fact stopped families and advised them, and most had listened. But the believers insisted the higher powers above would protect them, and that the missing girl Dana Joe and the two little girls who'd been abducted needed all the prayers and strength they could offer. The more they believed, the louder they chanted and sang. He and his team had roped off the trail that led to the top of the ridge, and one of them was guarding it, refusing to let anyone attempt the treacherous, icy path uphill where the conditions worsened with every minute. He approached two of the leaders of the believers, older women named Faith and Esther. "Ladies, I really need you to head home," Cord advised. Fuck, the two were so frail and their bones brittle with age that heavy wind gusts might literally blow them off the mountain. "We will, once the prayer vigil is over," Esther said. I grew up here, and I know the power of prayer. And trust, Faith said. Those little girls need us, and we won't let them down. I appreciate you wanting to help, Cord said as gently as he could. The two women meant well, and that was more than some. But my job is to protect you. You can come back once the storm is over and pick up where you left off. But then it might be too late, Esther said in a raw whisper. Faith peered up the hill into the white blur, lifting a candle in the darkness. Oh my word, is that a light up yonder at that old lodge? Esther jerked her head up, and Cord peered toward the mountain peak, narrowing his eyes for better visibility through the snowy haze. Ain't nobody been up at that place in years, Faith said. Not since that woman died on that ridge 20 years ago, Esther murmured. What happened? Cord asked. Esther perked up, eager to tell the story. Well, the Wheaton family owned the lodge and tried to make a go of it. But then they had a little boy, and things took a nasty turn. Cord angled his head toward the area where the lodge stood. The women were right. A faint light was shimmering through the fog of the snow. What do you mean? They took a nasty turn. There were all kinds of rumors about the boy, Esther said. Some said they could hear the mother and kid fighting and screaming. They thought the mama was too hard on him. But, Esther's voice broke off. But other people said the poor woman was at her wit's end as how to handle him, that he was as mean as a snake. Tell me more, Cord said. Esther glanced at Faith. Well, some insisted the boy was crazy, that they saw him killing animals, that he liked to trap the crows, then hack them up with an axe. And once school teachers got freaked out because he brought some of the feathers to school with blood still on them. Cord didn't like the picture they painted. What happened? He asked as he studied the faint light again. Was someone in the lodge now? Esther lifted her candle toward the mountain where the abandoned lodge sat. Well, nobody really knows, but the father confessed to pushing his wife off the ridge because she was hurting the boy. The fact that the woman died at the ridge raised the hair on Cord's arms. You said their names were Wheaton? None of their suspects in the current investigation had the last name Wheaton. Yeah, Larry and Franny, Esther said. Believe the boy's name was Wally. Another gust of wind howled off the mountain, and loose limbs tumbled across the snow. One struck Faith in her leg, and she winced. Ladies, if you want to say a prayer with your group, please do so very quickly and send everyone home before someone gets hurt. I don't want to have another team out here in the morning digging people up from being buried in the snow. For the first time since he'd warned him, the ladies looked around at the accumulation and seemed to take him seriously. All right, we'll just pray you find those children and that missing mama. They held hands and waddled back to the group, candles held high. Cord's gaze swung toward the light at that lodge. Maybe someone out here was trapped or lost and found the lodge and went inside to escape the elements. That made sense. Except the lodge had been deserted for years, as Esther said. Another murder had occurred up here. A troubled family? A history of death on the mountain? Rumors about a child killing animals. With a predator on the loose and a woman and 2 children still missing, he started toward the lodge. Midnight Ridge. Fuck that bitch Mabel. He never should have reconnected with her. But at one time he'd been able to control her, and after her downward spiral into depression and alcohol, he'd had the perfect opportunity to sink his teeth into her. He knew her Achilles heel and used it against her. She'd wanted a baby more than anything in this world. So badly she'd naively ignored the details of his plan until it was too late. Not that he'd revealed the part about killing the girls. When she'd realized that, she'd tried to get out of it. But greed had gotten to her in the end. Not for money, but greed for a kid. He pressed a rag to his arm where she'd sliced him with that kitchen knife. It stung like crazy, and he'd bled like a mother the entire way back to the lodge. He had more ketamine that he could take for the pain. But that shit made you crazy, and with the cops hunting him, he couldn't take the chance on being incapacitated. Not that they knew who he was, but he couldn't be too careful. At least tonight, with the whiteout conditions and power outage, no one would bother him up here at the lodge. 99. Mystic Hospital. The drive to the hospital seemed to take forever. Ellie had to push through the snowy streets at a snail's pace, careful on the black ice.
Snowplows and salt hadn't yet been dispensed by the county to this area and might not be for days, meaning people could be trapped in their homes or possibly on the roads during that time. But she desperately wanted to speak to Mabel and prayed she'd regain consciousness so she could lead them to the killer and to Dana Joe and the missing children. Derek drummed his fingers on his legs, his body tense. "Have you heard from Cord?" "Not yet," Ellie said. "But in this storm he'll have to call off the search and rescue teams and get them out of the elements until the snow tapers off." Derek's jaw tightened. At least the weather might keep the unsub from moving around tonight. "That worries me too," Ellie admitted. "If he's stuck inside and Dana Joe is still alive, what is he doing to her?" Derek's expression darkened. True, but it could also mean that if the children are being transported out of town or the state, they would be slowed down. Ellie tensed as she hit a patch of ice and skidded. Focusing on driving in inclement weather, she didn't fight the skid or brake too quickly, but managed to right the vehicle. Ahead, she spotted the entrance to the hospital. Thankfully, the backup generator had kicked on, and there were lights inside as they parked and hurried into the ER entrance. They brushed snow from their coats as they entered and wiped their feet on the mat. Already wet footprints dotted the floor, making it slippery. Ellie rushed to the front desk, while Derek made a phone call to his partner. A car accident victim, Mabel Putnam, was just brought in. Ellie flashed her badge to the desk nurse. "I need to question her as soon as possible. She might have important information regarding the missing children in the Midnight Ridge case." Alarm flickered in the nurse's eyes. "I'll have a nurse consult with the doctor." She made a quick phone call, then addressed Ellie. "I'm afraid the accident victim is unconscious at the moment, but the nurse has been instructed to inform me when she comes to." Ellie cursed a blue streak in her mind. Damn it, she needed Mabel awake and talking. Every minute they lost gave the killer either time to escape or to torture Dana Joe, or for the children to be transported farther and farther away. Anxiety needling her, she walked down the hall to the vending machine, bought 2 cups of coffee, then returned to the waiting room. "Nice to have cell service in here," Derek said as he accepted the coffee from Ellie. "I just talked to Bennett about the background check on Mabel." "And?" Ellie asked as she blew on her coffee to cool it. "Apparently, Mabel has no living family. She was married but divorced and attended counseling after that. Due to the circumstances, Bennett managed to persuade Mabel's counselor to reveal that Mabel had 3 miscarriages, which led to depression, and then she developed a drinking issue." "Wow, we need him working on all our cases," Ellie said. "That's not easy information to obtain." "Bennett can be very persuasive," Derek said with a twitch of a smile. "Anyway, after a DUI, Mabel lost her license for a while, and it was a lengthy process to gain reinstatement." "Who handled her DUI?" "The same attorney who handled Minnie's," Derek said, deadpan. "He also assisted Mabel in her efforts to have her license reinstated." Ellie's breath quickened. The miscarriages could have driven her to desperation and given her reason to encourage teenage clients to choose adoption. With the nursery she'd already decorated, Clara so close to delivery, and her showing up then running from Hazel's, she probably hoped to convince Clara to allow her to adopt the baby. Exactly. Ellie's thoughts raced. "We need to speak to the attorney." "Yes, Will Whitaker." Derek frowned. "I asked Bennett to find out whatever he could on the man. He certainly was slick and composed when I met him," Derek said. Ellie grimaced. "Sociopaths usually are." Midnight Ridge. Larry Wheaton knew it was dangerous for him to sneak out of the halfway house. If his parole officer found out, he'd write him up. But once the wheels of suspicion started turning in his mind, he had to know the truth. Had his son stuck around Midnight Ridge? Was he the madman killing these young girls and kidnapping their babies? What motive would he have to abduct children, though? That was the biggest question eating at him. But the location of the ridge, the suicides that had now been ruled murders, and their proximity to the lodge were too coincidental to ignore. He rolled his old jalopy away from the halfway house, waiting to jump in and start the engine until it was far enough away not to be heard. Just as the meteorologist predicted, the storm swirled around him in a blinding haze. The weather and treacherous road conditions didn't bother him, though, not after spending years in prison, seeing grown men gut each other without batting an eye, and watching guards beat the hell out of inmates just for fun. He was a victim himself to other atrocities.
that he refused to talk about, even to the prison counselor. What could she do about it anyway? She had no real power. Telling only brought more violence from the gangs that ruled the inside. The old jalopy chugged along the snowy road, his wipers and defroster working double time to clear the windshield. Visibility was so poor, he couldn't see where the lines started and stopped, so he hugged the shoulder of the road. He'd considered going to see the old lodge again when he was first released, the place where he and Franny had once had dreams of building a good life when they were young. Only both their lives had ended there, because of his son. The stories he remembered from her, the accounts of Wally being violent and cruel, and the whispers from the neighbors about their children being afraid of Wally, kept replaying in his head. Wally had insisted Franny locked him in the dark attic for hours on end. Larry had seen evidence of that in the scratches on the door and the crow feathers scattered around and glued to the walls. Franny insisted she'd locked him in there because she was afraid of him, that once he tried to stab her with a kitchen knife. But he put crow feathers on their bed and spread crow's blood on her plate at the kitchen table. Why hadn't he believed his wife? Pride? Because he hadn't wanted to admit that his only child was mentally disturbed? Now that he'd spent time in prison, he knew firsthand that some kids were just born bad, that genetics could play a role in mental illness. He'd had a couple of bad seeds in his cell block, one who bragged about killing animals as young as 5. Another had kept accounts of children he'd bullied and attacked, said that he'd cut off a little girl's finger when he was 6 and carried it around in his pocket. The men were psychopaths and had no remorse. Was his son one of them? The car crawled through the storm like a lone wolf in the woods, the darkness deepening to a sea of white against a black sky. But he finally made it to the turnoff to the ridge. He slowed, carefully maneuvering the switchbacks, weaving deeper and deeper into the isolated area he used to think was scenic and beautiful. A place where black crows thrived, where Franny claimed Wally killed and created art from their feathers, where the crows were omens of death, where she died. 101. Midnight Ridge Lodge. As Cord hiked up the snow-covered road to the decades-old abandoned lodge, the falling snow seemed to thicken. Giant flakes glistened on the trees and were freezing on the ground. His boots sank into the now 2-inch blanket, crunching ice and gravel. The light from the stone structure shimmered through the downfall, faint, but there was definitely a light burning from somewhere inside the lodge. Esther and Faith's stories about the family who lived there echoed in his head, and he ducked into the shadows of the trees, slipping as silently as possible to move closer to the lodge without being seen. He'd heard teenagers thought the place was haunted and periodically challenged each other to spend the night in the eerie stone dwelling. Some claimed to see the silhouette of a woman in a nightgown floating down the stairs, sobbing. Others insisted they heard screaming from the attic, and many cited that crows attacked the windows in an attempt to break inside. Perhaps there were teens here tonight, or someone taking shelter from the storm. He didn't want to scare a bunch of kids, but if something nefarious was happening, he wanted to blindside whoever was inside. The wind roared, tossing debris across the ground and rattling window panes. Another noise. Footsteps. Boots crunching into the ice to the side of the house. Instincts on alert, Cord pulled his knife. His fists had served him well over time too. Fighting had been a necessary coping skill to survive when he'd lived in these woods. He crept through the bushes, taking cover behind one tree after another, listening as he paused. Definitely footsteps heading around the rear of the lodge. He followed the sound, gripping his knife, until he spotted a broad-shouldered man in a brown coat, hat and gloves, edging along the side wall. He watched, studying the figure, searching to see if the man had a hostage. No, he was alone. His senses on alert, Cord inched closer to the figure. Then he slipped his arms around the man's neck and yanked him into a chokehold. "Who are you?" Cord growled. "Who the hell are you?" the man asked, his voice sinister. "Ranger Cord McLean," Cord said. "Your turn?" "Let me go and I'll explain." Cord debated but released him, his knife drawn and aimed at the man's chest. But suddenly the man swung around and threw a fist. It landed in Cord's jaw and pain shot through his face. Damn bastard. He swung the knife toward his attacker.
The man threw another punch toward Cord's belly. Cord grabbed him, and they both went down, trading blows and rolling across the ground into the bushes. A sound from the front drew the man's attention briefly, and Cord took advantage, jumped on top of him, and pinned him down. He jammed the knife at the son of a bitch's throat. "Now, your name and what are you doing here?" "I used to own this lodge," he ground out. Cord's grip tightened on the man's neck. "You're Larry Wheaton?" Wheaton hissed a yes. "I thought you were in prison." "I was," Wheaton said. "Out on parole a few months now." Wheaton definitely didn't fit the age profile of their unsub, but he had connections to this place and a murder conviction for killing his wife at Midnight Ridge. He shoved the man to his stomach, yanked his hands and arms behind him, pulled a rope from his pocket and bound the man's hands together. Wheaton grunted and protested, cursing beneath his breath, but Cord refused to let him go. He tied his feet, then rolled Wheaton back over. He had to call Ellie. 102. Mystic Hospital. Ellie paced the waiting room as they waited for Mabel to regain consciousness. Through their handheld radios, Ellie had gotten in touch with Chandra, who assured her that Hazel, Clara, and her newborn were doing fine. "We'll hold down the fort until the ambulance arrives," Chandra said. Her radio buzzed as she finished with Chandra. Cord. "Hey, you shutting down the search for the night?" "No," Cord said through the static. "I saw a light at Midnight Ridge Lodge and I came up. Someone's inside." Hope that Dana Jo and her daughter were there safe and sound sprouted, although if the killer was there, Dana Jo might already be dead. "Who is it?" Ellie asked. "Don't know yet. Haven't been in the building," he muttered. "Had a surprise outside, though." A chill went through Ellie at his tone. "What kind of surprise, Cord?" "A man lurking outside. Name's Larry Wheaton. He and his wife used to own the lodge years ago. Wife was killed on the ridge and he did time for her murder." Fear for Cord crawled up her spine. "Are you all right?" "Yeah, he's secure. But thought you and Fox might want to get up here and take him in. I still need to see who's in that building." "Wait on us. We'll be there ASAP." Ellie pressed the receiver off and explained to Derek. Just then, a doctor approached, his expression grave. "Are you the detectives inquiring about Mabel Putnam?" "Yes, Detective Reeves," Ellie said. "And this is Special Agent Derek Fox." "Nice to meet you, although I'm sorry to say I have bad news." Ellie sucked in a sharp breath. "Go on." "Miss Putnam didn't make it. She had a cerebral aneurysm that ruptured, and we couldn't save her." Ellie stared at him in shock, and Derek's loud exhale punctuated the air. The doctor shifted. "Do you know if she has any family to notify?" Derek cleared his throat. "No, no family." Defeat threatened to destroy Ellie's composure. She was counting on Mabel to tell them where Iris and Lulu were. Now they might never know, unless they found their unsub and forced him to talk. That would mean Ellie had to resist the urge to kill him on sight, an urge that was eating at her day and night. 103. Midnight Ridge Lodge. The snow was finally letting up, the wind dying down, although the roads were still dangerous. Thankfully, most locals knew the area and were smart enough not to brave the switchbacks on a night like this. Still, it impeded the drive, and Ellie desperately wanted to get to Midnight Ridge to make sure Cord was safe, and to talk to Larry Wheaton. Wheaton's son was Wallace, aka Wally Wheaton, Derek said. Before they'd left the hospital, he'd put a call back into Bennett, who was feeding him intel through an emergency FBI backup cell source. Ellie would take all the help they could get. Apparently, he confessed to pushing his wife off Midnight Ridge 20 years ago, stating that she was trying to throw their son off the ridge. Ellie jerked her gaze to his. The mother tried to kill her son. According to Bennett's research, although the story is muddy, he dug deeper and spoke to the therapist in the prison where Wheaton was incarcerated. According to her, in Wheaton's last few years of incarceration, he'd questioned his wife and son's story. "What does that mean?" Ellie asked as she carefully veered onto the road leading to the lodge. That he recounted memories of the accusations his wife made about the son. Accusations that at the time he hadn't believed. "Which were?"
Ellie asked, her heart drumming. That he was violent and cruel, bullied kids, killed animals, especially crows. That he'd created a mural of crow's feathers on the wall in the attic. That he beheaded some crows and smeared blood all over the walls and her bed. "My God," Ellie murmured. Her stomach roiled as the image of the crow's feathers on her driveway flashed back, then the dead crow on her bed. "I know you're thinking about the way the unsub degraded your own house. Ellie, this could be the same guy. And if the wife was right, he was dangerous as a kid." "Fits the profile of a serial killer," Ellie said. "Maybe Wheaton knows where his son is now." A muscle ticked in Derek's jaw as she parked off the road, about a half-mile from the lodge. "We have to hike in. If he's at the lodge, he can't see us coming," Ellie said. Agreed. She cut the engine, and they geared up with winter wear, their weapons, radios, and flashlights. Still, the area was so dark, and the whiteout conditions made it difficult to see a foot in front of her. Worry for Cord forced her to keep walking, though. She'd run through fire for that man. From the ridge below, lights illuminated the darkness. "What the hell?" Derek murmured. "The Believers," Ellie said. "They must have gathered for a vigil." "Are they insane?" Derek asked as he checked his Glock and shoved an extra magazine into his pocket. "Didn't McLean tell them to go home?"
"That it's not safe out tonight?"
Ellie glanced down at the ray of lights, touched by the scene. "I'm sure he did. But I suppose they believe their faith can help and will keep them safe." Derek shook his head. "I just hope they don't die from hypothermia from those beliefs, or that our unsub doesn't hurt one of them." Ellie considered the power of prayer that was the mantra of the Believers. Doubting people in faith had definitely become more challenging with the job. Derek's had been shattered when his little sister had disappeared years ago. But something about the lights from below, the soft chanting of the Believers' voices rising through the fog of the blizzard, actually sparked her hope. "We'll check on them once we talk to Cord and see who's inside the lodge." She adjusted her goggles, then braced her gun at the ready and led the way up the hill, praying they weren't walking into a trap. 104. Midnight Ridge Lodge. Someone was outside the lodge. He'd sensed it a little while ago when he'd heard noises outside. Not only the wind, but footsteps on the icy path. And through the window he'd seen brush moving. Damn it, he'd spotted 2 men in the bushes lurking outside. Were they cops? He quickly snuffed out the lantern he'd found to help illuminate his way through the dilapidated lodge, dousing any light, then retreated upstairs to the attic to check on Dana Joe. A quick peek inside, and he noticed she was stirring, so he quickly injected her with another dose of ketamine, and she slipped back into the abyss. With the dosage he'd given her, she might never find her way back. Not his most satisfying way of getting rid of her, but it would have to do tonight. The walls were closing in, and he needed her quiet. His plan now was to escape. He'd done it before. He'd start all over again. A new name, a new town. Not the one where it had all started. This one meant the most. These mountains, the fucking nutcase locals, the mother who'd tried to give him a bad reputation. Of course, it wasn't all her fault. Her own mother had abandoned her, been a slutty teenager, given her up, moved on with her life. Yet now, he knew who his grandmother was, where she was, what she was doing, acting like a do-gooder, so disgusting. He intended to expose her for the sinner she was. He closed the door to the attic, slipped down the back staircase to the bottom floor, then turned on the gas stove in the kitchen. He lit candles all around, set up near the burners, then tossed rotting wood around the base of the fireplace. Then he doused the area with gasoline and struck a match. Flames immediately burst to life, ripping along the baseboards and starting to catch the lower edges of the ancient, frayed curtains. He took one last look at the interior of his childhood home, then smiled as the flames began to lick the dingy walls. Quickly, he ducked down the secret staircase he'd uncovered as a child when he'd sneaked out at night. The front door burst open. Voices sounded. Footsteps pounded the floor. He pulled the secret door closed, then ran through the tunnel until he reached the outdoor opening he'd hidden with stones. He would be free once he climbed out.
except he had to pay a visit to the woman responsible for it all before he left town and started all over again. A new face, a new identity, a different job, new targets. No one would stop him now. But first, she had to die. 105. Ellie and Derek had met Cord at his truck, where Cord had bound and secured Wheaton. But flames had sparked inside the house, so they'd locked Wheaton inside Cord's truck, handcuffed to the steering wheel, and ran toward the lodge. The minute they rushed through the front door, smoke enveloped them. Flames danced and ate at the furnishing and curtains and climbed the wall. The stone floors were growing hotter by the moment, and the fire was inching toward the massive staircase.
"Dana Joe and Lulu might be in here," Ellie shouted.
Derek nodded. "Our unsub may be waiting to ambush us." Cord hurried to Ellie's side. "I'll go upstairs with Ellie." "Copy. I'll take the downstairs," Derek said. Set on a plan, Ellie and Derek both braced their weapons at the ready, and everyone dispersed. She and Cord took the stairs 2 at a time, pulling their jackets up to cover their noses and mouths as the smoke rose. When they reached the second floor, they divided up to search for Dana Joe and her daughter. "Clear!" Cord shouted after running to the right. "Same," Ellie said, her heart pounding as they met on the landing and raced toward the attic. The smoke was growing thicker and darker, the fog making it hard to see. Ellie kept her gun poised, as if expecting the unsub to jump out and attack at every turn. When they reached the attic, Cord jiggled the door while she called out. The locked room raised her fears, and she shouted Dana Joe's name repeatedly. No response. Ellie turned the doorknob. It wouldn't budge, so Cord took several steps back, then ran with full force and slammed his shoulder against it. The old wood rattled but didn't open. He tried a second and third time, then used his foot, and finally kicked the door open. Smoke poured into the room in a thick cloud. "Dana Joe!" Ellie shouted. "Are you in here?" Coughing, Ellie and Cord raced inside. Ellie spotted crow feathers catching fire on the wall, and Cord jumped over the flames. "She's here!" he yelled. "Stay back, Elle." "I have Dana Joe." Ellie combed the room for Lulu, although the boxes in the attic were beginning to catch on fire. An old wardrobe sat in the corner, big enough to hide a child. Sweat beaded on Ellie's skin. Holding her breath, Ellie looked inside. No Lulu. Bird feathers were tacked all over the walls, a mound of them on the floor. "Ellie, Cord, we have to get out," Derek shouted from the hall. "The roof is about to collapse." Cord emerged through the den of smoky fog with Dana Joe in his arms. "She has a pulse," he said, "but it's low, and she's been drugged." Ellie waved Cord to go ahead with Dana Joe. He carried her into the hall, and Derek led the way down the stairs with Ellie on their heels. The three of them ran, dodging flames and struggling through the smoky haze until they reached the outside. The frigid air was welcoming after the smouldering heat they'd just run through. Cord raced toward his truck and tucked Dana Joe inside out of the storm. Thankfully, Wheaton was still secure. He looked angry, but had made no attempt to escape, which would work in his favor in front of a judge. And he couldn't have set the fire, so if he had answers, Ellie wanted to hear them. "I called 911, Derek said. "An ambulance is on its way." It still could take time in this storm. Ellie hoped Dana Joe would regain consciousness in time to help them save her little girl and identify the man who'd abducted her. But Mabel hadn't, and that terrified her. "I found a tunnel through a secret door in the basement," Derek said. "Our unsub escaped through that." Ellie glanced inside the truck. "Maybe Wheaton can fill in some blanks." 106, Crooked Creek Police Station. Cord drove Ellie to the police station so she could question Larry Wheaton, while Derek followed the ambulance to the ER with Dana Joe. On the drive, Ellie called Dana Joe's mother to meet her daughter at the hospital. She hoped the teen would survive and had seen her attacker's face. She escorted Wheaton to an interrogation room and secured him, then phoned his probation officer, who agreed to meet them at the station. Her throat was still burning from the smoke, so she gathered a bottle of water for herself and for him. "Mr. Wheaton," she said in a neutral tone. She had no idea if he was part of this homicide, child abduction plan or not,
and wanted to extract as much information as possible from the man.
"Officer Patrick," she said as the probation officer seated herself beside Wheaton. Wheaton shifted, his scarred hands folded on the table. "I can explain, but I know I'm an ex-con and you aren't going to believe me." Ellie leaned back in her chair and sipped her water. "Try me." Wheaton glanced at Officer Patrick. "You might as well speak up. You're already in trouble for missing your curfew," Patrick said. Wheaton scrubbed a hand over his shaved head. "I'm sorry, but I thought it was a life-and-death situation." "Please explain," Ellie said. "I'm aware you confessed to killing your wife, Mr. Wheaton. Why don't you start there?" "That's the part you won't believe," Wheaton said. "Listen to me. I've been hunting a man who's killed 3 young women and attempted to kill another tonight. And 2 little children are missing." She spread her hands open. "I'm open to whatever you have to say. I just want to save the little girls and any more young women he's targeting." She leaned forward, arms crossed. "These girls died on the same ridge where your wife did. Are you telling me that's a coincidence?" Wheaton chewed the inside of his cheek, then clicked his teeth. "I don't think so." Ellie arched a brow. "Then what do you think? Did you have something to do with it?" "No." Wheaton pulled a hand down his chin. "God, no." His blunt answer rang of sincerity. "Then why were you at Midnight Ridge Lodge tonight?" His chest heaved up and down, his breathing heavy. "Because I think my son may be involved and I wanted to stop him." Ellie tamped down a reaction. "Why do you think that?" Wheaton gave his parole officer a sideways glance. Patrick nodded, then Wheaton continued. "Because my wife always claimed he was mentally disturbed and violent, and when I heard about the murders at the Ridge, it brought it all back." "But you confessed to murder," Ellie said. "Why?" "Because I was afraid. Some neighbors thought Wally was a bad seed, and I thought one of them might accuse Wally of killing my wife. The sheriff wanted someone to blame, so I—" He dropped his face into his hands on a groan. "I took the fall to protect Wally, so he'd have a good life. But now if he's killing these girls, he needs to be stopped." A knock sounded at the door, jarring Ellie from the shock of his admission. "Elle," Cord said. "Deputy Eastwood sent a radio SOS. I think there's trouble at Sanctuary House." Ellie's pulse hammered as she stood abruptly. "Sit tight, Wheaton. This is not over." Not until she caught the real unsub. And now she had a name. 7. Sanctuary House. Ellie phoned Derek to fill him in on the latest turn while she and Cord drove to Sanctuary House. "How's Dana Jo?" "She's traumatized and dehydrated, but her mother is with her now. She's really worried about her daughter, but says Dana Jo has remembered what happened to her when she was abducted and found unconscious." "She was sexually assaulted," Ellie filled in. "Yes, and now she can describe her assailant. It was the attorney who handled her DUI charges. She says he drugged her water bottle in her car, then after she left the Shaken Shack, she had car trouble, ran off the road, and he took her from there." "But Wheaton said his son's name was Wally," Ellie said, "and the attorney is Will Whitaker." "He could have changed his name to leave his past behind for his law practice," Derek said. "True. I think he may be on his way to Sanctuary House," Ellie said. "Deputy Eastwood radioed an SOS. He might be after Clara. Damn it, I thought the ambulance would be there by now." "I'll meet you at Sanctuary House." Ellie ended the call, squinting through the hazy white as she veered onto the dark street where Sanctuary House was located. Chandra's squad car was parked in the drive. 2 doors down, a black SUV was parked, half hidden by the bushes. Whitaker, Wally, was ballsy to attack while a deputy was on duty. The narcissist sociopath thought he could escape anything. Cord jumped out as Ellie parked and crept toward the house, and she followed, gun drawn. But as she passed Chandra's car, she took a quick glance inside. Damn it, Chandra was slumped in the seat, her head lolled over, blood trickling down the side of her face. One hand was handcuffed to the steering wheel. Pure panic shot through Ellie, and she gestured to Cord. His eyes widened as he saw Chandra, then he eased open the door and checked for a pulse. He gave a quick nod, confirming she was alive. Relief gushed through Ellie. She held up a finger, indicating for Cord to wait for her, then quickly called Derek.
Chandra is injured in the car. Send an ambulance ASAP. Had the one she'd ordered already picked up Clara and the baby? See if the ambulance arrived for Clara and her newborn.
Will do. Do not engage, Ellie. Wait for me. Ellie didn't respond. Through the haze of snow, she saw a dark figure through the window. He was pacing, shouting and waving a gun around, obviously agitated. Her phone rang. Derek. She quickly sent a text. Unsub is here at Sanctuary House. He responded, Copy. Be there. ASAP. Wait for backup. Clara and baby just got to the hospital. She exhaled a shaky breath, grateful Clara and baby were safe. But that meant Hazel was alone in there with a madman. A loud crash inside made her heart pound, then a scream. No time to wait for backup. She signaled to Cord they'd move forward, but for him to stay behind her. His eyes darkened and she knew a protest was on the tip of his tongue, but she ignored him and crept closer. When she reached the porch, Whittaker rushed to the window and looked out as if he'd heard them. She and Cord both ducked, then she mouthed for him to go around the side to the back of the house. She would take the front. He hissed a no, but she jabbed a finger in the air for him to follow orders, then whispered, Make a distraction around back so I can slip inside. He shook his head no, but she glared at him. Do it, she said in a harsh whisper. His dark look indicated he didn't like her plan, but Whittaker's shout inside sent them both into motion. 108. Cord hated taking orders from Ellie, especially when it meant putting her in danger. But he was on the task force, and she'd be safer with him than if he got cut from the team. Still, he vowed to get a gun and permit when they tied up this case. If she was going to run headlong into an explosive, dangerous situation, he needed to be equipped to back her up. Adrenaline sent him hurrying around to the back, tromping through weeds and brush packed with snow and ice. The wind hurled snow and sleet through the air, but he ignored the icy sting as he listened for sounds inside. When he reached the back door, he found a rock half buried in the snow, picked it up and slung it against the glass part of the door. Glass cracked and shattered, and he threw another, hitting the wood with a bang. Whittaker had to hear it. He kept an eye out, expecting to see the bastard appear. Gripping his knife in his gloved hand at the ready, he crept up the stoop steps and crouched by the door. Suddenly a gunshot popped, and he plastered himself against the back of the house, but instead of Whittaker appearing, he heard a crash inside. Cursing, he stormed through the back door to protect Ellie. 109. Ellie took advantage of the distraction to slip through the front door. Just as she'd hoped, Whittaker had run to the back to check, but must have heard her because he'd returned before she could sneak Hazel from the house. The older woman sat on the couch, looking terrified with her hands clenched in a white-knuckled grip. Whittaker ran back to the living room, but Ellie quickly jumped in front of Hazel. "You fucking bitch cop," Whittaker shouted. "Let Hazel go," Ellie said softly, one hand raised to warn him not to shoot. Her gun was pointed toward him, but he didn't seem fazed. "She has nothing to do with this." Whittaker's hand shook, his gun wavering. "She has everything to do with this." Ellie glanced at Hazel, who looked at her in confusion. Ellie planted her body in front of Hazel to guard her. "How is that, Wally? That is your real name, isn't it? Wally Wheaton." He had the nerve to smirk. "So you figured out who I am? Proud of yourself, aren't you?" Ellie shook her head, refusing to take his bait. "I just want to end this peacefully, with no one else getting hurt. Hazel's an older woman. She's not a teenage girl, much less pregnant, which seems to be the type you target." Whittaker's sardonic laugh sounded maniacal as it filled the room. She was one of them. Behind her, Hazel gasped. "How would you know about that?" Ellie raised a brow. She had no idea what they were talking about, but she had to divert his attention from Hazel. "Yes, Wally, explain what you mean." The man screeched another profanity, and Ellie saw Cord creeping down the hall toward them. Ellie lifted her chin. "Talk to me, Wally. Hazel deserves to know the reason you're holding her at gunpoint. She never did anything to you." He bellowed like a wild animal, then fired a shot into the ceiling. Plaster rained down. Cord started to run, but Ellie shook her head no. She moved to pounce,
but Whitaker's gun swung down swiftly in her direction. Damn it, she was losing control of the situation. "Please tell me," Hazel said, her voice raw with pain. "I want to understand. I really do." Whitaker's cheeks turned blood red with rage, and he inched closer, obviously prepared to shoot Ellie to hurt Hazel. "You act like you're such a hero to these stupid teenagers," he screeched at Hazel. "But you gave away your own daughter like she was trash." Pain wrenched Hazel's expression. "I was young and lost and didn't know what to do." Hazel glanced at Ellie, tears flooding her eyes. "I really wanted to keep her, but my mother was dying and couldn't help me. And my father, he forced me to give up my baby. I begged him to help, but he said it was the best thing for my little girl." Hazel's voice shattered. "I was only 14 and didn't know anything about children or how to raise one or get a job. And my daddy used to beat me, so I knew he'd beat her too, and I couldn't let that happen." Wally's hand trembled, the gun bobbing up and down. "That's what I mean. You didn't deserve to have a child, just like the girls I took didn't." "What does Hazel have to do with you?" Ellie asked, desperate to avert Whitaker's attention from Hazel. "Her daughter was my mother," Whitaker bellowed. Hazel made a strangled sound. "Oh my word, you're my grandson," he yelled as he aimed the gun straight at Ellie's chest. Hazel began to sob. "I'm so sorry. What happened to you? And your mother?" "She died," he screamed. "She had to. She was bad, and that came from you." Ellie's breath caught. She'd heard Larry Wheaton's story. The truth that even as a kid, Wally had issues. "Hazel, don't listen to him. We found his father and he told us the truth." She aimed her comment at Wally. "You killed your mother, but your father took the fall." She angled her head toward the man. "You were cruel. You killed animals when you were young, just for fun." A gasp of horror escaped Hazel. "Oh my God, you killed Minnie to get back at me?" "They all had to die just like she did," Wally shouted. "Please put down the gun, Wally," Ellie said calmly. "You don't want to kill your grandmother." "Yes, I do!" Whitaker started to squeeze the trigger, but Cord rushed into the room and Whitaker swung around and fired. The bullet struck Cord, and his body jerked backward. Hazel screamed and Ellie lunged at Whitaker's back. He fell forward and the gun skittered across the floor. The front door burst open and Derek charged in. Whitaker struggled to get up, but Ellie pinned him. The bastard had shot Cord. She slammed her knee into Whitaker's back, and he bellowed. Then Derek was there, handing her handcuffs. She slapped them on, then looked up to check on Cord. He pressed his hand over his arm as blood streamed from his shoulder. "Cord?" "I'm okay," he said as he stepped toward her. His face was pale, and he was losing blood, but he was standing. Tears filled Ellie's eyes, and she choked back a cry. Dear God, she couldn't lose him. Behind them, Hazel's sobs wrenched the air. Derek grabbed a growling, hissing Whitaker. Ellie stood, then rushed to Cord. "Where did it get you?" "My shoulder," he said gruffly. "I'll be fine. Go to Hazel. She needs you." Ellie winced, but Hazel was crying uncontrollably, obviously in shock. Outside, a siren wailed, and twirling lights broke through the snowy haze as the ambulance arrived. 110. Day 5. Bluff County Hospital. Ellie rubbed her hand over her blurry eyes and finished her umpteenth cup of coffee. While Cord was in recovery from the surgery to remove the bullet in his shoulder, she checked in with Chandra. During the night, while she'd paced and fretted, the storm had ceased. Power outages still plagued the most rural parts of the mountain, but the town's electricity had been restored due to the extra power company workers being brought in overnight. Because of the weather and the murders in the area, the governor had declared a state of emergency and designated resources to their area. "Hey, girl," Ellie said as she slipped into Chandra's hospital room. Chandra groaned and looked up at Ellie. "Did you get that bastard?" "We did, and Hazel and Clara and her baby are all safe. How are you feeling?" "I'm pissed as hell. Can't believe that maniac got the best of me." "It happens to all of us," Ellie said. "He was ruthless and sick. I'm sure the court will order a psych evaluation for him. I just hope he gets prison time and not some mental hospital." "Same. The other girl is okay?" Dana Jo is here. Traumatized, of course, but physically she'll recover. Ellie sighed wearily. We still haven't found Iris or Lulu, though. We'll interrogate Whitaker, a.k.a. Wally Wheaton, later today and try to force him to talk. Chandra's eyes were drifting closed again. I want to go home. Sorry, Ellie said. The doctor said you have a concussion and wants to keep you at least 24 hours for observation.
But I need to help you, she mumbled. You did your job. You protected Hazel. Now get some rest. She squeezed Chandra's arm. Call me if you need me. Chandra nodded but was asleep again in seconds. Ellie rubbed the back of her neck as she walked down the hall to Cord's room. They were rolling him in when she got there. Her heart squeezed with fear at the same time it melted with love for him. He stirred and reached for her hand as the orderly settled his bed into place. Hey, sweetheart, he said in a gruff voice. Hey yourself, Ellie said softly, then bent over to plant a kiss on his cheek. A smile tilted his lips. You look beautiful, he whispered. Ellie laughed. What kind of drugs did they give you? A low laugh escaped him, then a soft moan. Seriously, you do. Tears burned the backs of Ellie's eyelids. Actually, he'd never told her that. Touched, she kissed his lips and stroked his hair away from his forehead. You look pretty damn handsome yourself. I look like hell, he growled. I hate these damn hospital gowns. Ellie hated hospitals herself. I'm just glad you're okay. I mean, you will be. The doctor said the bullet missed any major arteries, but you'll be sore for a while. I've had worse, he said. Ellie had seen his scars and knew that was true. Whitaker. Wheaton's in custody? Cord asked. Yeah, Derek took him in. I'm going over in a bit to interrogate him. We still need to find the little girls. Cord looked up at her with sad eyes. If anyone can find them, it's you, Elle. Emotions choked Ellie. She appreciated his confidence in her, but doubts and worry assailed her. What if she failed? 111. Crooked Creek Police Station. Ellie entered the interrogation room, side by side with Derek, and seated herself across the table from Whitaker. In spite of the fact he was handcuffed to the table, she half expected him to pounce. Instead, he simply stared at her with cold, blank eyes. The eyes of a sociopath who had no remorse for his brutal violence. She pulled crime photos from a folder and spread them on the table. We have you dead to rights, Wally Wheaton. Your DNA is a match for the blood in Mabel Putnam's house, so we have you on murder charges for her, and attempted murder and sexual assault against Dana Jo Glasser. She remembered what happened to her when she was abducted and is willing to testify against you. Ellie took a beat, then continued. We're also running paternity tests to see if you fathered Iris Benton, Lulu Glasser, and the children of Nina Gillis and Jordan Orwell. She crossed her arms. Your father took the fall for your mother's death and confessed to murder to give you a chance at life, but look what you did with it. Wheaton glanced at the photographs of his victims with a smile. I had fun, he said. That's what Daddy let me do. Ellie bit back a reaction. Derek's boots clicked on the floor as he strode over to the table. He planted his hands on top of it and stared down at Wheaton. We all know you're going to prison for life. Wheaton shrugged nonchalantly. Were there other girls and children? Derek asked. The bastard shrugged again. That's for you to find out. But we're asking you, Ellie asked. Do your job, lady. It's detective, Ellie said with emphasis. Now tell us where Iris and Lulu are. Wheaton sneered at them. I told you they're in a better place. Ellie grimaced at the term. Some people referred to heaven as a better place. Did you kill them? Derek asked bluntly. Wheaton's eyes brightened. I'll never tell, he said in an almost sing-song voice. Derek pounded the table, his voice icy. Cooperate and we'll take the death penalty off the table. Wheaton threw his head back and laughed. You'll never get that anyway, he said. You seem to forget that I'm an attorney and I know the judges around here. Nice try, Derek said, but we will find one who isn't your friend. All we want are the children back, Ellie said. They're innocent and need to be with their mothers. You're fucking insane. I didn't save them only for you to put them back with those little tramps. Ellie clenched her hands.
She'd never wanted to punch a man as badly as she did now. Derek's phone buzzed. He glanced at it, then said, "I need to take this. Let's go, detective. He can rot for all I care." Ellie glared at the bastard, then followed Derek into the hall, angry as all get out. She tapped her foot and cursed beneath her breath as he muttered, "Good," into the phone. Then he hung up and cleared his throat. The warrants for Mabel Putnam's patient files came through. "Maybe we'll find some answers in there." "I hope so," Ellie said. "That man is a monster." Ellie needed to give a press conference, but debated on whether to wait until they found the children. She'd hoped whoever had them would have come forward by now, but no one had yet. She and Derek hurried to review Mabel Putnam's files. As required by their checks and balances system in the counseling practice, Mabel kept detailed notes on her sessions with her patients. The notes were also useful in lawsuits to understand the psyche of patients in the event of a suicide, to confirm treatments were appropriate for the individual patients, and to pass on to future therapists, doctors, psychologists, psychiatrists, and hospitals for ongoing treatment. She ordered sandwiches and coffee to be delivered to her office for her and Derek's lunch, while he and Deputy Landrum retrieved the documents. By the time the food had arrived, Derek and Landrum returned with a box containing notes on Minnie, Dana Joe, Nina Gillis, and Jordan Orwell. They also pulled Clara's, although Clara and her baby were now safe with Hazel. "Let's focus on Minnie's and Dana Joe's files first," Ellie said. "We have to," Derek said. "Although Bennett is reviewing homicides involving child abductions and missing children that could be related across the states." Ellie sighed in relief. Good to know. The first thing she found in the box was a journal written by Mabel. She quickly opened it, hoping she kept a log of dates and times of the abductions, along with custodial adoption placements for Iris and Lulu. For a few minutes, she read in silence. Her heart pounded as she began to read Mabel's statement aloud. "Derek, Mabel wrote in her notes that she desperately wanted a child. Listen to this. After my DUI and my license was temporarily suspended, Wally promised to help me get reinstated so I could counsel other women who were in my position. Then I met Hazel, and she asked me to work with the pregnant teens at Sanctuary House. I must admit that at first I resented them. I was a grown woman and wanted children more than anything, but kept failing. They had issues with addiction and were only kids and were having babies. I remember talking to Wally about it one day, and he understood, said he'd help me find a child." Ellie turned to another page. "I didn't know he was going to kill the girls. I really didn't. I thought he was going to just represent their legal problems and encourage them to get clean. My job was to persuade them to choose the adoption route. But the situation spiraled out of control." "I'd say so," Derek agreed. Ellie turned another page. "By the time I realized he'd killed the first girl, I was in too deep. He said I was complicit, and legally I guess was. I tried to get out, but he threatened me and threatened to kill Hazel. I kept thinking once I got my baby, I'd run and get as far away from him as I could get." Derek muttered a sound of disgust. "And now she's dead." Ellie nodded, her chest aching. Yet she couldn't deny that Mabel had been involved in the crimes. If she'd come forward after the first victim's death, she could have saved the others. "Here are notes on Minnie Benton's sessions," Derek said as he opened a folder. "And here is the directive she wrote at Hazel's insistence. It's still unopened." "I'm glad we found that. Now we just need to find Iris." Ellie exhaled. "What do Mabel's notes say about Minnie's sessions?" Derek sipped his coffee, then began. "These are quotes from Minnie." He swallowed hard. "I messed up by drinking, I know that, and I thought Daddy was helping me when he asked the senior partner at his firm to take my case. I knew that was a lot for Daddy because he was older and wanted to make partner, and he'd been wanting that for the last 2 years. It was all he talked about." Derek paused as he seemed to be skimming ahead. "What, Derek?" Minnie goes on to say, "But Daddy's partner drugged my soda after our meeting, and I passed out. When I came to, he was on top of me and I screamed. I couldn't believe what was happening." Ellie leaned her head into her hands, nauseated as she listened. "When it was over, he threatened me, said he'd kill me if I told. But I told Daddy anyway, and Daddy said I had to keep my mouth shut, pretend like it never happened. that his partner got me out of trouble with the law, and I was young, and I'd get over it. Ellie massaged the back of her neck, her anger mounting. But I couldn't forget about it. I'll never forget. Then, when I learned I was pregnant, Daddy threw me out of the house, said I was an embarrassment to the family, especially to him, that I'd been a drunk and I deserved what I got, and that nobody would believe my story. "Oh, God," Ellie said. "I'll be right back." Pressing her hand to her mouth, she ran from her office, sweating and dizzy, and rushed into the ladies' room. She fell to her knees and released the venom inside her, spewing the contents of her breakfast into the toilet. She grabbed paper towels to wipe her mouth and screamed into them. Minnie's father had to pay. 113. Lookout Mountain. The horror of Benton's actions weighed on Derek. He'd seen the worst of society in his job, but for a man to throw his daughter to the wolves was disgusting to the core. While he waited for Ellie, he skimmed Dana Jo's files. Her sessions with the counselor confirmed everything she'd told them. She too had been assaulted. She'd been left for dead, amazingly survived that ordeal, then repressed the memory. Eventually, Wheaton had come for her and her daughter, and now they had no idea where Lulu was. Benton was just as complicit as Mabel Putnam had been. He'd stood by and allowed Wheaton to attack and murder other teens without saying a word. Ellie looked pale as shit when she returned, but she straightened. "Let's go get Benton. That son of a bitch is not going to get away with this." She adjusted her gun and holster, yanked her coat off the coat hook and dragged it on. They rushed outside to her jeep, and Ellie started the engine and left the parking lot with a roar. "I think Mabel left a clue as to where the children are," Derek said as she raced through town. "Where? Are they alive?" "Yes, she made a note of Wheaton's past in a secure file. The lady who took him in when his father went to prison. They might be there." "Get your people on it," Ellie said. "We need a name and an address." "On it." While he called Bennett, Ellie turned her focus on the icy road and traffic. Although traffic was minimal, she clutched the steering wheel in a white-knuckled grip. A few nutcases were trying to brave it as if they couldn't do the smart thing and stay home one more day. Ellie flipped on her siren, forcing them to pull off the road, then crossed the highway and took the most direct route to Lookout Mountain. Derek hung up from Bennett, then said, "My partner will get us the information as soon as possible." The morning lights from the mountain homes shined through the fog as Ellie veered onto the street to the Bentons. When she pulled up the long drive, lights burned in the house. Ellie flipped off the siren to avoid alerting Benton they were on their way. Seconds later, she parked in the drive. Derek exchanged a determined look with her as they walked to the doorway together. Derek rang the bell, and surprisingly, Benton answered, dressed in a suit as if he was heading to his office. Little did he know he was headed to jail. "Mr. Benton," Derek said, "you are under arrest." Rage and shock flared on the bastard's face. "What the hell? I'll have your head." Derek gestured to Ellie for her to take the win. Ellie grinned. "Hands behind you." She yanked his arms behind him and snapped the cuffs on. "What's happening?" Mrs. Benton cried as she ran toward them in her robe. Derek gave her a stony look. "We're arresting your husband as an accomplice in your daughter's murder, and the deaths of 2 other women, kidnapping another, and abducting minors." "What?" Mrs. Benton cried. "Call Will," Benton shouted. Ellie touched the woman's arm. "No need. He's the man who killed your daughter and is in custody. And Mrs. Benton, your husband knew and covered for him. If you were aware of this and helped cover it up, you're at fault too." "Oh my God," Mrs. Benton cried. "I gave up everything for you, Claude. Even gave you 2 beautiful girls, and instead of protecting them, you did all this? Oh, please." "You got what you wanted," he barked. "A nice house, nice clothes." "No, I wanted a family," she cried, "and you betrayed all of us." Mrs. Benton crumbled into a kitchen chair, doubled over, and buried her head into her hands. "Take him away. Please get him out of here. Please." 114. Crooked Creek Police Station. While Derek handled Benton's booking, Ellie met with Angelica Gomez. She'd hoped to find details about where Iris and Lulu were in Mabel's files, but hadn't. And so far, the FBI hadn't found the woman who'd taken in Wally Wheaton either. She just prayed the girls were safe with her. Disappointed and frustrated, she decided to move forward with a press conference. Angelica smiled as she met Ellie in the press room. Her cameraman, Tom, had already set up.
"You okay?" Angelica asked softly. Ellie gave a slight shake of her head. She wouldn't be all right until she found the little girls. "But let's get started." Angelica smoothed down her thick, dark brown hair, which she wore in a fashionable bun on the top of her head today, then introduced herself. "Once again, we're here with Detective Ellie Reeves, with an update on the Midnight Ridge case." She angled the mic toward Ellie. "Detective?" Ellie licked her dry lips, then spoke. "We have now made arrests in the murders of Minnie Benton, Nina Gillis, and Jordan Orwell. Attorney Will Whitaker, a.k.a. Wally Wheaton, is in custody. He is also charged with the attempted murder of Dana Jo Glasser and the kidnappings of Iris Benton and Lulu Glasser." Ellie paused. "In a new development, police discovered that Claude Benton, Minnie Benton's father, is complicit in the murders, and charges are being filed against him." She let a second pass. "We now believe the children Iris Benton and Lulu Glasser were abducted and may be victims of an illegal adoption scheme. If you have any information about their whereabouts, please call the tip line you'll see on our screen so we can reunite the little girls with their rightful mothers." Another beat. "If you inadvertently adopted or are fostering Iris or Lulu, no charges will be filed as long as you return them safely. We are also looking for the woman who raised Wally Wheaton after his father was incarcerated. If anyone has information about her, or if you are that person and you have the children, please contact us." Again, no charges. "We simply want to reunite these little girls with their families." Exhausted, she ended the press conference, praying whoever had the children decided to do the right thing and come forward. 115. Ellie left Deputy Landrum to man the tip line, then ducked back into her office, where Derek was finishing analyzing Mabel Putnam's files. "I called Hazel and told her we found Minnie's directive. She's on her way." He ran his fingers through his hair. "I also explained Mabel's part in all this." "I'm sure that upset her," Ellie said. Derek nodded. "Yes, it did." Ellie agreed that Hazel should be the one to open the directive. "You got Benton settled?" "Yes, of course he's already called an attorney. I pulled some strings and have requested he be denied bond." "I hope he never sees the light of day again," Ellie said. A knock at the door, then Ellie looked up to see Hazel. She was teary-eyed and looked shaken and clutched her purse to her hands. "Come on in, Hazel," Ellie said. Hazel nodded, then lumbered in, rubbing her leg as she sat. "I heard the press conference. I can't believe my own grandson did this. And Minnie's daddy?" She made a tisking sound. No wonder she hated him and didn't want her parents to have anything to do with Iris. "It is pretty horrible and ironic that Wally's father went to prison to give his son a better life, yet Benton threw his daughter to the wolves for his own personal gain," Ellie said. "It's no wonder Minnie was so troubled. I wish she would have talked to me." Hazel dabbed at her eyes. "I thought I was doing the right thing by connecting her and the other girls to Mabel." Emotions weighted her voice. "But look what a foolish old lady I was. All this happening and I trusted her." "She certainly seemed trustworthy," Ellie said softly. "So don't blame yourself, Hazel. You're doing great work at Sanctuary House. The teens you take in need you. But I let Minnie down. You gave her love and support when she needed it. The best way to honor her now is to continue to run Sanctuary House so young girls in trouble have a safe place to go." Hazel sniffed. "I do love those kids." "And that's what they need the most," Ellie said sincerely. "Detective Reeves is right," Derek interjected. "And if it helps, I believe Mabel didn't know what she was getting into with Whitaker. I think she was just a woman who desperately wanted a child." Hazel frowned. If she would cheat someone out of their baby, she didn't deserve one. Ellie couldn't argue with that. Hazel straightened and lifted her chin as if pulling herself together. "Now, you said you found Minnie's directive." "It was in Mabel's files," Derek said. "So she stole it from me." More disappointment lined Hazel's face. "Either she did or Whitaker did." Derek handed Hazel the envelope. "Do you want to open it?"
A sad look passed through Hazel's eyes, but she opened the envelope, then narrowed her eyes. A smile slowly appeared on her face. "What does it say?" Ellie asked. "She wants her sister Beth Ann to raise Iris." Hazel looked up at her. "Do you think she'll agree?" Ellie nodded, her own mouth tilting into a smile. "Beth Ann called me and said that when we find Iris, she wants custody." A knock interrupted them, and Landrum poked his head into the door. "There's a caller on the tip line who says she has both Iris and Lulu." 116. Critter Crossing. Ellie and Derek debated the decision to take Hazel with them to retrieve the little girls, but Iris knew her, and if the child was frightened, which most likely she was, they needed her. Hazel could connect with Iris and offer her comfort. They decided to wait to inform Dana Jo and her mother until they verified that the lead was not a fake or a trap. They couldn't chance too many civilians being on the scene in case things turned south, or take a traumatized Dana Jo to see her daughter if she wasn't safe. "Thank you for letting me come with you," Hazel said from the back seat, where she'd been fidgeting ever since they'd gotten in the car. "Just remember that you have to stay in the vehicle until we make certain this call is legit," Ellie said. "But why would someone call and say they had the girls if they didn't?" Hazel asked. Ellie had to bite her tongue. "You'd be surprised at what people would do. Although if this caller wanted money, she hadn't asked for it." "Just let us check out the situation," Derek said. "If Iris is in there, we'll come and get you." "The medics are meeting us there too," Ellie said. "If the kids are with this person, we need to have them physically checked out." Hazel folded her hands. "Lord, please let them children be safe and unharmed." Ellie admired the power of faith the people in this area had, especially in light of the deaths at Midnight Ridge. Thankfully, the storm had ceased, although she had to maneuver black ice on the deserted road that led from Mystic to Critter Crossing, an area set so remote that she wondered how the woman who lived out here survived, where she got her food and necessities, or had health checkups. The hairs on her neck prickled. Was this a setup? She wound down a narrow, gravelled road deep in the woods, noting a sign that said, "Deer Crossing." The trees and isolated area created the sense they were going off-grid. The jeep bounced over the gravel and ruts in the road, and her tires ground mud and sleet as she maneuvered the melting slush. 2 miles in, she spotted a small rustic cabin nestled in the woods, a low light burning inside. "I'm not sure I like the looks of this," Derek said. "From here we proceed with caution." "Agreed." Ellie threw a look over her shoulder. "Remember what we said about staying put. If something happens, lock the doors and call 911. Hazel's eyes flashed with fear, but she nodded, then pulled her phone from her purse and gripped it. Ellie cut the engine, and she and Derek checked their weapons as they eased from the jeep and started up the driveway. Night sounds echoed from the woods, the wind whistling off the mountain, the trees shivering and sending icy water pellets raining down. Ellie and Derek approached slowly, scanning the yard and surrounding area until they reached the front porch. A porch swing swayed in the wind gusts, wind chimes tinkling. Ellie inhaled a deep breath, climbed the steps, and knocked. Derek stood to the side, his hand on his weapon at the ready. Seconds later, the door opened a crack, and a middle-aged woman appeared, peering out. Ellie frowned. Deputy Landrum had said the caller sounded older. Ellie flashed her badge, and Derek did the same. "We had a call that 2 missing children are here, Iris Benton and Lulu Glasser." The woman literally leaned against the door and released a heavy sigh. "Thank God. And yes, they are. I'm Mona Cash, and I'm here with my mother. She's been terrified Wally would come back and kill her and hurt the girls." Ellie held her breath. "So they're okay?" "Yes. I mean, they're confused, but they're safe. Mama and I both love children." Ellie raised a brow. "How is your mother involved?" Tears streamed down the woman's pale cheeks. "She took care of Wally when he was a kid for a little while, but eventually he was too much for her. But he brought the girls to her." "Yes." Wally dropped off Iris first and said her mother was one of his clients and couldn't take care of her anymore, and Wally agreed to find her a home. "Your mother didn't realize he'd killed Iris's mother?" "No, not at the time. But when he brought Lulu, She got suspicious. He threatened to kill her and the girls if she called the police. But she called you? No. I stop in once a week to bring Mama groceries and Mama was almost hysterical. I saw the girls and insisted she tell me what happened. Mona finally breathed out. By then I'd seen the news and we didn't know what to do. They would do a deeper dive into the woman's story, but for now, Ellie wanted to verify the children were here and safe. We need to see the girls. Of course. Mona led the way into the small bungalow, which, in spite of the rustic exterior, was surprisingly cozy and clean. A wood fire glowed in the stone fireplace, the coffee table held children's books and a few toys. A sippy cup sat on the table, a juice box beside it, along with 2 snack cups of cheese crackers. A white-haired woman wearing a house dress, obviously Mona's mother, sat on the sofa with both girls huddled close to her while she was reading them a children's story. She looked up at them with wide, frightened eyes as she hugged the little girls close, blankets piled around them. Ellie and Derek exchanged a look. "I'll get Hazel," Derek said. Ellie gave a thank you to the heavens that the children looked safe and unharmed. "Thank you for coming," the older woman said.
"I can't believe Wally did this." Ellie gritted her teeth. "At least he brought them to you where he knew they'd be safe and cared for."
The woman smiled through tears, then dropped a kiss on Iris's head, then one on Lulu's. "I'd never let anything bad happen to a little child." The sound of Derek's boots on the wood floor indicated he was back with Hazel. Then Hazel rushed into the room and threw her hands up in the air. "Oh, thank you, sweet Jesus!" she cried as she waddled toward Iris. "Ha ha!" Iris squealed. The toddler tried to get down, but Hazel reached her and scooped her up, cradling her into a hug. Ellie wiped tears from her own cheeks. She couldn't wait to call Dana Joe and her mother and put Lulu back in their arms.
117. Bluff County Hospital. Hazel rode in the back of the ambulance with Iris and Lulu to the hospital, while Ellie and Derek drove her jeep. Using her hands free, Ellie called Beth Ann Benton. "We found Iris," Ellie said without preamble. "She's safe and appears unharmed." "Oh my goodness, that's wonderful," Beth Ann said in a shaky voice. "Where is she? Can I see her?" "She and the other little girl are on their way to the hospital for routine evaluations. If you want to meet us there, you can." "Of course, I'll be there ASAP." The excitement in Minnie's sister's voice warmed Ellie's heart. "I'm glad her sister wants her," Derek said. "Me too. At least she'll be with family." Dana Joe and her mother will be excited and relieved too. Maybe now Dana Joe can overcome her trauma and start living without fear again. Ellie spun into the hospital parking lot and parked just after the ambulance did. She and Derek met Hazel and the medics at the door. Iris was clinging to Hazel, and Lulu had fallen asleep, so one of the medics carried her inside. Ellie and Hazel hurried beside them, while Derek hung back in the waiting room for Beth Ann to arrive. A nurse met them, and Ellie explained the circumstances as they escorted the children to an exam room. "Let's keep the girls together," Hazel suggested. They were holding hands on the way over. Ellie nodded and stepped into the hall as a pediatrician entered. "They've been through an ordeal," Ellie told the young woman. "I imagine they'll need counseling." "We'll discuss that with the families," the doctor said.
Ellie thanked her, then walked to the waiting room and told Derek she planned to check on Dana Joe. Her pulse raced as she walked down the hall to Dana Joe's room. Her mother sat in a chair beside Dana Joe, hugging a cup of coffee, and Dana Joe sipped water through a straw. She looked like hell, bruised and battered, and was still shell-shocked. Having her daughter back would lift those spirits. She tapped on the door, then stepped inside. Dana Joe looked up with a mixture of fear and hope, just as her mother did. "Are you up for a ride in a wheelchair?" Ellie asked. Hope lit Dana Joe's eyes. Although wariness followed, as if she'd been disappointed so many times, she was afraid to hope. "It's okay," Ellie assured her.
"Everything's going to be all right." Relief echoed in Dana Joe's breath as she released it. Then Ellie pushed a wheelchair in, and Dana Joe's mother helped her daughter stand, then sit down. They covered her lap with a blanket, and Ellie pushed Dana Joe, with her mother walking close beside the chair. Worry and anticipation filled the silence as they made their way to the ER. By the time they arrived, Beth Ann had rushed in,
and Derek and Beth Ann walked with them to the girls' exam room. Ellie found the nurse. "Is it okay if we take the families back to the girls now?" The nurse beamed a smile. "I think that would be the best medicine they could ever have." Beth Ann winced as she looked at Dana Jo, then offered her a tender smile, and they followed the nurse to the room. The pediatrician stepped to the door, and Ellie made the introductions. "Is Lulu okay?" Dana Jo asked. "Both children are fine. A little confused, but it appears that after the initial abduction, they were well cared for. Counseling might be necessary in the future, but for now, they're safe and physically unharmed." "Can I see my little girl now?" Dana Jo asked in a raw whisper. "Yes," the doctor said. "I'm Iris's aunt," Beth Ann said. "I want to meet her." The doctor motioned to the door. "Go on in. Hazel's been keeping them calm." Ellie followed them inside, but before she could introduce Hazel, Lulu squealed, "Mama, Mama!" Mrs. Glasser scooped up the toddler and placed her in Dana Jo's lap, and Dana Jo and her mother wrapped Lulu into a big hug as they cried happy tears. Beth Ann looked nervous, fidgeting with the buttons on her sweater, but Hazel reached out her hand. "I'm Hazel," the kind woman said softly. "I loved your sister, hun, and I love Iris too." Emotions overcame Beth Ann. "I wish she'd told me about her. I would have been there for her." "You can be now," Hazel said softly. "This little girl needs a mother." Beth Ann stared at the tiny little girl. "She's so beautiful." "So was your sister," Hazel said. "She wanted you to raise her, that is, if you want." Even as Beth Ann trembled, she gave a little nod. "But I don't know much about kids." Hazel pulled Beth Ann close to her. "Well, I happen to know a right good bit, so you can lean on me like your sister did." Hazel waved Iris's little hand playfully. "Iris, this is your aunt. Your mommy's sister." "Hi, Iris," Beth Ann said in a tender voice. "Mommy," Iris murmured. Tears trickled down Beth Ann's cheeks. There would always be sadness in the fact that Iris's mother was gone. "I loved your mommy," Beth Ann whispered, "and I'm going to love you and take care of you just like she would have." Iris reached her arms up as if she wanted to be held. Hazel nodded encouragement, and Beth Ann lifted the child into her arms and planted a soft kiss in her hair. Ellie nudged Derek's arm and they left the room, grateful the families had been reunited and that the little girls could go home with their families tonight. 118. "I'm going to check on Cord," Ellie told Derek, "but first I'll call Sheriff Waters and ask him to give an update to the press."
"I'm too tired to deal with that tonight." And emotional. Seeing the families back together had caused a lump in her throat. "You did a great job, Ellie." Derek squeezed her arm. "You always do." "The team did a great job," Ellie said. "Are you seeing Tilly tonight?" He nodded. "She's making dinner. Can't remember when I last ate." "I like her," Ellie said. "Tell her thanks for all she did on the case." "She'll appreciate that," Derek said. "Talk later." Ellie made the call to Bryce, and he eagerly agreed to talk to Angelica. He did like the media attention on himself. She stepped into the restroom, splashed cold water on her face, and stared at the dark circles beneath her eyes. Being tired was worth finding Iris and Lulu, and putting away that monster Wheaton and Minnie's father. She patted her face dry and tried to put on a happy face to greet Cord. He'd been through enough. The last thing she wanted was for him to worry about her. Her legs felt heavy as she walked to his room. She gave a soft knock, then eased the door open. He looked pale and uncomfortable, his head twisting back and forth as if he was in the throes of a nightmare. Then he muttered something that sounded like a guttural groan and a scream all at once. 119. Cord thrashed at the covers, his heart pounding as he peered through the darkness. Ellie's father was there, standing over him, glaring down. "You know what you are, who you are," Randolph said. "My daughter deserves better." "I know, sir," Cord said, his throat aching. "You're right." "Then walk away, McLean." He should do that. Protect Ellie. He loved her so damn much. "Cord?" Ellie's voice, soft, strong, caring. "Cord, I'm here." Then soft, gentle hands rubbed his shoulder, shaking him. Then those same loving hands cradled his face. "Cord?
Who are you talking to? Confusion blurred, and so did Ellie's father's disapproving scowl and voice. I've been worried about you. Ellie's soft voice invaded the confusion. It's all over now. He struggled to open his eyes and reached out for her. A soft kiss caressed his cheek. I love you, Cord. It's going to be okay. We found the little girls and they're safe. The pain in his body and heart faded as Ellie's face finally slipped into focus. Her beautiful eyes that had seen misery and loss and horrible things now, yet she never backed down.
Her hand softly stroked his cheek, and her lips brushed his. Then thoughts of what could go wrong drifted away as he held her in his arms. The end.